Chapter 2494. As one of the four great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was quite famous in the entire Tianqi mountain range. Even if he could not do anything he wanted, at least no one would dare to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. Except for some places that were rarely visited by humans, even demonic beasts like them did not dare to step into. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was considered as one of the overlords in the Tianqi mountain range. There might be many who could compete with him, but not many dared to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. You want to eat these humans, refine them and expel them. I don't think I need to say more, right? Let's not beat around the bush. These people didn't offend you. You just wanted to find an excuse for yourself. Do me a favor and give them to me. The River Lord will be very happy. The earthly fire three-headed dragon said with a faint smile. He did not put the blazing flame heavenly lizard in his eyes at all. You're dreaming. The blazing flame heavenly lizard stomped his feet fiercely. Haha, looks like we'll have to see who exactly these humans belong to. The earthly fire three-headed dragon pretended to sigh and said. There were many peak heavenly god realm demonic beasts, but the earthly fire three-headed dragon was able to become one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. This meant that his strength should not be underestimated. An ordinary half-step heavenly god realm expert would not be able to do anything to him. That was why the earthly fire three-headed dragon was so arrogant. The earthly fire three-headed dragon and the blazing flame heavenly lizard treated Zhou Xian and the others as their food. They did not even need to hunt for them. It seems like we've become their prey. Yang shrugged her shoulders and said. She seemed to be full of charm at any time. Men could never move their eyes away from her exquisite face. Her deep eyes and deep collarbone attracted everyone's attention. Little brother, I'll run with you later. What do you think? We'll run away as soon as these 2 big fellas attack us. We'll have a chance to escape. Yang crooked her finger at Zhou Xian. What if you eat me? Zhou Xian shook his head. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Since they both want to eat us up, then someone has to make a concession. Otherwise, both sides will definitely suffer. The short-haired swordsman said in a deep voice. His eyes flickered with a bright light. They were also waiting for an opportunity. If there was an opportunity, they would leave this place. After all, humans becoming food for demonic beasts was a very difficult thing to accept. However, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, nothing was impossible. When the time comes, all of you will be finished. Don't get separated from me. Although these people are biding their time, that's because they're waiting for an opportunity to act. Otherwise, they'll only be waiting for death here. Xijin said solemnly. Shi Xining, Lu Xingjuan and the rest nodded their heads like chickens pecking at grains. Especially Lu Xingjuan, he was filled with fear towards death. His mentality had completely collapsed. Zhou Xian looked at the 2 colossal creatures silently. The dreadful earthly fire three-headed dragon had a huge body. It was more than 100 zhang long. All 3 of its heads were the color of green flowers. There was a throbbing earthly fire on its forehead. Hence it was named the earthly fire three-headed dragon. The most terrifying thing about the earthly fire three-headed dragon was its beast fire. Earthly fire. This kind of beast fire was quite terrifying. Although it was not as powerful as Zhou Qian's 5 elemental true fire, it was extremely terrifying when compared to other beasts of the same level. As his strength continued to increase, the earthly fire three-headed dragon's earthly fire became even more terrifying. Do you think that I'm afraid of you? 8 lineages Silver River, I've been wanting to experience it for a long time. The blazing flame heavenly lizard took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. 100 meters of pine and cypress trees were crushed like toothpicks. Its claws swept across the void, causing the wind to howl and the crane to cry. The earthly fire three-headed dragon harumphed coldly. Its 3 heads moved at the same time. Its long body swept across the surrounding pine and cypress trees and rocks. It then collided with the blazing flame heavenly lizard fiercely. The violent collision made everyone feel deafened. The most primitive battle was the most terrifying battle. Especially for the demonic beasts, they loved to fight hand to hand. They wanted to see who would have the last laugh in the end. This was an unwritten rule among the demonic beasts. The battle was a battle of strength and a terrifying physique. The blazing flame heavenly lizard and the earthly fire three-headed dragon were not to be outdone. At this moment, the 2 demonic beasts were fighting against each other. However, there were some people who escaped during the chaos. Neither the blazing flame heavenly lizard nor the earthly fire three-headed dragon would allow such a thing to happen. I, the earthly fire three-headed dragon, will kill anyone who dares to step out of the 10 li radius. The earthly fire three-headed dragon repelled the blazing flame heavenly lizard with a single strike and killed 4 people consecutively. At that moment, everyone's movements came to an abrupt halt. Facing the bloody scene, Zhou Xian had completely collapsed. His life was so fragile at this moment that he was on the verge of crying. He could not even breathe under such pressure. After the earthly fire three-headed dragon attacked, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. A late heavenly god and 3 mid-heavenly gods were killed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon in an instant. No one dared to believe it. However, the truth was right in front of them. Who would dare to take a step forward? This was a prison. As for the blazing flame heavenly lizard, he didn't attack the earthly fire three-headed dragon, because he knew that if he didn't give these humans a show of strength, they would definitely take advantage of the chaos to escape. The blazing flame heavenly lizard and the earthly fire three-headed dragon weren't stupid. The outcome of their battle was to fight for these humans, so they naturally couldn't run away. Xianxia did not move at all. Everyone retreated slowly. Their faces looked even more terrible now. The intelligence of the demonic beast was not any lower than that of humans. If humans could think of escaping during the chaos, how could they not think of it? Therefore, no one was able to escape at this moment. They had to stay in the circle and wait for their death. This kind of feeling engulfed everyone bit by bit. No matter if it was Zhou Xian or the others, they all felt extremely depressed. Death was scary. However, what was scarier than death was the torture of waiting for death and not being able to do anything about it. Show the enemy that we are weak. What we can only hope for now is for the 2 demonic beasts to injure each other. That will be our best chance. Not to run away but to fight with them. It's impossible to run away. Moreover, it will only boost their morale. The 2 demonic beasts have similar strength. It's impossible for them to kill each other easily. Therefore, it's better for us to stay put before the 2 of them take action. Whether you can survive or not depends on whether you can bear the loneliness. Xianxia said in a low voice. Everyone's life had their own destiny. He did not want to change anything as he was not a savior. Surviving was an opportunity while death was another form of rebirth. Chapter 2495. Xianxia's words made a lot of sense. Many people nodded their heads slightly. Their dispirited mood had improved a little. It was true that if they were to fight now, they would definitely be suppressed by the 2 beasts. However, the result would be different if they were to fight until their heads were bleeding. You're right, little brother. We're too impatient. Indeed, it's not the right time to take action now. Xian said in a deep voice. At this moment, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was extremely confident in his own strength. He clashed with the blazing flame heavenly lizard once again. The terrifying collision force caused a loud bang. Even Xianxia felt pain when he heard it. These 2 monsters were really going all out. Moreover, both of them were peak heavenly god realm experts, but they were comparable to half-step divine kings. That's right. If we make a move now, we'll most likely die without a burial. Let's wait and see what happens. That's a good idea. But I'm not sure if it'll work. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, this is our last chance. In the face of survival, everyone's potential was limitless. Little brother, you're really smart and quick-witted. You're really exquisite. Yu Ernyang patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with a smile. That's for women. I prefer you to call me mighty and domineering. Facing Yu Ernyang's provocation, Xianxia was not afraid at all. Even though they were all early heavenly gods, Xianxia's calmness and judgment were outstanding compared to the others. Zhou Xian was too ashamed to raise his head because he was afraid of death. He just wanted to leave this place alive and never come back again. You don't even know if you're going to live or die, but you still have the guts to brag about yourself. You're really lovable. Yu Ernyang giggled and rolled her eyes at him. What's the joy in life? What's the bitterness in death? Life and death are all in our own hands. Yu Ernyang was slightly surprised by Xianxia's confidence. Xianxia could even kill her with a single strike, but he could still be so calm. It was true that newborn calves were not afraid of tigers. However, he had taken it for granted. After all, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Originally, she only wanted to tease Xianxia, but in the end she realized that this little fellow was really fun to play with. Such a man, compared to a coward like Lu Xingjuan, was simply the best in the world. Everyone chose to remain silent. After all, they could only wait. Their chances were not high. Even if the two demonic beasts were injured, they were still peak heavenly gods. No one knew who would be the last one standing. Jiang Qin saw the different expressions of nervousness and graveness on everyone's faces. Life was full of emotions, all for the sake of survival. Even Yu Ernyang, who was always smiling and calm, had her own worries. Xizhen was still calm because he was experienced and had encountered danger before. He wasn't someone a newbie like Lu Xingjuan could be compared to. "Kid, if you really die here, don't blame me." Xizhen looked at Jiang Qin and said in a low voice, full of bitterness. "Brother Xi, you're worrying too much." Jiang Qin shook his head. "If possible, help me protect these kids. You're different from them," Xizhen said solemnly. Jiang Qin remained silent for a moment. He understood that Xizhen's confidence in him was also a form of trust. This is their first time coming here, and it might also be their last time. Life is long but also short. Sometimes it's fleeting. The heavens were merciful and should give them a chance. My niece is the only child of Xilan escort. Her father met with danger in the Tianqi mountain range. But I couldn't do anything about it. Xizhen took a deep breath as if he was full of self-blame. Jiang Qin could see the struggle in his heart. He was full of guilt towards his brother, and he didn't want his niece to follow in her father's footsteps. Although she's unruly and willful, she's a good girl. If it wasn't because she missed her father, she wouldn't have set foot on this land. She begged me for 3 years before I agreed. Jiang Qin saw the sad scene of Xizhen. He wasn't a sentimental person, but it was hard for him to remain indifferent. If I'm not wrong, the twin dragon leopards have disappeared from this world forever. Xizhen looked at Jiang Qin and said in a low voice, "I'll try my best." Jiang Qin nodded. At this moment, the battle between the blazing flame heavenly lizard and the earthly fire three-headed dragon was getting more and more intense. Neither of them would lower their heads to the other. Moreover, the 8 lineages silver river didn't stop the blazing flame heavenly lizard, which meant that both of their strengths were on par. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's whole body was red as if it was made of lava. It had copper skin and iron bones. Its sharp claws grabbed onto the tail of the earthly fire three-headed dragon and entangled with each other. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's roar shook the sky. Both of them were struggling on the edge of rage. Even though their bodies were tough, their defense was still torn apart by the other party. The blazing flame heavenly lizard roared and bit off the tail of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. The green python dragon's body swept across the sky and instantly slapped the blazing flame heavenly lizard away. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's mouth was full of blood, but its huge eyes were shining brilliantly. "Damn old lizard, you bastard! My tail!" The earthly fire three-headed dragon was obviously furious because the blazing flame heavenly lizard had bitten off his tail. "Your tail doesn't taste very good." "Huh." The blazing flame heavenly lizard's huge claws slapped the earthly fire three-headed dragon fiercely. The 3 heads of the earthly fire three-headed dragon moved at the same time and bit the blazing flame heavenly lizard's body. Blood flowed out and the scales were broken. The defense that the blazing flame heavenly lizard was proud of was torn apart by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Both of them were on par with each other. The battle was getting more and more intense. "Old lizard, I will let you know how stupid it is to offend the people of the 8 lineages silver river. 800 dragons and snakes, listen to my command. Come out now." Under the roar of the earthly fire three-headed dragon, 800 early heavenly god realm earthly fire giant pythons came from all directions. At that moment, Xizhen and the others' countenance changed and their bodies were trembling. They could feel the terrifying earthly fire giant pythons passing through the forest and their hearts sank. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was too terrifying. Chapter 2496. Why do I feel that someone is staring at me? Jiang Qin frowned, a solemn expression could be seen on his face. That was why he didn't want to expose his true strength. There must be someone hiding in the dark, but Jiang Qin had no idea who it was. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against an arrow in the dark. It's not difficult for him to leave now. Although it was difficult to kill the earthly fire three-headed dragon, it did not mean that Jiang Qin could not do it. However, he was worried about the intention of the person hiding in the dark. At this very moment, a cold and sinister figure stood on the peak of the mountain. looking at this scene silently, his lips curled into a sinister smile. If Zhou Xian saw it, he would definitely recognize who that person was. 800 dragons and snakes. Hee. What a fool's dream. Do you think these fellas can do anything to me? The blazing flame heavenly lizard said with a sneer. He looked disdainfully at the 800 dragon snakes that were charging at the front lines with contempt in his eyes. Then let me see exactly what you're capable of. The earthly fire three-headed dragon snorted coldly. The 800 dragon snakes rushed towards the blazing flame heavenly lizard at lightning speed. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's every step was astonishing. His footsteps were everywhere, shaking the universe. His terrifying power instantly overturned countless earthly fire giant pythons. However, these earthly fire giant pythons were all heavenly gods. They should not be underestimated. As the saying goes, even ants can bite an elephant to death. Moreover, there were so many earthly fire giant pythons. Even the blazing flame heavenly lizard had to avoid them. He retreated while fighting. The earthly fire three-headed dragon's attack was quite effective. All of the earthly fire giant pythons were spitting out earthly fire from their mouths. They were exceptionally ferocious. The earthly fire giant pythons were the disciples and grand disciples of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. They were absolutely loyal to the earthly fire three-headed dragon. They rushed forward without fear of death, giving the blazing flame heavenly lizard a great pressure. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was looking for an opportunity. Once the blazing flame heavenly lizard revealed a flaw, he would rush forward without hesitation and give it a fatal blow. The blazing flame heavenly lizard was also a fire attribute demonic beast. However, facing so many earthly fire giant pythons, he still had to show them respect. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's roar was like thunder. Flames were rising from his body and his body was covered with black flames. It was strange and terrifying. He rushed into the group of earthly fire giant pythons and repelled more than 10 of them in an instant. His overbearing aura was not to be underestimated. However, the earthly fire three-headed dragon who was watching the battle could not sit still anymore. He had found an opportunity. The blazing flame heavenly lizard's black flames could not cause much damage to the earthly fire giant pythons. However, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was able to fend off the blazing flame heavenly lizard with his earthly fire. At this moment, the earthly fire three-headed dragon exerted all of his skills. The blazing flame heavenly lizard had to defend himself with all his might. However, the pressure from the surrounding earthly fire giant pythons was too strong. Hence, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was repelled by the earthly fire three-headed dragon's attack. The earthly fire fused into a light ball and pierced through the sky. The moment the purplish-blue flame light ball exploded, the earthly fire three-headed dragon sneered coldly. The mightiness of 3 heads was overbearing. Its huge body entangled the blazing flame heavenly lizard. Hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons followed up, not giving the blazing flame heavenly lizard any chance to take a breather. The first spurt of energy, the second decline, the third exhaustion. Obviously, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was not a fool. If he could not suppress the blazing flame heavenly lizard at this moment, he might gradually stabilize the situation. However, he would not give him the chance to do so. He had already forced the blazing flame heavenly lizard to retreat. With the help of the 800 dragon snakes, if he still could not suppress the blazing flame heavenly lizard, he would not be able to hold his position as one of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. Die, blazing flame heavenly lizard. Watch my touch of hellfire. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared angrily. 6 rays of blue light pierced through the void and forced the blazing flame heavenly lizard to retreat. The 6 rays of light pierced through the body of the blazing flame heavenly lizard. In addition to the attacks of hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was severely injured. However, the blazing flame heavenly lizard was not easy to deal with. At this critical moment, he exerted all his strength and pounced towards the earthly fire three-headed dragon. A mouthful of heart fire was spurted out and attached to one of the heads of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. The heart fire of the blazing flame heavenly lizard was burning. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared continuously. The feeling of pain filled his heart with anger. However, the burning heart fire of the blazing flame heavenly lizard almost made him fall into panic. One of his heads was almost burnt by the blazing flame heavenly lizard. Old lizard, I will not rest until one of us dies. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was helpless. He was enraged and entangled with the blazing flame heavenly lizard violently. He whipped the blazing flame heavenly lizard repeatedly. Although the blazing flame heavenly lizard was severely injured, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was not having an easy time either. Hee, this feeling is not good, right? That is my heart fire. You are destined to cut off one of your heads. The blazing flame heavenly lizard sneered. The earthly fire three-headed dragon was furious. However, as the blazing flame heavenly lizard had said, if he did not cut off one of his heads, the heart fire of the blazing flame heavenly lizard would turn into a prairie fire and burn the other two heads. At that time he might also be severely injured. I will not let you off. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared angrily and cut off one of his heads. At that moment, everyone was trembling. The earthly fire three-headed dragon and the blazing flame heavenly lizard were too terrifying. Especially the earthly fire three-headed dragon, he was so ruthless. When the earthly fire three-headed dragon's head was cut off by himself, everyone felt breathless. At that moment the blazing flame heavenly lizard seized the opportunity to escape. Except for the earthly fire three-headed dragon, no one could easily catch up with him. At this moment the earthly fire three-headed dragon could not even take care of himself. Even if I have to search every corner of the Xianxia mountain range, I will not let you off. Blazing flame heavenly lizard, I will definitely pull out your tendons, peel off your skin and drink your blood. The earthly fire three-headed dragon roared angrily. The excruciating pain caused his body to tremble. After all, he had cut off one of his heads. His current strength had been greatly restricted and his injuries were not light. These fellas are not that easy to deal with. Zhou Xian thought. A peak heavenly god realm demonic beast strength was comparable to a half-step divine king realm expert. No wonder they were able to dominate a region. Some gifted demonic beasts were indeed comparable to the gifted humans. What are you waiting for? This is our last chance. The short-haired swordsman said in a deep voice. His face was cold and gloomy. The white scarf on his sleeves was a little messy. The stubble on his beard looked a little old. At this moment he held his long sword and took the lead. If they did not finish off the earthly fire three-headed dragon, then they were destined to become prisoners. This was not what anyone wanted. Chapter 2497. Before they could reach the earthly fire three-headed dragon, they were already blocked by hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons. Lu Xingjuan, Shi Xining, and the rest could barely block the attack of an earthly fire giant python. They were all in a sorry state and it was obvious that they had no experience. Especially in this kind of battle of life and death, they were all rookies. Even protecting themselves was a problem. The most powerful ones were the short-haired swordsman, Yu Ernyang, and the white-haired old man. The three of them were late heavenly gods. The other late heavenly god went straight for the earthly fire three-headed dragon, bringing along 5 other experts. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. This fellow was basically seeking his own death. Even though the earthly fire three-headed dragon was injured, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They thought that they could capture the earthly fire three-headed dragon alive. How stupid. The earthly fire three-headed dragon harumphed coldly and raised his head. His 100-zhang long body instantly smashed towards them. Even a late heavenly god was sent flying by his tail, let alone the other 5 experts. It was wishful thinking to launch a sneak attack on the earthly fire three-headed dragon. No. The late heavenly god expert was terrified, but he was already crushed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. His body was smashed into pieces, leaving nothing behind. The other 5 experts were swallowed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. It was extremely cruel and terrifying. The earthly fire three-headed dragon's attack was extremely terrifying. They could not feel how terrifying the earthly fire three-headed dragon was during the battle with the blazing flame heavenly lizard. However, at this moment, they felt that the earthly fire three-headed dragon could only be described as terrifying. A late heavenly god could not even withstand a single blow from it. Isn't this earthly fire three-headed dragon too terrifying? Hiss. Are we really going to die here? This is just an injured earthly fire three-headed dragon. These hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons are enough to take our lives. Everyone was extremely bitter because the earthly fire giant pythons were the most direct pressure on them. Hundreds of earthly fire giant pythons had put them in a difficult situation. There were less than 30 of them and every one of them had used all their strength to fight 1 against 3, 1 against 5. Even the most powerful short-haired swordsman and Yu Ernyang could only block 10 to 20 earthly fire giant pythons at most. Xian wasn't afraid at all as he blocked a dozen earthly fire giant pythons. However, the endless attacks from the earthly fire giant pythons gave them endless pressure and despair. If this continued, no one would be able to stop these beasts. The fact that Jiang Chen was fighting against 10 people alone was quite eye-catching. After all, his cultivation was only at the early heavenly god realm. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to Shi Xining since Xian had asked him to protect this innocent girl. Not everyone had the courage to chase after her. Tianqi mountain range was not a place that anyone could enter casually. The moment you chose to enter the Tianqi mountain range, you had to disregard life and death. Lu Xingjuan, who had been injured time and time again, was beaten to the point that he pissed his pants. This was the best proof. Yu Ernyang and the short-haired swordsman were extremely ferocious because the earthly fire giant pythons were constantly attacking them. Even they couldn't defend against them. If this continues, I'm afraid that we'll all die here. Yu Ernyang sneered as she was sweating profusely. Her eyes were filled with coldness and sharpness. Don't tell me you have a better idea? The short-haired swordsman said. However, they knew that the earthly fire three-headed dragon could easily crush them in the Tianqi mountain range. They were always around the 8 lineages Silver River. How could they not know about the earthly fire three-headed dragon? Especially Yu Ernyang. Not knowing why, Yu Ernyang suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. His strength was terrifying. Even though he was only an early heavenly god, he was able to fight against 10 people at once. Compared to those greenhouse flowers, he was totally different. Moreover, he was walking leisurely and calmly as if he was very experienced. Such an interesting fella. Yu Ernyang murmured. Hi Ernyang, it's so lively, how can I miss out on this? You went to look for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart and left me behind. How unkind, unkind. A loud laughter resounded through the void. A blue-robed young man arrived on his sword, standing on the edge of his sword. His aura was gloomy, he had already reached the peak heavenly god realm, he could not be underestimated. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression changed slightly. Scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, isn't that the herb that he's been looking for? It's an essential herb for the heaven-seizing fortune pill. Jiang Chen was shocked. He did not expect to receive news about the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart here. Moreover, Yu Ernyang knew about it. Cut the crap. Lan Shaoxing, get lost if you don't want to help. Yu Ernyang said coldly. Even though she was in deep trouble, she was not courteous at all. She did not lower her head to the blue-robed young man. Don't be angry, Nyang. I'm here to save you. I'd like to see who dares to touch you, not even the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. Lan Shaoxing smiled with a flattering look on his face. He was even more subservient to Yu Ernyang. However, Lan Shaoxing's gaze was like a torch, cold like a knife. The sword under his feet was filled with a domineering aura. Jiang Chen could feel that this fellow was not simple. His strength was ridiculously strong. He might not even lose to the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Lan Shaoxing, it's him. Looks like we're saved. Rumor has it that Lan Shaoxing's strength is terrifying and he's infatuated with Yu Ernyang. However, Yu Ernyang did not accept him. Looks like the rumor is true. Lan Shaoxing against the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Looks like there's always a way out. Huh. The hope of survival was reignited in the hearts of many. Xian was slightly startled. He knew that Lan Shaoxing would not just stand by and watch for Yu Ernyang. Lan Shaoxing was an overlord of the Tianqi mountain range. He was infatuated with Yu Ernyang and had never given up on pursuing her for 100 years. Black Rock Stronghold, Lan Shaoxing? You want to interfere too? The earthly fire three-headed dragon squinted his eyes and looked at Lan Shaoxing. He was not scary, but the elder brother behind him was extremely scary. Even the earthly fire three-headed dragon had to be polite to him. Do you think I'll stand by and watch you fight in front of my woman? Lan Shaoxing said indifferently. I'm not your woman. Yu Ernyang said coldly. One day, yes. Hee. Lan Shaoxing chuckled. His face was cold as he approached the earthly fire three-headed dragon. If it wasn't for the Black Rock Stronghold, you'd be dead by now. Lan Shaoxing. The earthly fire three-headed dragon said. Really? I'd like to see what you can do to me. Jiang Chen smiled. This fellow was arrogant. Compared to him, Lan Shaoxing might not be any weaker. However, arrogance required strength. If this Lan Xiaoxing underestimated his opponent, he might not be able to defeat the earthly fire three-headed dragon, even if he was injured. Lad, why do I feel annoyed seeing you smiling so brightly? Lan Xiaoxing looked at Zhang Chen and said coldly. I don't feel the same when I look at you. Zhang Chen shrugged and smiled faintly. He looked into Lan Xiaoxing's eyes, an early heavenly god and a peak heavenly god. Zhang Chen was not afraid at all. Chapter 2498. Lan Xiaoxing's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen was not to be outdone. As their eyes met, Lan Xiaoxing's murderous intent was revealed. I don't mind, but before that I'll kill you. Who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Lan Xiaoxing's flattery towards Yu Ernyang was gone. His face was as cold as frost, and his aura was as cold as a sword, piercing towards Zhang Chen's heart. Don't make things difficult for him. His strength is far from yours. Don't tell me you don't want to lose face? Lan Xiaoxing, don't forget that you're the chief of the Black Crag stronghold. Yu Ernyang snorted. But most importantly, she wanted to protect Zhang Chen. These words were very harsh to Lan Xiaoxing's ears. When he looked at Zhang Chen, his murderous intent became even stronger. Yu Ernyang had never been so protective of a person, and a weakling at that. This made Lan Xiaoxing extremely angry, and he completely saw Zhang Chen as a thorn in his side. Lan Xiaoxing had pursued Yu Ernyang for 100 years, but she had never shown any feelings for him. Her persistence was admirable. Moreover, Lan Xiaoxing would never allow any man to be by Yu Ernyang's side. If there was one, he would kill him. Zhang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. This Lan Xiaoxing was already very arrogant, and now that Yu Ernyang was protecting him, it was obvious that Lan Xiaoxing had already regarded him as his rival in love. Simple-minded but well-developed. Zhang Chen sneered. Brat, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lan Xiaoxing took a step forward and rushed towards Zhang Chen at lightning speed. Yu Ernyang also stood in front of Zhang Chen. Leng Leng said, if you dare to make a move, I won't let you off. Yu Ernyang said resolutely. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxing suppressed the anger in his heart, but Zhang Chen knew that Lan Xiaoxing had already put him on the list of people to kill. The murderous intent in his cold eyes could no longer be concealed. You're actually hiding behind a woman. You're really impressive. Lan Xiaoxing sneered. Zhang Chen was unmoved. He really disdained to be enemies with such a person. Otherwise, wouldn't he become public enemy number one? A mere woman had made him so angry that he treated her as his exclusive property. Moreover, Yu Ernyang did not even look at him in the eye. Lan Xiaoxing, looks like you're really shameless. So this woman is the woman that you've been pining for 100 years. Today I've really broadened my horizons. But if your woman is captured by me, what do you think? The earthly fire three-headed dragon transformed into a white-haired middle-aged man with a flame burning between his eyebrows. He stood proudly, wearing a green armor that covered his entire body. His tall figure was overbearing. Even though he and the blazing flame heavenly lizard were injured in the battle just now, his aura did not diminish. He was still able to deal with Lan Xiaoxing with ease. After all, the four great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River were not just for show. Even though the Black Crag stronghold was quite famous in the Tianqi mountain range, the earthly fire three-headed dragon still did not put them in his eyes. Earthly fire three-headed dragon, looks like you're courting death. Lan Xiaoxing was furious. The earthly fire three-headed dragon had crossed his bottom line. This fella dared to joke about his beloved woman. Lan Xiaoxing could not bear it anymore. Even if your big brother is here, I'm afraid he doesn't have the capability to touch me. The earthly fire three-headed dragon held the snake-shaped long sword in his hand. The sharp edge of the sword was moving towards Lan Xiaoxing. This fella is a madman, you don't have to care about him. Yu Ernyang looked at Zhang Chen and said, really? If you didn't use me as a shield, he wouldn't have acted like this. Zhang Chen smiled and said, others want to be my shield, but I haven't used it yet. I wonder if your little brother is just an embroidered pillow that looks good but is useless? Yu Ernyang smiled charmingly. Her every frown and smile was charming. She was indeed a beauty. Watch your back, he's gone. At this moment no one will be your protector anymore. Zhang Chen threw a punch and sent the earthly fire giant python flying away. The flame burned on Zhang Chen's fist. Yu Ernyang was slightly shocked as she did not expect Zhang Chen to be unscathed. This fellow was indeed much stronger than other heavenly god realm experts. He could probably fight against a mid-heavenly god realm expert. However, his strength was still too weak in the Tianqi mountain range. Don't I still have you? Yu Ernyang's eyes rippled. She bit her lips and rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. I don't have the strength to protect you. Jiang Chen took 10 steps forward and the earthly fire giant pythons around him were all forced to retreat. Such an unromantic fella. Yu Ernyang chuckled and went up to the 20-odd earthly fire giant pythons. She didn't dare to be careless at all. At this moment, the 800 earthly fire giant pythons surrounded Jiang Chen, Yu Ernyang and the others. This time the 800 earthly fire giant pythons poured down like a tidal wave. They did not hold back anymore. These 800 giant pythons attacked in an instant. They had the ability to turn the world upside down. Except for Lan Xiaoxing, no one could control such a huge situation. Even Yu Ernyang, the short-haired swordsman and the white-haired old man were having a hard time. Their injuries were not light and their numbers were decreasing. Xianxia was also having a hard time. The continuous attacks forced him, a man of iron blood, to take on the task of protecting Lu Xingjuan, Shi Xining and the others. He was surrounded by enemies. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the attacks of dozens of earthly fire giant pythons. Xianxia and the short-haired swordsman were injured one after another. Yu Ernyang was in a better condition. However, she was forced into a dead end. There were less than 15 people left from the initial 30 people. Although the 800 dragon snake giant pythons were weaker than the earthly fire three-headed dragon, it was more than enough to deal with these people. At this moment, Lan Xiaoxing was exceptionally ferocious. He had the initiative from the start to the end, forcing the earthly fire three-headed dragon to retreat. However, he did not suffer any substantial damage because the earthly fire three-headed dragon was still stronger. Even though it was injured, it did not give Lan Xiaoxing the slightest advantage. Lan Xiaoxing's sword was ferocious, but it lacked strength. As for the earthly fire three-headed dragon's snake sword, it was a terrifying silver snake that was cunning and vicious. Even though Lan Xiaoxing was rather cautious, he was still successfully ambushed by the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Several sword strikes landed on his body. Chapter 2499. Jiang Chen shook his head. It seemed like he had no choice but to take action. Xianxia and the rest were in danger, especially Xianxia. He had already taken a lot of damage for Shi Xining and Lu Xingjuan. Even if he wasn't on the brink of death, he was still heavily injured. His steps and body were in a mess. Facing the attacks of the earthly fire giant pythons, it was obvious that he was at his wits' end. Yu Ernyang was nimble, but her clothes were also burnt. The situation was getting more and more difficult, and it was becoming one-sided. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. His fists were piercing and a cold wind blew. Each of his fists was lethal. Each of his fists would cause at least one earthly fire three-headed dragon to fall, and some even had their heads pierced. Jiang Chen's every step was filled with killing intent. He was no longer as agile as before. At this moment, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Jiang Chen to be this strong. A terrifying gust of wind blew, and the surroundings were filled with chaotic afterimages. Jiang Chen's killing intent surged, and in an instant, 70 to 80 earthly fire giant pythons were killed by Jiang Chen. Pools of blood and corpses were everywhere. So strong. This fella has been hiding his strength all along. Yeah, I didn't expect an early heavenly god realm fella to be stronger than us. You really can't judge a book by its cover. We're saved this time. This young man's speed, agility and strength are all at the peak. I'm afraid that no one here except for Lan Xiaoxing will be his match. What a young hero. Everyone was excited and incomparably happy. Jiang Chen had killed more than 300 earthly fire giant pythons in just a few moves. Nearly half of the giant pythons' corpses were scattered all over the forest. It was a shocking scene. Lu Xingjuan, Shi Xining and the rest looked at Jiang Chen silently. Lu Xingjuan felt his face burning when he thought about how he ridiculed Jiang Chen in the past. Now it was like an ear-piercing buzzing sound and he had mixed feelings. In front of Jiang Chen he was already a coward. Shi Xining looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Her beautiful eyes were glittering. Jiang Chen was like a heavenly god that had descended from the heavens and became her protector. He killed the earthly fire giant pythons one after another. Such a terrifying attack was unbelievable. Was this the combat strength of an early heavenly god? It was simply unimaginable. Xianxia looked at the scene silently. He had already guessed it, but he couldn't believe it. Until this moment when Zhou Xian displayed his skills, he finally understood how low profile this person was. Previously, Zhou Xian did not answer him whether the twin dragon leopards were still alive or not, and whether he was the one who killed them. Now it seemed like Xian didn't need any proof. He invited Zhou Xian to join them because he knew that Zhou Xian was capable. However, he never thought that Zhou Xian would save their lives at this moment. "Little brother, you're getting more and more adorable, more and more mysterious." Yang smiled, her eyes were filled with astonishment. The difference between Zhou Qian's strength and his battle strength was like heaven and earth. Even she couldn't achieve such strength. However, Zhou Qian was like a sharp knife, killing all the earthly fire giant pythons. It was like a one-sided massacre, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Zhou Qian killed half of the earthly fire giant pythons, and it was an eye-opener for everyone. They were all shocked by Zhou Qian's strength. On the other side, Lan Shaoxing and the earthly fire three-headed dragon also noticed the scene. Lan Shaoxing was slightly surprised, but it wasn't enough to shock him. He could also kill those earthly fire giant pythons easily. However, the earthly fire three-headed dragon felt differently. Zhou Qian had killed half of his disciples, and the number was still increasing. If this went on, all 800 of them might die here, and that would be a great loss. Lan Shaoxing had completely entangled the three-headed dragon, and the three-headed dragon was unable to split himself. Although he was still at a disadvantage, Lan Shaoxing had also caused him a lot of trouble. However, at this time, a young man with low strength had appeared out of nowhere and completely disrupted the earthly fire three-headed dragon's overall plan. If this continued, it would only bring him harm. In the eyes of the earthly fire three-headed dragon, there was only Zhou Qian. The current Zhou Qian was like the god of slaying. Every punch was fatal, and every punch seemed to land on the body of the earthly fire three-headed dragon. As his disciples fell one by one, the earthly fire three-headed dragon was powerless. If this went on, he would only suffer more losses. Lan Shaoxing sneered and said in a deep voice, "Why? Being impatient is a taboo. Are you going to surrender now?" Lan Shaoxing's mockery made the earthly fire three-headed dragon even angrier. "You're just a bully. You can't even win against me. If it wasn't for that bastard, where do you think your chances of winning are, lowly human?" The earthly fire three-headed dragon gritted his teeth and swung his sword. The snake-shaped sword shadow covered the sky and crushed towards Lan Shaoxing. Lan Shaoxing took a few steps back, but he managed to block the sword. Lan Shaoxing looked at Zhou Qian. This fella has become everyone's focus. Indeed, if it wasn't for him, the earthly fire three-headed dragon could have defeated all of them by just holding him back. Now that half of his 800 dragon snakes were dead or injured, he didn't have the courage to continue wasting his time. "So what? Let's see if you can keep your composure," Lan Shaoxing said in disdain. "Bastard. Lan Shaoxing, Black Crag Stronghold, I'll definitely remember this. Wait till the day I return, I'll definitely wash the Black Crag Stronghold with blood. I'll definitely let you die a horrible death for offending my 8 lineages Silver River." The earthly fire three-headed dragon was extremely anxious. If he still insisted on going his own way, the 800 dragon snakes would be completely annihilated here. For the long term, the earthly fire three-headed dragon had no choice but to retreat. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. To think that the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River are so weak. This has really opened my eyes. Lan Shaoxing laughed and said. The earthly fire three-headed dragon harumphed coldly. He had no choice but to leave with his earthly fire giant python. He never expected this to happen. But where there's life, there's hope. I remember you, kid. Chapter 2500. Who is the hero? Thank you, little brother. If it wasn't for you, we would have all died here. Yes, thank you so much. We have no way to repay you. Young hero, you are truly the bravest and mightiest I have ever seen. Who's right? He's young and promising. Although he's only an early heavenly god, his battle prowess is much more terrifying than ours. This is a true peerless monster. The short-haired swordsman and the others were also full of praise for Zhou Qian. After all, at the last moment he had swept away thousands of enemies and pulled everyone back from the gates of hell. This scene made him an absolute hero in everyone's hearts. Zhou Qian looked at the escaping earthly fire giant pythons and did not continue to chase after them. After all, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be dangerous if the earthly fire giant pythons came back again. Although Jiang Qin did not know much about 8 Lineages Silver River, it was enough to prove how terrifying 8 Lineages Silver River was. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Qin feeling more and more delighted. Because Jiang Qin's combat capability had proven that he was worthy of everyone's respect. Hero. If it wasn't for me delaying the earthly fire 3-headed dragon, you would have been dead long ago. How would you have come to save the day? He could still display his divine might. I'm dying of laughter. Lan Xiaoxing's sneer made everyone's breathing stagnate. What he said was right, but his words were so ear-piercing in their ears. He was even filled with unfriendliness. Jiang Chen's expression was calm and he wasn't affected by Lan Xiaoxing at all. There was no doubt about it. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Moreover, he did not care about these praises at all. Otherwise he would have made a move long ago. Not bad, not bad. Brother Lan is righteous. If it weren't for him we would have been dead long ago. Brother Lan is also a true hero. How can we not be grateful to him for saving our lives? That's right, Brother Lan. We're proud of you. Lan Xiaoxing snorted coldly in the face of the praises. This group of fellows simply did not know what was good for them. Are you okay? Second mother. Lan Xiaoxing only cared about Yu Ernyang. Thank you for your concern, Chief Lan. I'm fine. Yu Ernyang said faintly as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Second mother, why are you always so cold to me? Tell me, is it because of that stinking brat? Lan Xiaoxing's eyes were cold as he looked at Jiang Qin. He didn't have a good impression of him. Even if he saved these people, it didn't mean anything to Lan Xiaoxing. I treat everyone the same way. It has nothing to do with anyone. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. I don't believe it. I'll kill him right now. Let's see what you'll do then. Lan Xiaoxing sneered and walked toward Jiang Qin. This time it's all thanks to you, little brother. I, Shizhen, have finally seen what it means to be a true expert in this lifetime. A true expert doesn't show his true colors. Compared to you, my cultivation is really too shallow, hee. Shizhen shook his head and smiled. Brother Shi, you're overpraising me. If I continue to hide my abilities, then our lives will be in danger. Jiang Qin said. Otherwise, if it wasn't for you, all of us here would have been defeated by the earthly fire 3-headed dragon. Even if Lan Xiaoxing held him back, we would still have been crushed by the 800 dragons. That's why I said that you're the one who deserves the most credit. Shizhen said sincerely. It was true that Shizhen had stopped the earthly fire 3-headed dragon, but without Jiang Chen's help, they would have been slowly devoured. Lan Xiaoxing's contribution was indelible, but the one who played the decisive role was Jiang Qin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. Jiang Qin smiled but didn't say anything. Thank you. Shishing said shyly. At this moment, Jiang Qin had become the invincible hero in her heart. Lu Xingjuan and the rest could only smile awkwardly. In front of absolute power, any pretense would be ruthlessly slapped in the face. Lu Xingjuan had learned his lesson. Little bastard, I want to kill you. What do you think? Lan Xiaoxing was domineering. His face was filled with killing intent as he stood in front of Jiang Qin. His aura was incomparably overbearing. No one would have thought that Lan Xiaoxing would be so rude. Just a moment ago they were fighting together, but now they became enemies. Lan Xiaoxing, don't push your luck. You're too much. Who he is, what's his relationship with me, and what does it have to do with you? Do you want me to never see you again? Yu Ernyang shouted. Lan Xiaoxing's lips twitched as he stood there in a daze. Don't tell me it's really because of this pretty boy? How am I inferior to him? I'm the third leader of the Black Crag stronghold in the Tianqi mountain range. How am I inferior to an early heavenly god? I'm not willing. Lan Xiaoxing's anger had been completely ignited. You're a madman. Unreasonable. Yu Ernyang's eyes were filled with disappointment. Are you still a man? If you are, then stand up and say something. Hiding behind a woman, do you think you can hide forever? Coward. Lan Xiaoxing said with a gloomy face. You can be strong, what does it have to do with me? You like your woman, what does it have to do with me? Does everyone who is weaker than you have to die? If you're weaker than her, do you think you deserve to die? If you like her, you should fight for it yourself. If a woman looks down on you, do you think that a man will respect you? I just don't want to be bitten by a dog. I'm afraid that I'll bite the dog again. Jiang Qin said calmly. If it was the previous Jiang Qin, he would have been dead by now. But the current him knew how to hide his strength and bide his time. It wasn't difficult for him to kill Lan Xiaoxing, but the troubles in the Tianqi mountain range would be endless. Plus, he didn't want to expose his true strength. Because from the beginning, Jiang Chen had never seen him as an opponent. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm. There was only disdain and contempt in his eyes. You dare to scold me? Lan Xiaoxing's expression became gloomy as he stared at Jiang Chen. He never thought that he would be provoked by an early heavenly god. He held his sword tightly in his hand. But at this moment Yu Ernyang was already standing in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Women are really troublesome. Looks like he should not offend them easily, especially beautiful ones. So what if I scold you? Lan Xiaoxing, if you dare to take a step forward, I'll never know you again. Yu Ernyang said in a cold voice. Lan Xiaoxing remained silent for a moment before a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. What a good husband and wife. I, Lan Xiaoxing, admit defeat today. Kid, I'm not done with this. Lan Xiaoxing took a step forward and suddenly turned his head, staring at Jiang Chen. Chapter 2501. Lan Xiaoxing had left, but his advice was still echoing in Jiang Chen's ears. He did not want to stir up trouble, but there were many people who came looking for him. And Lan Xiaoxing was one of them. Brother, you have to be careful in the future, especially when you pass by the Black Crag stronghold. Lan Xiaoxing is the third leader of the Black Crag stronghold. His words carry enormous weight. He is quite famous in the Tianqi mountain range. Yeah, not many people are willing to offend him. Even the earthly fire three-headed dragon did not go all out against Lan Xiaoxing. This is enough to prove that this fella has his own abilities and status. And his big brother is said to be the one closest to the Divine King realm. This is also the reason why Lan Xiaoxing is so domineering. Lan Xiaoxing is not someone who is easy to deal with. If it wasn't for Yu Ernyang, he would not even frown even if we were to die. The crowd advised Jiang Chen to be careful and not meet Lan Xiaoxing again. Otherwise his life would be in danger. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. Looks like this fella is not a kind person. He only took action because of Yu Ernyang's presence. There's a reason behind it. Moreover, Jiang Chen had completely offended the little Yama of the Tianqi mountain range. Obviously, Jiang Chen had won their good impression. But the arrogant Lan Xiaoxing made them stay away from him, not wanting to have too much contact with him. Moreover, a person like Lan Xiaoxing was in a completely different world from them. Alright, Sister Yu, are you going to look for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ernyang and asked. Yu Ernyang was slightly shocked and looked at Jiang Chen. She knew that Lan Xiaoxing had let the cat out of the bag. Ordinary people did not know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Even a divine king would covet it. You know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? I know a thing or two. Jiang Chen said. Yu Ernyang was smart. How could she not see that Jiang Chen was interested in the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Otherwise he would not have asked her. You want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Yu Ernyang continued to ask. Let's leave it to fate. If there's a chance, I'll naturally want to obtain it. Such a treasure is something that can only be obtained by those who are fated with it, and it can't be forced. Hehe. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is one of the greatest treasures in the Tianqi mountain range. The Ancient Vine Heart is comparable to the Bodhi tree, able to revive the dead and obtain the fortune of the heavens and earth. Many people are fascinated by it. Yu Ernyang murmured. She was also longing for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. He did not expect Yu Ernyang to know so much about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Moreover, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart only appeared once every 10,000 years. Coincidentally, it was in the Tianqi mountain range. If you want it, then come with me. When the time comes, it will depend on your luck. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen with an enchanting smile. Her lips curved into a flirtatious smile. Her eyes were like waves that could seduce one's soul. Why do I feel that you're setting a trap for me? Jiang Chen gave Yu Ernyang a meaningful glance. This woman was really scary, especially her charming eyes, which carried a kind of soul-captivating intent. If it wasn't for his pure heart, he would have already fallen into her lap. However, Yu Ernyang didn't seem to have any evil intentions towards him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to protect him when Lan Xiaoxing attacked him. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ernyang. It's my pleasure to have such a good helper. Moreover, only you know if you're that kind of person. Yang giggled. Her entire body was gorgeous and many men were staring at her. This woman was born to be a seductive beauty. Lan Xiaoxing's strength seems to be stronger than mine. Jiang Chen said lightly. I don't like him. Does that mean that I've gained Sister Yu's favor? Jiang Chen smiled. Honey-mouthed little brother, I thought you were an unromantic guy. I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. It seems that all men in the world are the same. Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen with a hint of rebuke. She looked like an extremely resentful woman. You said it yourself. You don't like narrow-minded and calculative little men like him. You'll definitely like a high-end, low-key, luxurious man like me. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. Yu Ernyang was amused by Jiang Chen and she couldn't stop giggling. Her eyes were filled with unprecedented joy. On the other side, Xiaoxing was very angry. She snorted coldly. Seeing Jiang Chen talking and laughing with Yu Ernyang, she felt extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong? Jealous? Xiaoxing looked at his niece. He had just survived a disaster but he still had a faint smile on his face. His little action had saved all of them. Jiang Chen had made him understand that there would always be someone better than him in this world. An early heavenly god had saved all of them. Jealous? Don't joke around. Uncle, do you think I'll be jealous because of someone I have nothing to do with? Why should I be jealous of him? He's already head over heels in love with that vixen. Look at how happy he is. Who am I? Xiaoxing's questioning tone had already given Xiaoxing the answer. He smiled without saying a word. Little brother, should we be on our way? Xiaoxing asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked at Xiaoxing and said, I'm sorry, brother Xi. I might have to leave with you, Ernyang. I'm really sorry. Xiaoxing was slightly stunned. Although he was a little disappointed, it was her own choice after all. They were just strangers who met by chance. It's all right. All good things must come to an end. We'll see each other again. Xiaoxing said. We'll see each other again, brother Xi. Jiang Chen said and turned to leave. He was ready to leave with Yu Ernyang. He must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. What did I say? He doesn't like us at all. Now that he has that vixen, he's going to be with her forever. Hee. Men are really all the same. Xiaoxing said in a weird tone. Her words were heard by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head slightly and declined to comment, because there was no need for him to explain anything to them. This was his own choice and his own life. Xiaoxing turned around and a tear could be seen at the corner of her eyes. Which girl did not want to fall in love? But what could she say? How could she persuade Jiang Chen to stay? From the initial hatred to the final joy. He had always been a person who dared to love and hate. But she knew that they were not from the same world. There's a kind of love called letting go. Giving up for love for eternity. If leaving can give you everything, why should I cover my face and be sad? Xiaoxing raised her head and smiled brightly. She looked up and muttered. Chapter 2502. I didn't expect you to be so cool. That girl couldn't forget you, but you didn't react at all. You're such a blockhead. Yu Ernyang said with a smile. The two of them were heading in the opposite direction of Xiaoxing and the others, because the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was located in the west, which was a desolate area. It was filled with poisonous snakes, insects, rats and ants. Demonic beasts roamed freely in that area. Compared to the central area of the Tianqi mountain range, it was like hell. Do I have to like you just because you like me? Shameless little fella, I like big ones. I'm not small. Jiang Chen said with a smile. This time it was Yu Ernyang's turn to blush. She rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. You're so naughty, I don't dare to go with you anymore. You might eat me up one day. It's good enough that you don't eat me up. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked worried. They had traveled for 2,000 miles, but there was still no danger. Because of this, they had to be extra careful. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. In the Tianqi mountain range, a slight mistake could cost one's life. Why are you looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Chen asked. Yu Ernyang did not speak much along the way, but her words were full of provocation. She had been very careful for the past 10 days, even more so than Jiang Chen himself. This made Jiang Chen value Yu Ernyang even more. So what if you want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Yu Ernyang asked. Alchemy. I'm an alchemist. Of course I'm very fond of these treasures. Jiang Chen did not hide anything. After all, this was his original intention. Yu Ernyang's eyes lit up. She was surprised. I didn't expect you to be an alchemist. You're young and promising. Although she was surprised, Yu Ernyang did not believe that Jiang Chen could concoct any powerful pills. After all, his strength was undeniable. Anyone who could refine a supreme-grade pill was a genius in the field of alchemy. Moreover, he was so young. Yu Ernyang thought that Jiang Chen was just a beginner in the field of alchemy. You haven't answered me yet. Secret. Ernyang chuckled. She was like a butterfly, fluttering gracefully and agilely, treading on the snow. The western part of the Tianqi mountain range was covered in white snow and the temperature dropped. Even so, hundreds of flowers were still blooming and the ancient trees were still lush. Even the water was flowing down the mountain with a faint heat. The hot spring water was exceptionally sweet. Jiang Chen felt that the western region of the Tianqi mountain range was too peaceful. It was the complete opposite of the purgatory of death that they were talking about. Jiang Chen and Yu Ernyang did not let down their guard, so they had to move forward carefully. The Wudong Luoxia mountain is 40,000 miles ahead. It'll take us about 3 months to get there. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine is in the Thousandly Grand Canyon of the Wudong Luoxia mountain. However, the Thousandly Grand Canyon is ever-changing. Every year, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine will change its location. No one knows where it is. Yu Ernyang said in a deep voice. White snow stretches for thousands of miles and stretches across the wilderness. The mountain winds howl and everything is wrapped in silver. Who will rise and fall in the boundless mountain? Looks like we still have to travel a long way. It's not that easy to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Jiang Chen nodded and said. The Wudong Luoxia mountain is even more dangerous. My 2 brothers are waiting for me there. You're not alone. Jiang Chen was surprised. I never said that I'm alone. Yu Ernyang said. Looks like there are quite a lot of people who want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Jiang Chen sighed. 800 years ago, my 2 brothers and I came to the Tianqi mountain range. We've been guarding the Wudong Luoxia mountain, waiting for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart, but we couldn't find it. So I couldn't bear the loneliness and went out to play. I encountered a crisis and was saved by Lan Shaoxing. He fell in love with me, but I don't like him. But he has been pestering me for more than 100 years. He knew that I'm looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart, so he wanted to accompany me. But I'm not willing to go with him even though he's strong. But I think as someone from the Tianqi mountain range he should know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Moreover, there are quite a lot of people who know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Rumor has it that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart matures every 10,000 years, and it will cause a huge commotion in the Tianqi mountain range. This means that the battle for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart will be a grand feast. Jiang Chen said. That's right. But no one knows where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is now. But my 2 brothers have already sensed the strong life force of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart last year. It's just that they couldn't find its trace. Yu Ernyang obviously knew about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. I didn't find myself a difficult opponent, did I? Yu Ernyang suddenly looked at Jiang Chen. Don't worry, I'm not that crazy yet. Although the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is precious, my character is more valuable than it. Jiang Chen said confidently. I hope so. Don't let me look down on you. As soon as Yu Ernyang finished her words, she suddenly looked into the distance. The sound of battle attracted their attention. What a terrifying sword aura. One sword riding the wind and breaking the waves. Although this person's strength is on par with mine, I'm still far behind him. Yu Ernyang's expression was solemn, her pretty face was filled with shock. A long sword swept across 800 miles, the sword light was extremely cold and dazzling. Dozens of late heavenly god realm fire spiritual lions could not even get close to him, they were completely suppressed by him. Such a terrifying sword shadow appeared from the void, it was extremely overbearing. Indeed, it's a little terrifying. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, but he felt that the sword aura was somewhat familiar. Dozens of fire spiritual lions covered in red crystals were extremely swift and fierce. They could even tear a peak heavenly god realm human into pieces. However, in the hands of the white-robed swordsman, they were in an extremely difficult situation. His sword was invincible, his blade was cold and murderous as fast as lightning. It's him. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he said faintly. To think that it was an old friend. Do you know him? Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. This fellow was much stronger and more terrifying than Jiang Chen. He was even comparable to Lan Shaoxing. Moreover, this person's coldness made her shiver. It was a coldness that came from the bottom of his heart. She could feel it from the tip of his sword. Chapter 2503. This was Yu Ernyang's understanding of the white-robed swordsman. He was like a sword, unstoppable and unstoppable. His head could be chopped off, but his sword could not be broken. His blood could flow, but his sword would never turn back. White-robed sword god Shueliang. Yu Ernyang was shocked by Jiang Chen's explanation. She was curious about this guy's identity. What was he trying to do? Why does he know the white-robed sword god? Although Yu Ernyang was not interested in this name, this white-robed sword god should be a famous person. How are you compared to him? Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen curiously. After all, there was a huge gap between them. I'm not as good as him, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yu Ernyang was disappointed. She curled her lips and looked at the white-robed sword god again. He had already killed 13 late heavenly god realm fire spirit lions. To think that I could meet you here. Jiang Chen smiled. Fate follows the heavenly Dao, Dao follows nature. Everything is fated, Shueliang said indifferently. He looked at Jiang Chen emotionlessly, but his eyes were filled with admiration. Jiang Chen was able to stir up the entire Linhe boundary, killing 500 heavenly god realm experts, 10 half-step divine kings and the people of the 100 Sect Alliance. He even managed to escape under the watchful eyes of a divine king. It was an impossible miracle, but Jiang Chen did it. Shueliang rarely admired anyone. Whether it was in the hidden secret realm or the battle of life and death in the Linhe boundary, Jiang Chen had shown him how a monstrous genius was raised. In front of Jiang Chen, all the geniuses were destined to be overshadowed. All the monstrous geniuses were just fleeting clouds. You're right, it's fate that we met. Jiang Chen nodded. I'm here to look for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. As soon as Shueliang finished his words, Yu Ernyang's expression became more solemn. It was not easy to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has attracted a lot of people. Shueliang raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yu Ernyang without saying anything. Then let's go together, Jiang Chen said. All right. Shueliang did not say much and agreed to Jiang Chen's request directly. From Shueliang's attitude towards Jiang Chen, Yu Ernyang could understand that this arrogant white-robed sword god respected Jiang Chen very much, even though he was only an early heavenly god. However, Shueliang didn't even look at her. In his eyes, she was just a friend of Jiang Chen. Could it be that she was not charming enough? Yu Ernyang had never doubted her own charm. This could only mean that the white-robed sword god was truly a sword maniac. In his eyes there was only the sword in his hand, nothing else. Yu Ernyang could not help but be curious about Jiang Chen. The three of them traveled for a few months and finally arrived at the place that Yu Ernyang mentioned. It was the place where she and her two brothers had agreed to meet. Peach blossoms were scattered all over the mountains and plains. Everywhere was cool and refreshing. Meandering streams led to the blue sky. Looking at the boundless forest from afar. It's here. I can't be wrong. The 100 Miles Peach Forest is extraordinary. Yu Ernyang frowned. It was the first time for Jiang Chen to see her so nervous. The forest of peach blossoms was valiant and fragrant, causing one to feel relaxed and happy, as if they were intoxicated by it and unable to control themselves. This peach forest is strange, Shueliang said in a low voice. The moment the three of them stepped into the peach forest, Jiang Chen could feel an extraordinary force pulling them into the 100 miles of peach forest. Moreover, there was something strange about this place, causing them to have no idea what was going on. I clearly remember that it's here. But why can't I find it? Yu Ernyang said in a deep voice. Her pretty face was filled with coldness. Her two brothers would never leave so easily. This was the time they had agreed to meet. After 3 years of spring wind, the mountain was nowhere to be seen. When the peach blossoms fell, they talked about the ancient vine again. This 100 Miles peach forest is a formation. If I'm not wrong, we should have entered the formation by mistake, Jiang Chen said. The arrangement of the peach forest was quite exquisite. Every peach tree catered to the Tao of Yin and Yang of the 4 symbols of Tai Chi and 8 trigrams. The person who arranged this formation must be a peerless expert. Moreover, the peach trees grew naturally. The roots were the foundation of the formation and the peach blossoms were the shadows of the formation. The peach blossoms were ever-changing and the formation was ever-changing. As long as the peach blossoms did not die, the formation would never die. You mean we are trapped by the formation? My brothers might be trapped by the formation too? Yu Ernyang's face became more and more serious. They felt that it was difficult to find their way in this peach forest. They had completely lost their sense of direction. You can say that. I'm not sure if your brothers are trapped here. But we are indeed trapped in this peach forest. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why are you still taking a stroll? Since you can tell that this is a formation, why do you still want to enter it?" Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes and said, "I didn't know it was a formation before I came in." Jiang Qin said innocently, "This formation is really not simple." Shuiliang said in a low voice. The three of them had observed for a long time but they could not find any clues. "Let's take one step at a time. Otherwise no one will know what is so strange about this peach forest." Although Jiang Qin knew about formations, he could not be considered as an extremely powerful formation master because he had yet to fully understand the no-beginning formation. Therefore he was not an omnipotent formation master. At least he was still clueless about this peach blossom formation. However, Jiang Qin did not panic. He had even broken the no-beginning formation. He believed that this peach blossom formation would not be a problem for him. But Yu Ernyang did not think so. She was most worried about her brothers. "Are you sure you can get out of here?" Yu Ernyang asked with a serious look on her face. "I'll try my best." Jiang Qin nodded silently. At this moment Yu Ernyang had placed a heavy burden on him. However, the peach blossom formation was indeed strange. It was not aggressive at all. It was more like a misty formation that could trap people in it and make it hard for them to get out. Whoosh, whoosh, a gust of chilly wind blew and the peach flowers fell. But Jiang Qin felt that a gust of chilly wind was eroding their bodies. "Oh no, my strength is slipping away." Yu Ernyang's facial expression changed drastically. The chilly wind was howling and wherever it passed the peach blossoms were in a mess. Their thoughts were also disrupted by the chilly wind. Yu Ernyang could feel that her strength was slipping away without any warning. "I have the same feeling." Chapter 2504. Around them the peach blossoms were still there. The wind seemed to blow away their divine power. Jiang Qin also felt the loss of his divine power. "What's going on?" Jiang Qin looked around at the strange peach blossom formation, his heart filled with solemnity. Shuiliang and Yu Ernyang fell into complete silence, because they had no other way. "Look, there are so many snakes, insects, rats and ants." Yu Ernyang exclaimed. Tens of millions of snakes, insects, rats, ants, centipedes, green snakes, poisonous spiders and all kinds of poisonous animals had appeared in front of them. With a terrible yin-chi they covered the sky and covered the earth. The pink, fairy-tale-like peach blossom forest was completely infected by the black devil chi at this moment. The snakes, insects, rats and ants instantly annihilated half of the peach blossom forest. And Jiang Qin and the others were the first to bear the brunt. These snakes, insects, rats and ants are all poisonous and have corroded the peach blossom forest. If we don't get out of here as soon as possible, we are likely to be devoured by these guys. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. She also understood the crisis at this moment, but at this point they could only take one step at a time. "Go, you two go back first." Jiang Qin said, shielding Yu Ernyang and Shuiliang behind him and retreated step by step. A black fog filled the sky, accompanied by a horrible squeaking sound, swallowed Yu Ernyang's heart little by little. Her brother's situation was still unknown, and now they were in danger. Facing such a strange and horrible beast, her heart seemed to be swallowed up little by little. Yu Ernyang showed a panicked expression, but it was reasonable. After all, she was not only worried about herself. The poisonous gas emitted by the poisonous creatures here has formed a thick layer of poisonous miasma, which is gradually spreading. If we can't find a way out quickly, we may be swallowed by this poisonous miasma, and then we will really become the food of these poisonous creatures. Shuiliang said lightly. "I'll try my best." Jiang Qin whispered as he led the two of them through the peach blossom forest, looking for a way out. As time passed, Jiang Qin still couldn't find a way out. Especially when they were in a panic, finding a way out was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that the peach blossom forest was almost completely covered by this black miasma, the area they could stay in was rapidly shrinking. However, at this moment, the peach blossoms did not wither in the face of such a terrifying miasma. Instead, the peach trees were still thriving. However, this miasma made Zhou Xian and the others feel as though they were facing a great enemy. "We have nowhere else to go," Xianxia said in a low voice. Facing the miasma in front of them, they were in a critical situation and had to hold their breath. However, both Zhou Xian and Xianxia's divine power was draining away at this time. So was Zhou Xian, but he didn't feel it strongly. Because of the restorative power of the wood spirit, the draining of his divine power was almost negligible. "Then we can only fight our way out," Zhou Xian said. Facing the poisonous miasma and the poisonous creatures that were running around, the smokeless war had begun. "Follow me. We'll kill as we walk." All the demonic beasts and poisonous creatures have disappeared. They should be gathered here. This peach blossom forest is like a huge furnace, trapping all the demonic beasts here, Zhou Xian said in a low voice with a solemn expression. He exchanged a glance with Zhou Xian and suddenly held Xianxia's hand, taking a step forward. Xianxia was slightly startled and blushed. However, at this moment of life and death she couldn't care less. She followed Zhou Xian and fought their way out. At this moment they had been swallowed by the miasma. They could only rely on their divine power to protect their heart meridians from being attacked by the poisonous gas. Otherwise they would be seriously injured or even die. Tens of millions of poisonous creatures are mixed together. This almost covers all the poisonous creatures in the west of the Tianqi mountain range. This peach blossom forest is so powerful. Zhou Qian's heart was in turmoil. At this moment Zhou Qian heard the sound of a flute, which was sometimes hurried, sometimes melodious, sometimes exciting and sometimes panicked. These poisonous creatures were releasing their poisonous gas along with the sound of the flute. The poisonous gas was mixed together in an orderly manner. That kind of poison was almost incurable. As long as one was poisoned, even a heavenly god realm expert would not be able to survive. Kill these poisonous creatures. Zhou Qian's eyes turned cold. Although he knew that this was not a good solution, they had no other choice. The flame on Zhou Qian's hand rose up. The 5 elemental true fire merged into one. The 3000 flames dragon seal was formed and struck out. At this moment Xianxia finally felt how terrifying Zhou Qian was. The 3000 flames dragon seal was like a flaming fire dragon. It shot out and swept across the sky and earth. Countless poisonous creatures were engulfed by it and turned into ashes. The poisonous miasma in the surroundings also dissipated. Zhou Xian also took action quickly. The shadows of his sword shone brightly, killing those poisonous creatures continuously. Although the poisonous creatures were not strong, it was still a disgusting sight to see tens of thousands of snakes, insects, rats and ants rampaging in the peach blossom forest. Many ants could even bite an elephant to death. Perhaps a single poison wouldn't be able to kill a person, but if tens of millions of poisons were mixed together, it would be the poison of poisons, the king of poisons. No matter how ferocious Zhou Qian's attacks were, how could he possibly kill all the poisonous creatures that were coming at him endlessly? All the snakes, insects, rats and ants in the western region of the Tianqi mountain range were gathered here. Zhou Yang's face was pale, so was Xianxia. Zhou Qian turned around and found that they had been poisoned. Damn it! Zhou Qian's eyes were cold as he glanced at the tens of millions of poisonous creatures that were rushing towards them endlessly. The entire peach blossom forest had been flooded. They were trapped in the peach blossom miasma and the person's goal was to kill them. Zhou Qian's biggest worry now was whether this peach blossom forest was man-made or natural. However, according to Xianxia, the peach blossom forest had already existed 3 years ago before he decided to come here. It should not be targeted at him. However, why did nothing happen to Xianxia when she was here? Are you two all right? Zhou Qian asked. I'm fine for now. However, I may not last long. If I don't force the poison out of my body before dark, I may be in danger, Zhou Xian said in a low voice. Xianxia, on the other hand, was pale and bloodless. She was no longer as charming as she was before. She was not strong enough and had been corroded by the poisonous gas. The peach blossom forest had become their nightmare. Why are you all right? Zhou Xian asked. Because I am immune to all poisons. Zhou Qian smiled bitterly. There was no need for him to hide anything at this moment. Xianxia was in a life and death crisis. A woo, a deafening buzzing sound was heard. A blood-red centipede with tentacles rose from the ground. It was more than 10 feet wide and rushed to the sky. Its thousands of feet long body covered the sky. Its roar was so ear-piercing that it made people's scalps numb. It was as if thousands of ants were devouring their souls. Chapter 2505. The Crimson Centipede rushed towards Zhou Xian and the others as if it had received a command. Its claws were as sharp as a knife, tearing the void apart. Under the setting sun, it looked like an unstoppable giant beast. Xianxia dashed forward with his sharp sword, fighting against the Crimson Centipede. The sword radiance was piercingly cold. However, the Crimson Centipede was stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. Hundreds of giant legs attacked at the same time. Even Xianxia could not deal with it. "I'm poisoned. Am I going to die?" Xianxia murmured. Her eyes were filled with fear. No one could remain calm in the face of death. Moreover, Zhou Xian could not let anything bad happen to her when she was in such a strong desire to win the battle. "Don't worry. You won't die." Zhou Xian smiled faintly. He stretched out his hand and cut his wrist. "Drink it and you'll be immune to all poisons," Zhou Xian said in a low voice. Xianxia was slightly stunned. She did not expect that Zhou Xian would ask her to drink his blood. However, since he was immune to all poisons, it was true that his blood could detoxify the poison. "Thank you." Xianxia drank Zhou Qian's blood. It was not ordinary blood. It was the blood essence that Zhou Qian had forced out. Otherwise, it would not be able to detoxify the poison. After losing part of his blood essence, Zhou Qian felt weak. He was not physically weak but mentally weak. He would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Xianxia tried his best to fight back. However, his injuries were too severe. Most of his divine power had been blown away by the chilly wind. Now that he was poisoned, it was not easy for him to resist the attack of the Crimson Centipede. The Crimson Centipede was extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. It was comparable to the earthly fire three-headed dragon. Such a terrifying centipede was invincible. Xianxia retreated step by step. He could only defend passively against the Crimson Centipede. He could not fight back at all. "It's that strange flute sound again." Zhou Qian frowned. The strange flute sound seemed to complement the Crimson Centipede. The Crimson Centipede's attack became fiercer and fiercer. Zhou Qian and Xianxia attacked together. The three of them fought against the Crimson Centipede together. Suddenly, the Crimson Centipede's attack was weakened. Moreover, Zhou Qian's fierceness and overbearingness made the Crimson Centipede feel pressured. Although Xianxia was not as powerful as Zhou Qian and Xianxia, she was able to deal with the Crimson Centipede's harassment perfectly. Zhou Qian's punch was powerful and overbearing. He even broke the Crimson Centipede's claws. Even the Crimson Centipede felt that Zhou Qian was difficult to deal with. In addition to Xianxia's sword qi, the Crimson Centipede started to struggle. The Crimson Centipede waved its huge body, covering the sun and the sky. Under the fierce attack, Xianxia was knocked away. However, he turned around and slashed a dozen claws of the Crimson Centipede. At that moment, the Crimson Centipede was even angrier. The flute was getting more and more urgent. The blood-red centipede's anger was getting more and more terrifying. It swept across the peach forest, destroying everything in its path. It spat out a mouthful of poisonous fog. Zhou Qian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He did not care about the poisonous fog at all as he sprinted through it. When he landed on the ground, he punched the blood-red centipede's head with a deafening noise. Zhou Qian's fists fell on the Crimson Centipede's head like a storm. Although its head was hard, Zhou Qian's fists were harder. The Crimson Centipede was dizzy from Zhou Qian's punches and quickly retreated. In the urgent flute sound, the Crimson Centipede roared and burrowed into the ground unwillingly, disappearing without a trace. Zhou Qian looked up. He seemed to feel that the person behind the flute sound wanted to kill him, but he could not find out who that person was. Zhou Qian staggered. Because he had fed Xianxia his blood essence, he needed to take a good rest. Xianxia was also in the same situation. Looking at the setting sun that gradually sank into the mountains, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. The poisonous gas in his body had not entered his 8 extraordinary meridians, so he could still force it out of his body with his skills. Xianxia had recovered and was guarding Zhou Qian and Xianxia. Although the Crimson Centipede had retreated, they did not know what kind of danger was waiting for them. 10 days later, both Zhou Qian and Xianxia had recovered their strength. Yu Ernyang was full of admiration for Jiang Qin. She did not expect him to be so domineering, especially when he was fighting with the Crimson Centipede that day. He could still be so confident when there was such a huge gap between their strength. I feel it. My brother and the others should not be far from us. They should be within 100 miles. Yu Ernyang suddenly said in a low voice. Jiang Qin and Shuelyang followed closely behind her. At this moment, the worry in Yu Ernyang's eyes was enough to explain everything. Although Yu Ernyang could not find the way out of the peach forest, she could sense the location of her two brothers with the special sense of her family. The three of them ran for a day and a night before they found Yu Ernyang's brothers. At this moment, a group of gibbons surrounded the two young men. The two young men looked extremely solemn. They looked at the gibbon around them and seemed to be deep in thought. Third brother, fifth brother. Yu Ernyang cried out in alarm. But the dozens of gibbon monkeys suddenly roared and rushed towards Yu Ernyang's two brothers. Yu Ernyang and Yu Ernyang let out a low growl and pushed back the dozens of gibbon monkeys. Girl, are you finally willing to come back? The young man with a long beard, dressed in luxurious clothes, said in a low voice and stared at Yu Ernyang. Yu Ernyang curled her lips. I still remember the promise I made with my brothers. When the peach blossoms fall, we will talk about the ancient vine. This is my third brother Yu Jingfan and my fifth brother Yu Huafan. You still remember. And these two are. Yu Jingfan squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Qin and Shuelyang. They're my friends. They are here to help us find the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. Nonsense. Yu Huafan said coldly. His eyes became cold. Jiang Qin could see their hostility. It must be because Yu Ernyang told them about the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. Yu Ernyang sighed in her heart. She knew that her brothers would fall out with each other. But the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart was hard to find. One more person meant one more chance. An early heavenly god dares to come to the Tianqi mountain range to die. Ah, what a joke. You dare to say that you are looking for the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart? What a joke. Yu Huafan said with a cold smile. He looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. It's a pleasure to have friends coming from afar. This old ape lives in the peach forest and does not care about worldly affairs. Why did you guys hurt my disciple? An old gibbon with long eyebrows said in a low voice as he walked out from the cave. He was calm and submissive. Chapter 2506. Such a powerful old gibbon. Jiang Qin thought in his heart. He couldn't see through the old gibbon's strength at all. It was as if each and every movement of the old gibbon had become one with the heavens and earth. It was as if the old gibbon had never changed in this cave. Yu Huafan and the others looked solemn. They could feel that the old gibbon's strength was not ordinary. Even their dissatisfaction towards Jiang Qin was reduced by a lot. Obviously, the old gibbon made them feel as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? Yu Huafan said proudly with cold eyes. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is who you are and what do you want to do. It's your fortune and misfortune to enter the peach blossom spring by mistake. The old ape spoke in a low voice while putting his palms together with a solemn expression. He was like an eminent monk that had attained the Tao, and he was composed and unmoving like a mountain. Stop acting mysterious. What is this peach blossom spring? Why can't we get out of here? Yu Huafan pointed at the old gibbon and said. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. What the hell are you talking about? Who are you? Are you the one who set up the formation in the peach blossom spring? Beating up your disciples and grand-disciples is just a way for you to gain some knowledge. Don't blame us for being impolite if you don't tell us. Yu Huafan's expression was gloomy. They had been trapped here for more than 3 years. How could they not be angry? Now that they finally found the old gibbon, they would not let it go easily. Not to mention that they were trapped here, they were suffocated to death. There were only peach trees and peach blossoms. Yu Jingfan did not say anything. He did not want to stay here and wait for death. They were here to look for the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. Being trapped in the peach blossom spring, it would be impossible to find the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. There are people in the depths of the peach blossom spring. You should be well aware of where you came from. Those who covet after it cannot change anything. The old gibbon smiled indifferently. He was not angry at Yu Huafan's rebuke. Jiang Qin looked at him silently. He had a feeling that this old ape was not someone easy to deal with. Despite facing so many people, he was still calm and composed. It was not easy for him to maintain his composure. Little girl, let this old ape give you a piece of advice. If you do too much, your fate will surely end early. After speaking, the old ape turned around and disappeared without a trace. Even the entrance from before had disappeared without a trace. What replaced it was the boundless peach blossom spring. Yuanyang was slightly startled. He was a little hesitant. What did the old ape mean? What do you mean by, everything is too much, fate is bound to end early? Am I really supposed to listen to him and comprehend his words? Yuanyang's heart was moved at this moment. This old ape was too shocking. He disappeared without a trace just like that. Trying to act mysterious. Old ape, don't let me catch you. Yu Huafan roared angrily. His voice could be heard from thousands of miles away. However, the peach blossom spring was still indiscernible. Jiang Qin, Yu Jingfan and the others were shocked. This was not an illusion, the old gibbon really existed just now. However, it disappeared in a blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. It was unbelievable and hard to find its trace. Since we are already here, let's take things as they come, Jiang Qin frowned. At this moment he began to think about how to get out of this peach blossom formation. The old ape's words were thought-provoking. He did not mean any harm. It was not difficult for him to deal with them with his strength. However, the old ape did not take any action. He chose to disappear. Fifth brother, he is a friend that I brought here. He has saved me several times in the past. Yuanyang looked at Yu Huafan and said in a low voice. At this moment Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan's faces became slightly better. Since your two brothers do not trust me, I will not disturb you. Jiang Qin shrugged and said. Little brother, please stay. Please forgive my brother for his rudeness. We are all brothers in the world. Since we are fated to meet again, everything is predestined. Yu Jingfan said with a faint smile. Little brother, forgive my rudeness. I did not know that my sister is so indebted to you. Although Yu Huafan was reluctant, he knew what was right and wrong. He was able to save Yuanyang several times, so his strength should not be weaker than Yuanyang's. They were now looking for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to make a breakthrough. The mystery of the Peach Blossom Forest had made them suffer a lot. At this moment they had to leave this place as soon as possible. Looking at Yuanyang's pleading eyes, Jiang Qin did not continue to argue with Yu Huafan. After all, Jiang Qin was a soft-hearted person, especially towards women. Third brother, have you ever encountered a swarm of poisonous miasma insects here? Yuanyang asked. No. Why do you ask? Yu Jingfan looked at Yuanyang in surprise. I didn't before, but I have now. Yu Huafan pointed at the back of Jiang Qin and Shuelyang with a pale face. Countless poisonous bugs and rats rushed towards them again. The sky was filled with purple-black poisonous miasma. The whole peach blossom forest became pitch black again. The blood-stained sunset had already sunk into the darkness, looking like the half-closed eye of the blood wheel. At the moment when Jiang Qin and Shuelyang turned their heads, countless snakes, insects, rats and ants had already covered the sky. This time it was more densely packed than before. It was frightening to look at. Shit. How could this be? Isn't this too terrifying? Yu Huafan's heart trembled. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. After all, his strength had reached the peak heavenly god realm. It was the same for Yu Jingfan. Facing so many snakes, insects, rats and ants, they would definitely devour them. Not even their bones would be left. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiang Qin suddenly thought of something. Fire was the nemesis of all things, especially the snakes, insects, rats and ants. Even the poisonous miasma was dispelled by the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Within a radius of 500 meters, no snakes, insects, rats or ants could get close to them. Unexpectedly, this lad is quite capable. Yu Huafan looked at Yu Jingfan and said in surprise. Thanks to Jiang Chen's 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation, they were able to relax a lot. Countless snakes, insects, rats and ants rushed towards Jiang Chen like moths darting into a flame. Unknowingly, the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation had burned countless snakes, insects, rats and ants into ashes. I wonder how long this insect tide will last. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn. He had a bad feeling about this. Why didn't the two of them encounter any attacks from the insects for 3 years? They were just trapped in this place. However, as soon as he entered the peach blossom forest, he was attacked by the insects one after another. Moreover, the strange flute sound was very thought-provoking. Jiang Qin didn't want his premonition to come true. If that happened, someone else would become his scapegoat. Chapter 2507. This tide of insects seems to be affected by the sound of the flute. It's unpredictable. Someone must be controlling this tide of insects. Yu Jingfan squinted his eyes and said in a low voice. Undeniably, even though they were in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation, they were deeply shocked and even a little worried. Could the 5-elemental trigram fire formation withstand the insect tide? Moreover, the tide of insects had turned into a giant sword that decorated the sky. Could give them a fatal blow at any time. Yu Huafeng could not help but have a creepy feeling. He felt that the small 5-elemental trigram fire formation would definitely collapse when the giant sword of the insect tide fell. Lad, are you confident? Yu Huafeng asked again. You can go out and try if you don't believe me. Jiang Chen smiled and shrugged. I'm not forcing you to stay in the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Yu Huafeng, who had suffered a setback, could only remain silent. If he were to go out and fight with the tide of insects, it would be no different than courting death. The green-clothed girl walked through the air to the peak of the Peach Blossom Formation, East Wu Sunset Mountain. Her eyes flickered as she gently blew on her bamboo flute. The sound was pleasing to the ears, and the endless insect tide was under her control. A black figure was standing in front of the green-robed girl. He was holding a black token that looked like a devil's spirit. It carried a terrifying, devouring power as if it was going to absorb all the darkness. Seeing the Futu token is like seeing the Futu. The black figure said faintly. The green-robed girl nodded slightly and played the bamboo flute again. Her eyes were as calm as a clear spring, as if she was isolated from the world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The rapid sound of the bamboo flute reverberated in the sky. The giant sword of the insect tide fell at this moment and hit Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, but his expression did not change. With his own strength he had withstood the attack. At this moment the 5-elemental trigram fire formation shook violently as though it was about to collapse. Jiang Chen had used all his strength to stabilize the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Without the protection of the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen could only rely on himself. Once the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was broken, they would be trapped and drowned by the insect swarm. This time Jiang Chen had no choice but to go all out, because once the 5-elemental trigram fire formation was broken, they would definitely fall into a situation of death and escape. At that time they would really be running for their own lives, and the chances of them surviving in the end would be extremely slim. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, the insect swords had almost shattered the 5-elemental trigram fire formation. Can you hold on? Shuoyang asked. Yes, I can. Jiang Chen smiled brightly as though he was not worried at all. Shuoyang nodded slightly. From his point of view, if Jiang Chen had promised, he would definitely be able to do it. Little brother, if you can't do it, don't force yourself. Our situation now is not very optimistic. If we risk our lives and go our separate ways, we might still have hope. Yu Jingfan said solemnly. He was the strongest and his words were the most authoritative at this moment. Even Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen. Let's see how many more times he can come. Jiang Chen accumulated his divine power again, and his 5-elemental trigram fire formation was strengthened by him again. The wood spirit could completely recover the divine power that he had consumed. Now Jiang Chen did not know how strong the enemy's attack was, so he had to go all out. Not bad, let the storm come more violently. The black figure glanced at the green-robed girl. The latter remained silent, but the flute continued to play and a terrifying sound wave exploded. It even became a whistling sound that shook the forest. The insect swarm in the sky gathered once again. Even though the dead snakes, insects, rats and ants had piled up into a mountain, they were still like moths flying into a flame, rushing up layer by layer to meet the challenge. The insect swords merged together again, and this time it was several times stronger than before. Even Yu Jingfan's expression changed. At this moment, Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation might not be able to hold on anymore. Come, I want to see if your spear is sharper or my shield is thicker. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp as he looked at the sky. He knew that someone was behind this, but he did not know who it was. Buzz. Following the flute's charge, the giant swords of the insect swarm fell on the 5-elemental trigram fire formation once again. Jiang Chen continued to strengthen it, but the 5 elemental trigram fire formations still started to crack. Jiang Chen had no choice but to shrink the 5 elemental trigram fire formation. However, the waves of insects seemed to be endless. They gathered 3 times and landed 3 times. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation was already riddled with holes. Even Jiang Chen was severely injured. Such a powerful flute sound. If it's not relying on absolute soul power, it's impossible to be so powerful. Jiang Chen's face turned pale as he thought to himself. To shoot a man, first shoot the horse. To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. A bunch of ants. No matter how many I kill, it's useless. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed. Great Soul Derivation Technique, Soul Derivation. Jiang Chen casted the Great Soul Derivation Technique. His terrifying soul force covered the entire area, completely covering the sound of the flute. The Great Soul Derivation Technique swept across the 9 heavens. Its soul force was astonishing. Jiang Chen's soul power was as powerful as a hierarch realm expert. Jiang Chen was not confident in this collision of souls because he did not know how strong the opponent's soul was. However, he had to do it. If the opponent's soul power was stronger than his, he would definitely suffer a backlash. However, if the opponent's soul power was weaker than his, he would definitely injure the opponent heavily. The insect swords naturally subsided. The overwhelming soul power engulfed the East Wu Sunset Mountain. The black figure's expression changed as he retreated 1,000 miles away. The green-clothed girl was the first to bear the brunt of Jiang Chen's soul attack. The soul return to the great amplification could purify soul energy, causing the green-clothed girl's face to instantly turn pale. She coughed up a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing. Her clear eyes dimmed significantly as she fell from Wudong's Sunset Mountain. Jiang Chen felt that the terrifying soul power was still unable to defeat him. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, but the corner of his mouth slowly revealed a smile. The endless insect swords retreated once again. Those dead snakes, insects, rats and ants were taken away by their companions. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. Even the ants were trying to survive. However, this massacre was not what he wanted. The flute sound also stopped at this moment. He knew that even if the opponent did not die, she must have suffered a heavy injury and would not be able to fight anymore. In the end, he still won this smokeless battle. Jiang Chen is still Jiang Chen. The black figure murmured. Deep in his eyes, there was a trace of resentment and determination to kill. Are you all right, Jiang Chen? Shuoyang asked. I'm fine. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Jiang Chen? With Jiang Chen. Are you that Jiang Chen from Linhe Boundary? Chapter 2508. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Yu Ernyang. There are so many people with the same name in this world. I am me. Jiang Chen said non-committally. He didn't confirm or deny it. What's wrong? Yu Huafan looked at Yu Ernyang and felt a little surprised. Is the name Jiang Chen very cool? However, Yu Ernyang still did not believe it. What's so different about the Jiang Chen that you know? Jiang Chen smiled and said. He challenged the Linhe Boundary alone and swept across the entire Ba Huang region. He killed thousands of heavenly god realm experts, tens of thousands of prodigies and 10 half-step divine kings. Even the 8 divine kings couldn't do anything to him. He offended the entire Linhe Boundary. He's the peerless genius of the younger generation. His name has spread far and wide. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen with her fiery eyes. Because this name was too famous in the surrounding 10 boundaries. Even Yu Ernyang, who was in the Tianqi mountain range, had heard of it. This name was like a thunder that came out of nowhere and swept across the entire world. Not only the Linhe Boundary, even the surrounding boundaries were terrified of Jiang Chen's name. How could Yu Ernyang not be shocked? However, the Jiang Chen in front of her was only an early heavenly god. Even though he was powerful, she still could not believe that the current Jiang Chen was the same Jiang Chen. Are you serious? If he's really as powerful as you said, killing 10 half-step divine kings wouldn't have been so difficult. But although he's powerful, he's only an early heavenly god. Yu Huafan was shocked by Jiang Chen's strength. However, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation could restrain the pests. Otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. At least he did not believe that Jiang Chen could kill a half-step divine king. Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen was calm and unruffled. This wasn't something worth bragging about. Yu Jingfan didn't know. But Yu Ernyang knew very well how terrifying the name of Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen had never mentioned his name along the way. She wouldn't have been so surprised if Shuoyang didn't mention it. Jiang Chen, is he really as godly as you say? Yu Jingfan smiled. However, he was obviously more reserved and did not say anything. A person's name is like a tree's shadow. You people in East Wudong Sunset Mountain don't know this, but the name Jiang Chen has become a nightmare in other domains and has shaken all of them. Yu Ernyang said solemnly. Even so, what can we do? Whether I am or not, what does it have to do with this? Jiang Chen is indeed a big devil, but you don't have to put the blame on me, do you? Don't tell me you're worried that I'll kill you and rob you? Rob you of your scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Ah. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. His smile made Yu Ernyang even more unfathomable. Yeah, Jiang Chen has just saved our lives, he won't harm us no matter what. Yu Jingfan smiled. Jiang Chen. Yu Ernyang murmured and suddenly smiled. So what if you're the big devil? I really want to see how powerful the big devil Jiang Chen is to be able to kill a half-step divine king, and even a divine king couldn't do anything to him. First of all, you have to be clear. Look at my harmless appearance, I have nothing to do with the great devil. Handsome and elegant, that's more like it. Jiang Chen laughed and said confidently. Even though he was severely injured, it did not affect his mood at all. Alright, you're still injured, so don't brag. Yu Ernyang was still as elegant as before. Her voice was gentle and her smile was elegant. She was more beautiful than a young girl, more bashful than a young girl, charming and charming. Yu Jingfan looked at Yu Ernyang in surprise. This was the first time this girl had become so obedient. She was the famous thorny blood rose in the family. Now that she had come out, she had learned to restrain herself and was not as arrogant as before. This was also a good thing. We need to get out of this peach blossom forest as soon as possible. Otherwise, the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will mature on the 9th day of the 9th month of the first year. It's already the 3rd day of the 9th month, there are still 6 days left. Yu Huafan said solemnly. Indeed, we don't have much time left by the heavens. Yu Ernyang nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Chen. Do you have any ideas? Looks like you're quite knowledgeable about formations. Yu Ernyang suddenly recalled that Jiang Chen's 5-elemental trigram fire formation was able to restrain the snakes, insects, rats and ants. He even managed to repel the insect tied by himself. He must be quite knowledgeable about formations. I know a thing or two, let me try. Jiang Chen said. He did not have absolute confidence. Before Jiang Chen and the others could continue their journey, the croaking of the frogs made everyone's heart tighten again. Croak, croak, croak. The croaking of the frogs reverberated in the depths of the peach blossom forest. Jiang Chen's expression slightly froze. I've heard that the reason why the blazing flame heavenly lizard was so courageous to fight against the earthly fire 3-headed dragon of the 8 lineages Silver River was that its master had already reached the divine king realm. And that master was the 2nd strongest demonic beast in the Tianqi mountain range, the ancient spiritual beast, blue-eyed azure flower toad. Could it be that we? Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. Her pretty face was filled with worry. That shouldn't be the case. The blue-eyed azure flower toad is an ancient spiritual beast. It's no weaker than an ancient divine beast. Most importantly, if it has become a god king, it probably won't cause trouble for us small fries, right? Yu Huafan rolled his eyes. If it was really the blue-eyed azure flower toad, it would be impossible for them to leave this place alive. Mysterious blue triangular eyes, purplish blue flower spots, bull-like eyes, ocean-like aura, this. Yu Huafan's face turned pale. The 3 of them had been in the Tianqi mountain range for more than 100 years. They were very clear about the forces here. Although they had never seen the blue-eyed azure flower toad before, they had heard about it. After all, it was the 2nd strongest demonic beast apart from the 8 lineages Silver River. Jiang Chen and the others' pupils shrunk as they stared at the giant toad that was 100 meters away from them. The toad was more than 3 zhang tall and it was staring at them with its huge eyes. There were hundreds of little toads around it and they were all heavenly god realm experts. It was a terrifying sight to behold. It's not a divine king realm. It's just a peak heavenly god realm. Shuoyang said. Yu Huafan took a deep breath and sighed. Just a peak heavenly god realm? You know that the blue-eyed azure flower toad is an ancient spiritual beast. Although it's only a peak heavenly god realm, even a half-step divine king might not be its match. Truly, before one wave has subsided, another wave rises. It seems like this peach blossom spring is not some paradise, but a place where demonic beasts run amok. Chapter 2509. There are so many of us. Even if this fella is strong, we're not afraid of him. Xianxia said. Big brother, are you really dumb or are you acting dumb? Do you think that the blue-eyed azure flower toad has nothing to do with the blue-eyed azure flower toad that just broke through to the divine king realm? Yang smiled bitterly. The old gibbon is right. Since we're here, let's kill it first. Xianxia said with a gloomy expression. This blue-eyed azure flower toad came prepared. Not a bad dinner. The taste of humans is more delicious than those demonic beasts. The blue-eyed azure flower toad spoke with a tinge of greed. It leaped up and appeared in front of Xianxia and the others in an instant. What a big mouth, I wonder if it can swallow its own heart. Zhou Xian sneered. Lowly humans, it's your honor to be eaten by me. How dare you provoke me? The blue-eyed azure flower toad turned into a fat young man. His eyes bulged and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked like a fool. This lady is not bad. I'll keep her to be my wife. I've never tasted a human beauty. Hee. How dare you take liberties with me? I'll dig your eyes out. Yang roared in anger. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Although she said that she could not kill this blue-eyed azure flower toad, she hated it to the core. A bunch of lowly humans. Do you think you're qualified to fight me? I'm an ancient spiritual beast. My father is now the king of the Tianqi mountain range. It's impossible for the 8 lineages Silver River to be the strongest. The blue-eyed azure flower toad said proudly. His bulging eyes looked disgusting. However, his aura was extremely powerful, only Yu Jingfan could match up to him. If it wasn't for your father's prestige, you would have died 100 times in the Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia sneered. You dare to mock me? I can kill 10,000 of you with one hand. It was 100,000. Even without my father, I'm still one of the top experts in the Tianqi mountain range. It's your fortune to be eaten by me. The blue-eyed azure flower toad said in a condescending manner, looking down on Xianxia. There's no point in talking. Let's see if you'll eat us or if we'll kill you. Zhou Xian stared at the blue-eyed azure flower toad. He was as domineering as Xianxia, completely disregarding the blue-eyed azure flower toad. You bunch of ants. How dare you look down on me? I will chew you up until not even your bones are left. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was enraged. Yang and her siblings knew that they could not let the blue-eyed azure flower toad leave. We can't let him take even half a step away from here. Brother Jiang, rest first and watch how my brother kills this blue-eyed azure flower toad. Yu Huafen smiled proudly. The 3 siblings joined hands with Zhou Xian and charged towards the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Xianxia nodded slightly. He needed some time to recuperate. It should be a piece of cake for the 3 of them to deal with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Zhou Xian, who had reached the late heavenly god realm, could definitely fight against a half-step divine king. As a rare genius in the late years of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, Xianxia did not believe that Zhou Xian was only capable of this. As for Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan, they were not easy to deal with either. There shouldn't be too much suspense in this battle. You guys will pay the price for being arrogant. The blue-eyed azure flower toad sneered. He took a step forward and leaped into the sky. The blue-eyed azure flower toad had returned to its original form. It's no use trying to argue. Without your father, you're just a stinky toad. Yang said with a smile. She held a white jade dagger in her hand and leaped into the sky. A terrifying aura swept across the peach blossom forest. Countless peach blossoms rolled over and formed a terrifying blade aura that could split a mountain. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's expression turned serious. He soared into the sky and ignored the blue-eyed azure flower toad's attack. Croak. Yang's dagger slashed on the blue-eyed azure flower toad's body. The blue-eyed azure flower toad trembled and Yang retreated. The ferocious blade aura did not leave a single scratch on the blue-eyed azure flower toad's body. She was indeed a peak heavenly god realm expert. Yu Huafan immediately rushed forward. His long spear with red tasseled embellishments rose up one after another, and the shadow of the stick broke through the void like thunder and lightning. The blue-eyed azure flower toad kept leaping up, and Yu Huafan pursued it relentlessly. The shadow of the spear pierced through the sky, and the blue-eyed azure flower toad escaped Yu Ernyang's attack, but failed to escape from Yu Huafan's long spear. The spear struck the blue-eyed azure flower toad's back. Yu Jingfan took the chance and joined hands with Shueliang to suppress the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was in a passive state. It kept roaring and tried to break through. However, Yu Jingfan and Shueliang were both powerful and would not give it a chance to counterattack. With a spurt of energy, he was determined to completely subdue him. Jiang Chen's lips curled. This fella is not that scary after all. However, the person behind him is not to be underestimated. One of the only divine kings in the Tianqi mountain range. So you're this weak. I've overestimated you. The blue-eyed azure flower toad is just Isu. Yu Huafan sneered. The spear radiance rose once again and approached the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's eyes were filled with rage. It was suppressed by Yu Jingfan and Shueliang and had no chance to retaliate. On the contrary, it was forced back by Yu Huafan and Yu Ernyang. You guys forced me to do this. The blue-eyed azure flower toad let out a low roar and continued to breathe. It grew bigger and bigger from 30 feet to 30 feet. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. Even Yu Jingfan and Shueliang could not suppress it anymore. This fella is weird. Jiang Qin frowned. Soul-devouring poison mist. The blue-eyed azure flower toad spat out a purple poisonous mist that spread out. In an instant, the peach blossoms withered and the peach trees withered. Yu Jingfan and the rest had a drastic change in expression as they quickly retreated. The terrifying poisonous mist caught them off guard and they were all struck by it. Their bodies were constantly being devoured and even their souls were being corroded. Chapter 25:10. The blue-eyed azure flower toad stared coldly at Yu Jingfan and the others. The corner of its mouth was filled with killing pleasure. How could this be? Isn't this poison a little too overbearing? Yu Huafan's expression changed. Yu Ernyang, Yu Jingfan and Shueliang were both affected by the poison. Their figures were scattered as the poison had completely invaded their bodies. They were too careless. The blue-eyed azure flower toad pretended to be weak at the beginning and used its poison to fight against them. It was indeed a cunning and insidious thing. The poison is spreading in my body. I must force it out of my body as soon as possible. Otherwise it's over. The corner of Yu Huafan's mouth slightly trembled. Even though Yu Jingfan and Shueliang were powerful, they still couldn't resist the poison. They had underestimated the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad, causing them to suffer a great loss. Yu Ernyang, on the other hand, was not in so much pain. Even though the poison was quite powerful to her, she was able to resist the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison after drinking Jiang Chen's blood. However, it was still a drop in the bucket as the poison was too overbearing. After all, the blue-eyed azure flower toad is an ancient spiritual beast. I'm envious of its terrifying poison. Jiang Chen's lips curled. He was the only one who could fight against the blue-eyed azure flower toad now. You don't have the ability to eat my people. Jiang Chen took a step forward and stood in front of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Did I hear it wrong? You're the weakest and you dare to show off in front of me? Do you think that with your meager strength you dare to challenge me? You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Do you think that I, the blue-eyed azure flower toad, am a pushover? Can't you see that the poison has started to take effect on those four guys? The blue-eyed azure flower toad looked down on Jiang Chen. In its eyes, Jiang Chen wasn't worth mentioning at all. Could crush him with one hand. Really? I'm a person who likes to do the opposite. I want to see how you're going to crush me. Come on. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest. He was arrogant. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was arrogant, but he was even more arrogant. I've never seen someone like you who seeks death. I'll grant your wish. Go to hell for me. The blue-eyed azure flower toad spat out a mouthful of poisonous mist. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain, facing the poisonous mist that was spat out by the blue-eyed azure flower toad. The poisonous mist spread on Jiang Chen's body, but Jiang Chen stood there proudly, unharmed. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's pupils shrunk. Even Yu Jingfan and Yu Huafan were shocked. Jiang Chen could withstand the poisonous mist? Jiang Chen was able to resist the poison? Only Shueliang and Yu Ernyang knew that Jiang Chen was resistant to poison. But he was still able to ignore the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. Shueliang knew how terrifying this fellow was. He wouldn't be surprised if anything happened to Zhou Xian because this fellow was best at creating miracles. Bastard! You dare to ignore my poison? The blue-eyed azure flower toad's heart skipped a beat. His poisonous mist was his strongest technique. If Zhou Xian ignored his poisonous mist, it would be equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. Fortunately, he was still weak. I don't believe that a normal human like you can be immune to my poison. The blue-eyed azure flower toad gritted his teeth and roared. Zhou Xian had completely angered him. This was a provocation. So confident. Haha, then have a taste of my poison. Let's see who's better. Zhou Xian sneered. His hands struck out continuously. 2 rays of black light shot out and interweaved with the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. At that moment, the blue-eyed azure flower toad's body trembled. He felt a poison that was even more terrifying than his own. Zhou Qian's eyes became colder. The poisonous nether toad's poison was not weaker than the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison. It might even be stronger. The poisonous nether toad's poison made him immune to hundreds of poisons, but the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison was not ordinary either. Zhou Xian suddenly wanted to devour the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison and use it for himself. If that was the case, the poisonous nether toad's poison would be even more terrifying. Even he didn't dare to imagine what would happen when the 2 poisons fused together. What a terrifying poison! The blue-eyed azure flower toad's heart shook. But it had the same thought as Zhou Xian. If it could assimilate Zhou Qian's poison, then its poison would be even more powerful. Zhou Xian and the blue-eyed azure flower toad were smiling while releasing the poison from their bodies. Shuiliang and the others quickly retreated. Even though Zhou Xian tried his best to control the range of the poisonous mist, it still caused a few li of land to be barren. Even the peach trees that were spared from the poisonous mist of the snakes, insects, rats and ants had all withered at this moment. The flowers had fallen and the trees had withered. The blue-eyed azure flower toad and Zhou Xian constantly released the poison in their bodies. Both of them wanted to assimilate the poison in each other's bodies. Therefore they had to fight with their lives on the line. The poison of the poisonous nether toad was gradually devoured by the poison of the blue-eyed azure flower toad and gained the upper hand. After all, this was the main body of the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Although the poisonous nether toad was strong, it was probably on par with the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Compared to the poison of Zhou Qian's poisonous nether toad, his main body was obviously superior. Zhou Qian's face became darker and darker. Because his body was already filled with the poison of the poisonous nether toad and the blue-eyed azure flower toad. Will Zhou Qian be alright? Yu Ernyang said with a solemn face. At this moment the 2 poisons in Zhou Qian's body were intertwined. From his face and aura, it could be seen that Zhou Qian was not feeling well. It's hard to say. This guy is really too arrogant. Although he also has a poison in his body that can contend against the blue-eyed azure flower toad, the blue-eyed azure flower toad has an endless supply of poison. It won't be easy to truly contend against it. Yu Jingfan was extremely shocked. Zhou Qian's actions made them extremely worried. After all, he was the last line of defense. If Zhou Qian was defeated, all of them would become the blue-eyed azure flower toad's food. They could only blame themselves for underestimating the enemy and falling into the blue-eyed azure flower toad's trap. I don't think he will give in so easily. Shuiliang murmured. The Zhou Qian that he knew would not give up. Although he did not have the chance to witness that shocking battle, he heard from the old ancestor in the Forgotten Sword Tomb that it was the most terrifying battle in the Linhe boundary for thousands of years. Zhou Qian was unstoppable, peerless and peerless. If he really died in the hands of a mere toad, would he still be Zhou Qian? The blue-eyed azure flower toad wasn't having a good time either, because the venomous nether toad's poison had already seeped into its body. Right now the 2 of them were competing in endurance to see who could last longer, to see whose poison was stronger, fiercer and fiercer. Zhou Qian's expression was solemn. The 2 poisons in his body had formed a vicious cycle. The poisonous nether toad's poison had already been tamed by Zhou Qian, but now, it became active again. The 2 poisons collided with each other, causing Zhou Qian to suffer. There should be a way to cure the poison no matter how strong it is. Zhou Qian thought. The battle between the 2 of them had already caused him great pain. The poison was corroding every meridian in his body. The blue-eyed azure flower toad's eyes were ferocious. Its pain might not be any lesser than Zhou Qian's. Burning everything using fire to cure poison. Ha, I'm really talented. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, and the 5 elemental true fire instantly spread through his meridians. Using fire to expel poison was truly using poison to fight poison. If water could purify everything, then fire could burn everything. The true dragon fire, true thunder fire, Qilin sacred fire, vermilion divine fire, and extreme sun fire gathered together. Jiang Chen used fire to burn his body. As expected, Jiang Chen's method of using fire to cure poison had a great effect. The 2 poisons were shrinking rapidly in Jiang Chen's body. Eventually, they formed 2 clouds of poisonous gas that balanced each other and complemented each other. The 5 elemental true fire combined the 2 poisons into one, but it didn't completely merge. Instead, it formed a black taiji diagram in Jiang Chen's dantian. Using poison to fight poison, they restrained each other. Jiang Chen's complexion also gradually returned to normal. Although he was still being corroded by the 2 poisons, they had already been continuously purified by Jiang Chen. Under the suppression of the 5 elemental true fire, the 2 poisons had no room to fight back. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Break for me. Jiang Chen struck out with the seal. The blue-eyed azure flower toad let out a strange cry. His heart was filled with shock. Jiang Chen could actually make the 2 poisons listen to him, and they complemented each other. Its own poison was completely ineffective against him. Moreover, the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal formed by the 5 elemental true fire roared continuously, engulfing the sky. The blue-eyed azure flower toad couldn't withstand it at all. It had already been corroded by the 2 poisons. Under the devouring of the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal, it was completely scorched. Without the attack of the poison, and under the influence of Jiang Chen's venomous nether toad's poison, the blue-eyed azure flower toad couldn't protect itself. In the end, it turned into ashes, leaving only a demon crystal in Jiang Chen's hand. The blue-eyed azure flower toad died without a burial. My son who dared to kill my son? Chapter 25:11. Jiang Chen seemed to be in deep thoughts as he raised his head and looked towards the direction. A surging resentment seemed to be spreading in the west of the Tianqi mountain range. Jiang Chen devoured the blue-eyed azure flower toad's soul-devouring poisonous mist and turned it into his own. Now his poison was more than 10 times stronger than the poisonous nether toad's poison. This was not a simple addition. Jiang Chen is still the same Jiang Chen. Shuai Yang's lips curled up slightly. Jiang Chen's strength had proven everything. Even the blue-eyed azure flower toad's poison could not defeat him. Good lad. Quick, cure us. Yu Huafan's eyes lit up. He was almost turned into ashes by the soul-devouring poisonous mist. At this moment he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Jiang Chen did not say much and quickly cured the 4 of them. Since they were deeply poisoned, they would be severely injured if they did not cure the poison as soon as possible. Even if they could cure the poison in the future, they might not be able to improve their strength anymore. Yu Ernyang's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen did not disappoint them. Although he was not the strongest, he had gained everyone's approval. The path of a powerhouse was never smooth sailing. Jiang Chen, thank you. Yu Ernyang said from the bottom of her heart. Jiang Chen had saved the lives of the 3 of them. It's nothing. Jiang Chen said with a smile. We must leave this place as soon as possible. The blue-eyed azure flower toad was killed. Do you think his father will let it go? Tianqi mountain range is his base. Yu Jingfan's words reminded Jiang Chen. But the only thing he could do now was to leave the peach blossom forest. Otherwise, everything would be useless. The day of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's ripening was getting closer. If we can't get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, then our 100 years of hard work will all go to waste. Yu Ernyang murmured with a hint of worry in her eyes. Yu Jingfan and his brother looked solemn as well. One could see that they were well prepared for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. They had been sharpening their swords for 100 years just for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. I'll try my best. This peach blossom forest might not be able to trap me. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He closed his eyes and started meditating. He suddenly remembered the old macaque's words. Since we're here, we might as well take things as they come. It seemed that it was impossible to break this formation by force. Jiang Chen could only use his wits. There must be a shortcut to break this peach blossom formation. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rested his mind. At this moment he realized that every single tree in the entire peach blossom forest seemed to be alive. They were moving all the time. Moreover, the peach blossom forest was unpredictable. This was the essence of the formation. Zhou Xian understood that it would take at least a few months to find the flaw in the formation and completely develop the ever-changing formation of the peach blossom forest. At that time he was absolutely confident that he could break out of the formation. However, if he waited for a few months, the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart would disappear completely or be taken away by someone else. Therefore Zhou Xian could not wait that long. No one could wait that long. Zhou Xian spent a day and a night in meditation. Yu'ernyang and the others were waiting for Zhou Xian anxiously. Shuiliang's heart was as calm as still water. He was not in a hurry. On one hand it was because he trusted Zhou Xian. On the other hand, although the task of the Forgotten Sword Tomb was to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, the Sword Master did not order him to obtain it. However, Shuiliang had never failed before. Therefore he did not want to fail even once. Zhou Xian was trying to break the peach blossom formation with his divine strength. However, it was obvious that his idea was too naive and unrealistic. While he was studying the myriad changes of the peach blossom formation, he did not forget to learn from it. After all, he wasn't an absolute master in the art of formation. It was already very good that he could reach his current level. As for whether he could break the peach blossom formation or not, it would depend on his own luck. Zhou Xian vaguely remembered the old gibbon's words. There is a family in the depths of the peach blossom formation. You should know where you came from. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. Zhou Xian murmured. The old gibbon came and went without a trace. Obviously, he did not put the peach blossom formation in his eyes. Then his words must have a deeper meaning. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. This sentence was really thought-provoking. Zhou Xian has not spoken for a day and a night. We don't have much time left. If we can't get out of this peach blossom forest, then all our efforts will be in vain. We have traveled thousands of miles from. Yu Huafan murmured. His eyes were filled with worry. Shut up. Don't forget your mission. Yu Jingfan shouted in a deep voice. His words woke Yu Huafan up instantly. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Yu'ernyang's pretty face was solemn. She was afraid that she would slack off. They had placed their hopes on Zhou Xian, but they did not know if it was right or wrong. However, they had no other choice. They had been walking for 3 years, but they still could not get out of this place. It would be extremely difficult for them to break through in a short period of time. However, Yu'ernyang and the others were still full of confidence in Zhou Xian. After all, he had saved their lives. They were very sure that it was not impossible for Zhou Xian to break the formation. Although Zhou Xian did not admit it, Yu'ernyang was even more certain that Zhou Xian was the Zhou Xian who shocked the world. There should not be such a coincidence in the world. This Zhou Xian and that Zhou Xian were both monstrous geniuses. Shuiliang glanced at the three of them. These 3 people definitely had some background. They had waited for 100 years just for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It could be said that they had done a flawless job, but in the end they were still trapped in this peach blossom forest. No matter how meticulous they were, there would always be a loophole. It was not that they were not careful enough or not strong enough, perhaps it was fate. Those who covet the peach blossom formation will not change. Those who covet the peach blossom formation. Zhou Xian murmured in his heart. Suddenly Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. He seemed to have grasped an inspiration. Those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were those who were obsessed with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were those who had evil intentions. These 2 types of people could not change the formation and fell into the peach blossom formation. However, those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were the opposite of the peach blossom formation. Thus, they were blinded by their obsession and completely lost their understanding of the formation. Because they were too obsessed with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, they had lost their initial judgment of the peach blossom formation. Haha, those who covet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart are really good. Zhou Xian laughed wildly. His eyes were filled with excitement. He finally found the way to break the formation. However, he still had to thank the old gibbon. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take him to break the formation. Chapter 25:12. The one who could break the formation was none other than themselves. However, their obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had caused them to fall into a trap, unable to extricate themselves. Zhou Xian could see that whether it was the 3 siblings or Shuiliang, Their obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was extremely strong. It could even be said that it was as important as their own lives. To put it bluntly, it was like they were blinded by lard. How could they find the way to break the peach blossom formation? Only by letting go of everything, especially the obsession in their hearts, could they see the peach blossom formation clearly. Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. He got rid of all distracting thoughts. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was important to him, but it was not something that he had to obtain. Treasures of heaven and earth naturally belonged to the virtuous. It had always been like this since ancient times. Jiang Chen knew that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart could not be forced. It would only bear fruit after 10,000 years. Jiang Chen even suspected that the peach blossom formation and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were closely related. When Jiang Chen completely let go of his obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he suddenly realized that this peach blossom formation did not have the illusions from before. It was just an ordinary peach blossom forest. His heart was as clear as a mirror. This was the way to break the formation. Looking at the path in front of him, Jiang Chen was finally enlightened. This formation actually existed in their hearts. The stronger the obsession in their hearts, the more complicated the peach blossom formation would be. There was no way to break the formation. Jiang Chen was stunned. Jiang Chen, have you found the way to break the formation? Yu Ernyang was overjoyed to see Jiang Chen's happy face. She grabbed Jiang Chen's hand tightly and asked, I found it. Rather than calling it a formation, it's better to call it a smoke screen. For those who have no distractions in their hearts and have no desire to compete, then this peach blossom forest is actually a paradise with beautiful scenery. For those who have deep obsessions in their hearts, this is a hellish cage. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. No wonder the old ape regarded this place as a paradise. In the eyes of different people, the peach blossom forest would become a different formation. All you need to do is to let go of your obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, and the formation will naturally disappear. Is that simple? Yu Huafen looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Is that simple? Jiang Chen shrugged and said. He had already seen a broad road out of the peach blossom forest, as if it was right in front of him. Yu Huafen took a deep breath to calm himself down and get rid of the distracting thoughts. However, when he opened his eyes again, he was still in the peach forest in front of him. Nothing had changed. Impossible, you're lying. Why can't I walk out of this peach blossom forest? Feels like everything here is exactly the same. There are no paths to speak of. Yu Huafen said resolutely. Let me try. Yu Ernyang said. She immediately got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind, but the result was the same as Yu Huafen. There was no way out at all. The peach blossom formation was still the peach blossom formation. It was still unpredictable. Yu Jingfan and Shuai Liang did as they were told, but the result was the same. In their eyes there was no change at all. Jiang Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, It's absolutely impossible. I can already leave this place, why can't you? I think it's because we can't get rid of the distracting thoughts in our minds. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is deeply rooted in our hearts. It's almost impossible for us to get rid of the obsession from the bottom of our hearts. Yu Ernyang pondered for a long time and said in a low voice. At this moment all of them fell into silence. It was indeed the case. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was deeply rooted in their hearts. It was impossible to get rid of the obsession in their hearts in a short period of time. Jiang Chen's mind was as clear as a mirror, but it did not mean that everyone could be like him. Even Shuai Liang could not do it. Jiang Chen sighed. These people's obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too strong. It was impossible to get rid of it completely. If the peach blossom formation was not broken, they would not be able to get out. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The way to break the formation was right in front of them, but the four of them could not get out of the peach blossom formation no matter what. What should we do? You can leave the peach blossom formation, but we can't. Yu Ernyang was in extreme pain. Although they tried their best to suppress the obsession in their hearts, they could not do it. The obsession of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was deeply rooted in their hearts. Jiang Chen could not change their hearts, not even their original intentions. Jiang Chen wanted to bring them out of the peach blossom formation, but it was obviously impossible. They could not change their obsession and would be trapped in the peach blossom formation forever. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. He could feel the despair in Yu Ernyang's eyes. If they could not get out of the peach blossom formation, It meant that they were not fated to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. They were already worried about it, but now they had no more thoughts. It was impossible for them to get rid of their obsession. However, Jiang Qin could not bear to see Yu Ernyang's lonely and helpless eyes. Jiang Qin did not know what kind of story they had, but the obsession of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was deeply rooted in their hearts. To them it had even reached the point of madness. Jiang Qin could not change it, which meant that he could not help them get out of the peach blossom formation. Yu Ernyang's eyes, the sadness, the loneliness, the helplessness and the self-blame. It was as if Yu Ernyang was playing out the thoughts of a desolate woman. The determination in her eyes was something that Jiang Qin had never seen before. The charming Yu Ernyang was right in front of him. She was a beautiful woman who was not inferior to any man. However, her obsession for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was completely defeated by the devil in her heart. Both Yu Jingfan and Yu Ernyang were extremely disappointed, because they only needed to try once and they would know the result. Why exactly did she have such a strong obsession? Was it because she was blinded by greed, or did she have other plans? Jiang Qin was curious about Yu Ernyang and the others. However, the tears hidden deep in her eyes were true and pure. Although Shuiliang's obsession was not as strong as theirs, it was because of his unyielding spirit. His obsession for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was not the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but his undefeatable heart. I will definitely help you get out of this peach blossom formation. Jiang Qin chose to remain silent again because he had to get the four of them out of the peach blossom forest. Chapter 25:13. The peach blossom formation would only be paralyzed if the formation eye was destroyed. By then, the peach blossom formation would no longer have the illusion of the formation, and all that would be left would be the peach blossom forest. The base of the formation was naturally the 100 miles of peach blossoms, but Jiang Qin had no idea where the eye of the formation was. He knew that it was impossible to destroy the 100 miles of peach blossoms. Those peach trees that were corroded by the soul-devouring poisonous mist were reignited in the one day that he was trying to think of a way to destroy the formation. The peach blossoms bloomed once again, looking even more dazzling and enchanting. Therefore, these peach blossoms were almost indestructible. This was the scariest part of the formation. Destroying the base of the formation was a huge project. At least Jiang Qin couldn't do it right now. So only the eye of the formation was left. Find the formation eye and cut it off. This peach blossom formation will collapse on its own. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not have the ability to do so. Even a master of formation might not have the confidence to do so. Moreover, he had to find the formation eye in such a short period of time. It was still unknown if he could successfully destroy the formation eye. Jiang Qin, Ernyang begs you, you must break this peach blossom formation. If you can get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will not be able to repay you even if I die 1,000 times. Yu Ernyang bit her lips as she was suffering in her heart. Every passing second made them extremely nervous. Yu Jingfan's expression was calm as he quietly waited for Jiang Chen's reply. Don't trust someone you doubt, don't doubt someone you trust. Jiang Qin did not promise Yu Ernyang as he was already trapped in the peach blossom formation. Jiang Qin did not have the ability to break the peach blossom formation. Therefore, he could only analyze the peach blossom formation through the formation of no beginning. Jiang Qin could break the formation of no beginning. As long as he could find the formation eye of the peach blossom formation, Jiang Qin was confident that he could turn the situation around. Jiang Qin had become everyone's hope. This hope had a long way to go as it was related to whether they could get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Therefore, Jiang Qin did not dare to be careless. The no-beginning array had long been thoroughly understood by Jiang Qin. Thousands of array formations, no matter how they changed, were still the same. Therefore, the no-beginning array could definitely sense the location of the peach blossom array. Jiang Qin silently stared at the peach blossom formation. The formation of no beginning originated from no beginning. No beginning was a transformation from nothing to something. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all living things. Jiang Qin controlled the no-beginning array and wandered around the entire peach blossom formation. Finally, he found the location of the formation eye. The formation eye turned out to be the old gibbon's cave. Jiang Qin had mixed feelings in his heart. He did not know what the old gibbon's intention was for the formation eye to be his cave. Jiang Qin was now sure that the old gibbon's intention was to make them retreat. If they could not break the peach blossom formation, they would miss the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. If they could break the Peach Blossom Formation, their obsession with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart would be relieved. Knowing how terrifying the Peach Blossom Formation was, they would naturally want to retreat. In the end, the old gibbon wanted them to leave the Peach Blossom Formation and Wudong Luoxia Mountain. The Peach Blossom Formation was a warning. Therefore, the Peach Blossom Formation did not have much offensive power. It only enchanted people's minds and made them sink into it. If they could not let go of their obsession, they would be trapped in the Peach Blossom Forest for thousands of years. What a grand gesture. They've really put a lot of thought into it. Jiang Qin said faintly. Even so, I will break your Peach Blossom Formation. Jiang Qin held the Heavenly Dragon Sword in his hand and slashed at the Formation Eye. However, the moving Formation Eye was out of Jiang Qin's expectation. It was unscathed under the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Interesting. Jiang Qin smiled. Since he couldn't destroy the eye of the formation, he would use a formation to cut off the connection between the eye of the formation and the Peach Blossom Formation. Once the eye of the formation was cut off, the Peach Blossom Formation would collapse on its own. There were thousands and thousands of formations in Jiang Qin's mind. Although there weren't many of them that he could use, there were still a lot of them that he could use to cut off the connection between the Peach Blossom Formation and the Formation Eye. Jiang Qin's mind was filled with a myriad of formations. Jiang Qin set up the encirclement formation step by step and sealed off the Formation Eye completely. The moment the encirclement formation was activated, the Formation Eye would be cut off. Jiang Qin used one hand to cover the sky and the encirclement formation was activated. At that moment, the entire Peach Blossom Formation seemed to be overshadowed. The entire Peach Blossom Formation lost its former glory. The Formation Eye was sealed and the Peach Blossom Formation no longer existed. Only the Peach Blossom Forest was left. Puff. In the cave, the old gibbon spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with shock. He had never thought that someone could break the Peach Blossom Formation. The Peach Blossom Formation is broken in the end. Perhaps this is my fate. It has been 300,000 years and no one could break the Peach Blossom Formation. But today it was broken when the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was formed. Who is it? Who has such great power? Even a divine king or a hierarch would not be able to find the Formation Eye. The old gibbon murmured. However, he failed in the end. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart became the target of everyone as the Peach Blossom Formation was broken. Although the old macaque was extremely unwilling to do so, it had to be said that the moment the Peach Blossom Formation was broken, it felt like it had been liberated even though it was filled with sorrow. I'm finally out. Motherfucker, I don't want to die in this damned place. I've been in the Peach Blossom Forest for 3,000 years without seeing the sun and moon. I'm alive again. I'm finally out of this world. It's been 10,000 years. The Peach Blossom Formation is finally broken. I don't know who did it. Damn the Peach Blossom Forest. The Peach Blossom Formation is broken. Who can stop me now? Sighs and excited voices, accompanied by anger and helplessness, resounded in the Peach Blossom Forest. Countless monstrous beasts and humans flew up into the air. The entire western region was bustling with activity. The wild aura filled the sky, shocking the world. Countless experts' voices rose from the ground and rushed up to the clouds. Jiang Qin suddenly felt a strong and overbearing aura filling the entire Peach Blossom Forest. His expression changed completely. Motherfucker, did I poke a hornet's nest? Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. He could feel that the Peach Blossom Forest had turned into a wasteland the moment the formation was broken. He did not expect that there were so many humans and demonic beasts trapped in the Peach Blossom Formation, and they were all so powerful and invincible. Chapter 25:14. The Peach Blossom Formation is broken? It's really broken. Nyang cried tears of joy. Peach blossoms were everywhere and spring was in full swing. The Peach Blossom Forest was no longer enchanted by the illusory formation, and all that was left was the scenery of spring. As the peach blossoms bloomed, even her mood became unusually relaxed. Jiang Qin, good job. Yu Huafan was also overjoyed. He did not expect that Jiang Qin could really do it. Jiang Qin was their savior. He had helped them turn the situation around, giving them the determination and faith to fight for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart again. Their obsession was unshakable. Although it was fatal in the Peach Blossom Formation, once they got out of the formation, this obsession became their determination to win. Yu Ernyang did not expect Jiang Chen to complete the impossible task in such a difficult situation. This was beyond everyone's expectation. Jiang Chen's rebirth from a hopeless situation had given them new hope. Yu Ernyang could not express her gratitude to Jiang Chen even if she wanted to express it to him. We seem to be in trouble. Jiang Chen did break the peach blossom formation, but we are not the only ones he saved. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice. His expression was solemn. They were shocked by the experts around them. There were even some old monsters that had lived for more than 10,000 years. Once the peach blossom formation was broken, all the people and beasts that were trapped in the peach blossom formation were freed. Now the Wudong Sunset Mountain was in chaos. These guys are not easy to deal with. There are even some half-step Divine King experts. Some of them might have been trapped here when the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart matured. But looking at the corpses around, most of the people and beasts that were trapped here for thousands of years have turned into ashes. Who could survive for thousands of years under the Divine King realm? There are only a few half-step Divine Kings that survived. Most of them are struggling at death's door. Jiang Chen said with a sigh. Some people were blinded by greed. Their only obsession was the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. They didn't understand why and were trapped here, unable to control themselves for thousands of years. If they couldn't walk out of the peach blossom formation, they could only silently bury their bones here. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to withstand the corrosion of time. If they couldn't become a monarch, they would eventually die. 10,000 years was enough to change many things, allowing countless people to become eternal. However, at this moment Jiang Chen had broken the rules of the peach blossom formation, allowing countless humans and demonic beasts to break out of the seal. Unknowingly, he had also increased the number of opponents for them. Naturally, these people would not be grateful to Jiang Chen. They came here with only one goal, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Although Jiang Chen did not expect this, it was already too late. Moreover, this was the only chance for him to save Yu Ernyang and the others. It was understandable for him to do so. We might have more opponents now. I thought that the competition for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart would not be too intense. Seems like we've thought too much. Shuelyang said faintly. The peach blossom forest had turned into a sea of joy. Everyone was running with all their might, trying to escape from this death cage that had trapped them for thousands of years. We can only take one step at a time. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This was not his intention, but there was no turning back now. They could only hope that they could stand out in this competition. After all, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was not easy to obtain. There were many people who wanted it, but there was only one Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Only those who were capable could obtain it. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is within 1,000 miles of the Wudong Luoxia Mountain. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart can move, so it's not easy to find it. So we must do our best to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. We can't shut everyone out, but we can at least be one step ahead. Yu Jingfan said. After 100 years of research and his understanding of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he knew it like the back of his hand. However, this was not the key to winning at this moment. Only the stronger ones could obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. There shouldn't be more than 5 half-step divine kings, but there are dozens of peak heavenly gods and thousands of heavenly gods. Some people or demonic beasts have been trapped here for thousands of years. No one knows who they are or where they came from. That's why our crisis will never end. In other words, everyone is our enemy. Yu Jingfan continued. That means that we have increased the difficulty of obtaining the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It seems like Jiang Chen's success and Jiang Chen's failure. Yu Huafan shrugged and said with a smile. However, he did not blame Jiang Chen, he was just joking. Without Jiang Chen, they wouldn't even be able to get out of the peach blossom formation. Fifth brother, don't talk nonsense. Yu Ernyang said in a low voice. Jiang Chen was their 9 stars. She was afraid that Jiang Chen would not agree to it. It's all right. I think you guys know how to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Yu Jingfan nodded silently. Since it has come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Brother Jiang, we do know how to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. After 100 years of hard work, we can't fail on the verge of success. Yu Jingfan looked solemn. Jiang Chen admired his determination. The trio's persistence in finding the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was beyond his imagination. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is an ancient relic. It's extremely difficult to find it. However, there is a jade-faced spiritual fox that is extremely sensitive to the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. If we can find the jade-faced spiritual fox in the Wudong Sunset Mountain within 3 days, we can definitely find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart without anyone knowing. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Qin. They are looking for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart while we are looking for the jade-faced spiritual fox. Interesting. Shuai Liang said with a smile. Time is of the essence. Let's hurry and find the jade-faced spiritual fox. Jiang Qin said and quickly left the peach blossom forest to look for the jade-faced spiritual fox. Whether or not they could gain the upper hand against so many pursuers depended on the jade-faced spiritual fox. Jiang Qin knew that it would not be easy to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The spirituality of an ancient relic was not any weaker than a human. It might have become an existence similar to a fairy. In the void, a figure descended from the darkness. His eyes were as sharp as ice and filled with coldness. He murmured, "Good one, Jiang Qin. Not simple at all. You can even break the peach blossom formation. Seems like I have underestimated you. However, you will only die more miserably and get hit by more people. At this moment you no longer have any chance." Chapter 25:15. Thousands of people had gathered at Wudong Luoxia Mountain. They only had one goal: to find the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. These thousands of people wanted to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, but there was only one true treasure. Every time the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was fought over, many experts would be attracted and countless people would be buried in Wudong Luoxia Mountain. The old gibbon looked at Wudong Luoxia Mountain silently. Jiang Qin had broken the peach blossom formation and released countless humans and beasts. These people had entered the peach blossom formation thousands of years ago. Countless of them were immersed in the peach blossom formation, unable to break free. However, the peach blossom forest that the old gibbon was guarding was not a place of death. Because the peach blossom formation only targeted those with strong desires and stubborn beliefs. In other words, those who were obsessed with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Once the obsession was formed, the peach blossom formation would become a maze. Even the godly king of the 9 heavens would not be able to step out of the peach blossom formation. However, if their obsession with the peach blossom formation gradually subsided, they would ignore the peach blossom formation. In these 10,000 years, some would leave, some would come, some would give up their obsession in the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart and leave the peach blossom formation. Some would enter and never come out again. The old macaque did not intend to kill anyone. Since the moment he guarded the peach blossom forest more than 1,000 years ago, he had already deeply understood the horror of the human heart. Therefore he said those words to many people, but only a few could truly understand and feel relieved. Most of them died alone in the peach blossom formation and turned into ghastly white bones. Experts were lonely, but they were also lonely. There were too many people who entered Wudong Sunset Mountain and accidentally entered the peach blossom forest. It was just a warning, nothing more. However, the obsession of the experts was even more difficult to break. Some people knew that there was a tiger on the mountain, but they disguised themselves and went into the mountain. It became a nightmare for them to get lost. Now that the peach blossom formation had been broken, the people who had lost their way were still rushing towards Wudong Sunset Mountain. Since the peach blossom forest was no longer protected by the formation, no one cared about the existence of the peach blossom formation or its purpose. When a person's obsession was magnified, it would become an inner demon. This inner demon was the one that the peach blossom formation could restrain. In a sense, the peach blossom formation was the salvation formation for those who came to fight for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. But now it could no longer appear. Sigh, a man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I don't know if this peach blossom array is good or bad. This time, I'm afraid the Wudong Sunset Mountain will be littered with corpses. The old gibbon murmured in his heart. He had been merciful since the beginning, trying to save all living beings from suffering. However, in the end he still failed to make those people back off. Now that the peach blossom formation had been destroyed, the demons would surely cause a huge commotion in the East Wu Sunset Mountain. A bloody storm was unavoidable. Jiang Qin slowly turned his head and looked at the peach blossom formation that had trapped them for a long time. He was a little worried. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. Controlling everyone's desires, but not killing the people in the peach blossom formation. The existence of this peach blossom formation might not be a bad thing. Jiang Qin sighed silently, but it was too late to turn back now. If I can get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will definitely break the Peach Blossom Formation when I turn back. Jiang Qin left resolutely because he had to move forward to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, which was a necessary ingredient for the heaven-seizing fate pill. Therefore Jiang Qin was determined to get it. The jade-faced spiritual fox likes the shade and likes to stay in damp and dark caves. We've been studying here for 10 years and found a total of 4 jade-faced spiritual foxes in the entire Wudong Sunset Mountain. However, none of them succeeded. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. It was obvious that the jade-faced spiritual fox was not an ordinary demonic beast. It would not be easy to catch it. Why? Shuaoliang frowned. They had found 4 different jade-faced spiritual foxes, but none of them succeeded. This indicated a lot of problems. Because the jade-faced spiritual fox is too cunning and fast. It moves as fast as lightning in the forest. Once it enters the forest, it's like a dragon diving into the sea. It's very difficult to catch it. It's very good at disguising itself. It's even impossible to find it in the forest. We've failed 4 times, but we've figured out their habits. Now that we have more people, it shouldn't be difficult to catch it. Yue Nyang said, feeling a little embarrassed. After all, the 3 of them had been studying the jade-faced spiritual fox for 10 years and they had failed 4 times. It was really disappointing. Follow me, we'll definitely catch the jade-faced spiritual fox this time. Yu Huafan gritted his teeth and said confidently. This was their last chance. In the Wudong Luoxia Mountain, there were many people secretly searching for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Those who could enter the Wudong Luoxia Mountain and had the confidence to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were not ordinary people. In the dense forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. They were hundreds of meters tall and covered the sky. They were surrounded by countless rocks and flowers. The Wudong Sunset Mountain gave off an extremely majestic feeling. It was like an ancient dragon crawling on the ground, majestic and heroic, with an aura that could control the mountains and rivers. The vast and boundless Sunset Mountain, especially the moment when the sunset clouds rolled into the sky, was the most beautiful. Between the 2 mountains, the setting sun was magnificent, as if it was a paradise on earth. The 2 mountains supported the sun, the light flowed, and the cries of birds and apes could be heard. Thousands of miles of red clouds were chasing the sun, and hundreds of birds were returning to the forest to pay homage to the phoenix. It was so beautiful and refreshing. The 5 of them traveled quickly in the forest for a day and a night. Under Yu Huafan's lead, they came to an extremely dark valley. The Grand Canyon was filled with dark green 100-leafy trees, completely blocking the view from the outside and preventing wind from passing through. There were countless deep ravines and valleys. This place was backed by a huge mountain, but it was under a steep mountain. If one did not pay attention, it would be hard to find it. In the deserted valley, moss covered the ground and water splashed everywhere. The clear spring that flowed down from the mountain was clear and sweet. Jiang Qin stooped down and took a mouthful of it into his lungs. It was sweet, cold, and refreshing. Looking at the deep and dark valley, there seemed to be an inexplicable pressure. Suddenly, a white light flashed across the sky and appeared in front of the 5 of them. Yuanyang exclaimed. It's the jade-faced spiritual fox. I told you that they would definitely be here. This time we definitely can't fail. Chapter 25:16. Jiang Qin quickly followed up. No wonder Yu Ernyang and the other 2 couldn't catch up with the jade-faced spiritual fox. It was just too fast. It was like a ray of light in the dark, like a ghost. Plus, it was good at camouflaging itself in the forest. Could be said that it was the darling of nature. It was as difficult as ascending the heavens to catch it. Yu Jingfan and Shuaoliang took the lead while Jiang Qin and the other 2 were a step behind. However, they followed the jade-faced spiritual fox into the canyon. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. It shouldn't be difficult to catch the jade-faced spiritual fox this time. The canyon was like a natural rift valley with steep cliffs, and the sound of water dripping could be heard. It was dark and gloomy. Jiang Qin and the others carefully walked into the canyon. The canyon was deserted. Broken stones were everywhere. After being rubbed by the flowing water, the stones were as smooth as jade. The sound of flowing water lingered in their ears. It was like the last sound of nature. Jiang Qin could feel the pressure increasing with every step they took. There was a creaking sound under their feet. It was especially ear-piercing in the silent canyon. The nest of the jade-faced spiritual fox should be in front. We must be careful. We must not let it escape this time. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. I feel something strange in this canyon. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. What's so strange about it? Yu Jingfan looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. However, Jiang Chen couldn't explain it because his senses were always accurate. Moreover, it was very oppressive, as if there was a great pressure that made him restless. I'm not sure, but this is definitely not a good place. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His heart was extremely heavy. He was not sure what he was going to face next. Let's go in and look for the jade-faced spiritual fox. As long as we find the jade-faced spiritual fox, the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart will be ours. Yu Ernyang said with a smile. The four of them walked into the gloomy canyon. Jiang Chen frowned as he found that the four of them had no spirit in their eyes, as if they were being controlled. Jiang Chen was shocked. He knew that the four of them must have fallen into an illusion or entered an illusion formation. There was no sign before they started to rush into the depths of the canyon. He was no longer as cautious as before. Damn it, this valley is definitely not simple. Jiang Chen instantly released his soul strength. However, his soul strength was only able to spread to a range of less than 1,000 meters. Fortunately, it was able to envelop the four of them. Jiang Chen also hurriedly followed, fearing that something might happen to them. In an instant, a white light appeared in the canyon, shooting out like lightning. The four of them were still walking forward without knowing it. Jiang Chen felt a strong sense of danger. Not good, this jade-faced spiritual fox is not simple. Jiang Chen exclaimed in his heart. However, the moment he turned around, Yu Huafan, who bore the brunt of the attack, had already been pushed back by the white light. 2 deep ravines could be seen on his chest. The wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen and blood was dripping out. However, Yu Huafan didn't seem to notice it at all. The four of them were in the illusory realm and didn't know what was happening. Jiang Chen clearly saw that the white light was a snow-white figure with a white fox face. Its eyes were sinister and extremely cold. When Jiang Chen rushed forward, he managed to push back the white light. However, Yu Huafan was already severely injured. What a good jade-faced spiritual fox. I'm afraid the illusion in this valley is not simple. Jiang Chen murmured. Although he could ignore the illusion, the four of them had already fallen into it. Hiss hiss, the jade-faced spiritual fox hissed and attacked again. This time its target was Shuiliang. However, Shuiliang was not easy to deal with. Even in the illusion, he was aware of the danger he was in. He blocked with his sword and was pushed back by the drowsy soul. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured. Jiang Chen quickly took action. In a split second, he got close to the jade-faced spiritual fox. However, the speed of the jade-faced spiritual fox was quite terrifying. Jiang Chen tried to grab it but failed. The jade-faced spiritual fox was very confident. It had already escaped and looked at Jiang Chen provocatively. It's not that easy to catch me. However, you can ignore the illusion here. Seems that you are not simple. The jade-faced spiritual fox sneered and stared at Jiang Chen. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Really? Let's see who will be the one to die. Jiang Chen said faintly. The 9 phantom wolves flew up and chased after the jade-faced spiritual fox. The jade-faced spiritual fox's figure left a series of shadows in the valley. Although Jiang Chen did not catch up with the jade-faced spiritual fox, he forced the fox to keep dodging. One was chasing while the other was escaping. Jiang Chen forced the jade-faced spiritual fox to retreat again and again. In the depths of the valley, the jade-faced spiritual fox's movements were ever-changing. Although he was not strong, his speed had reached the limit. Even a Divine King Realm expert could not catch up with him. I don't believe that I can't catch up with you. Jiang Chen chased after the jade-faced spiritual fox closely. The jade-faced spiritual fox also felt that it was difficult to escape at such a high speed. However, Jiang Chen's divine power seemed to be endless. The jade-faced spiritual fox was in a passive position. Although his speed did not decrease, if this continued, the jade-faced spiritual fox would definitely be defeated. This human is too good at running. The jade-faced spiritual fox's sharp voice reverberated in the valley. He was already panting heavily. Jiang Chen only chased after him without attacking him. The valley was his base camp, but he could not get rid of Jiang Chen no matter how hard he tried. Jiang Chen did not want to be outdone. After half an hour of chasing, the jade-faced spiritual fox finally lost to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen followed behind the jade-faced spiritual fox like a dog skin plaster. The jade-faced spiritual fox's speed had decreased. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to deal with him. He kept chasing after him. He kept pressuring the jade-faced spiritual fox so that the jade-faced spiritual fox would collapse. Damn it. Stop chasing me. The jade-faced spiritual fox did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was not strong as he was only a mid-heavenly god. However, his speed was comparable to a divine king. It was a pity that he encountered Jiang Chen, who was even more abnormal than him. If I don't catch up with you, my name is not Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sneered. At this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was completely defeated by Jiang Chen. He wanted to give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. After all, Jiang Chen was only an early heavenly god. However, when he attacked, he felt how terrifying Jiang Chen's power was. Chapter 25:17. The jade-faced spiritual fox fell on the ground. His cunning eyes became gloomy and his snow-white fur stood up. He squinted his eyes and gasped for breath while looking at Jiang Chen. His pointy little head was shaking like a rattle drum, making him look cute. His body was less than 3 feet tall, totally different from those beasts that were hundreds of feet tall. That's why he was called the elf of the Xianxia mountain range. Damn it, I'm not running anymore. The jade-faced spiritual fox said gloomily. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. The anger in his eyes could be seen clearly. You want to kill my friends? Your illusion formation is not bad, but it's useless against me. Jiang Chen said. That illusion formation is not mine. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked wronged. What? It's not yours? Jiang Chen was shocked. If the illusion formation was not set up by the jade-faced spiritual fox, then they were not the only ones in this valley. Jiang Chen restrained the jade-faced spiritual fox and said coldly, Bring me back to them. I don't want to kill you. As long as you bring us to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I'll let you go. Greedy human. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is not something you can touch. The jade-faced spiritual fox laughed coldly. Jiang Chen struck his palm on the top of the jade-faced spiritual fox's head. The jade-faced spiritual fox instantly became listless and trembled. I'll go. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. This guy was really a guy who wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He thought he would be a tough guy, but he didn't expect him to give in so quickly. Can you really find the location of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. You can choose to stay silent, or I can choose to kill you and go back to my friends. Jiang Chen said indifferently as the jade-faced spiritual fox did not reply. If you want to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, just say so earlier. Why didn't you? Am I the kind of person who doesn't have loyalty? Since you promised not to kill me, I will definitely bring you to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox immediately put on a flattering expression. Under his furry face there was a cunning smile. Jiang Chen would not trust him easily. Only by controlling his life and death would the jade-faced spiritual fox be willing to work for him. Otherwise, this jade-faced spiritual fox would be a pain in the neck. When Jiang Chen and the jade-faced spiritual fox returned to the starting point, Yu Ernyang and Shueliang were nowhere to be found. What happened? Jiang Chen held the jade-faced spiritual fox's neck tightly. The jade-faced spiritual fox was scared out of his wits. I don't know, I really don't know. That illusion would appear here from time to time, but I also don't know why it would appear from time to time. Moreover, there is an extremely powerful youth in that illusion. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a deep voice. There was fear in his eyes as though he did not dare to hide anything. Illusions that come and go? How could this be? Even you don't know? Jiang Chen frowned. He was getting more and more worried. From the moment he came in, he felt that this place was not normal. It even made him feel extremely pressured. His initial ominous feeling had finally come true. Yu Ernyang and the others were nowhere to be found. To Jiang Chen it was not a good thing. The illusion disappeared again. Jiang Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He quickly turned around and saw a figure of a youth. The youth was wearing an icy blue robe that was fluttering without any wind. His cold eyes were shining with a sharp edge. He was skinny, but he gave people a feeling that he could shake the heavens. The youth stared at Jiang Chen. Lung Ling said, Hand it over. What do you want? Jiang Chen said faintly. He could not feel the strength of this youth, but he felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. It's him. I've seen him twice in the illusion. Every time the illusion disappeared he would appear. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a trembling voice. It was as if the overwhelming aura made him worship this youth as if he was a god. My friends are in your hands? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. If Yu Ernyang and Shuai Liang were in his hands, Jiang Chen would not show any mercy. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Give me the ice-sealed man. I will only say this once. The aura of the young man increased once again. The jade-faced spiritual fox cried out in fear. Jiang Chen didn't know if it was real or not, but he fainted from the shock. That kind of aura that could crush everything had shocked Jiang Chen. Interesting. You are not afraid of me? Who are you? Why should I be afraid of you? Jiang Chen asked. Good question. I will let you know why you should be afraid of me. Because in my eyes you are just an ant. The young man clenched his fist and the void was shattered. The mountain in the canyon trembled. However, Jiang Chen could feel that the young man's attack was just a casual strike, yet it was filled with a murderous and violent aura, crushing everything in its path. Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Chen shouted angrily and instantly unleashed his strongest defense. However, the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was shattered into pieces. Jiang Chen's heart was in a state of shock. This young man's eyes were cold and terrifying. Who is he? You can block my attack. Not bad, not bad. The young man smiled coldly and struck out a punch. The mountains and rivers were shattered and the void was destroyed. However, Jiang Chen could clearly see that everything within 100 meters of him was still as calm as before. The only thing that was destroyed was the space within 100 meters. This young man's control of the spatial energy had reached such a high level. It was truly shocking. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Jiang Chen actually felt the threat of death from this young man's fist. Jiang Chen didn't have time to think. Two terrifying heavenly lightnings were instantly formed in his hands. The heavenly lightnings fused together and a violent energy swept across the void. The young man moved slightly. Jiang Chen's strongest attack was not able to move him at all. In just a short moment the entire space became quiet again as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen's heavenly thunders was completely blocked by the youth. You are quite capable. It's a pity that you are still too weak. Accept your death. The youth's eyes turned. His palm was like a blade that could destroy the great path. Jiang Chen took out the frozen person without a second thought. At that moment the youth's eyes were filled with shock. His usually calm eyes revealed an unconcealable shock. Chapter 25:18. The person sealed in ice seemed to have an extremely powerful magic power, completely suppressing the aura of the youth with the blade edge. Suppress the three mountains. The young man exclaimed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a dozen steps back and the surrounding space started to distort again. It wasn't because of the void crack, but because the entire space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing and being devoured by a black hole. Once it collapses and devours everything, the valley would cease to exist. The void crack could repair itself, but if the space collapsed and was devoured by a black hole, it would be even more terrifying than the void crack. It can actually cause space to collapse. Devoured by a black hole. Jiang Chen murmured. Even his great void technique couldn't do it. At least he didn't dare to think about it now. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, the space beneath the frozen man began to heal itself. The space here is too fragile. The young man murmured and looked at Jiang Chen unwillingly. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to summon the frozen man. You will become the source of evil for my tribe, never to be reincarnated. The youth stared at Jiang Chen fiercely and finally looked at the frozen man. His eyes were filled with shock and panic as he disappeared into the depths of the void. At this moment the illusory realm appeared once again. Yu Ernyang and the others were still wandering in the illusory realm. Jiang Chen looked at the frozen man. The frozen man had been dead for tens of thousands of years, but this piece of ice was extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the frozen man suppressing the young man, Jiang Chen would have died. Who is he? Why is he here? Jiang Chen frowned, but he couldn't find an answer. Jiang Chen stared at the frozen man, but he couldn't feel any power or aura from the frozen man. However, the frozen man was able to suppress the defenseless young man. Jiang Chen couldn't imagine the secrets of the frozen man. Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out. The young man didn't seem to be from here and he said that the space here was too fragile. It was obvious that the young man's background wasn't simple. He couldn't see through the young man's strength, but he was able to suppress him without holding back. This alone was enough for Zhou Xian to ponder. Moreover, the young man was here for the frozen man. Zhou Xian seemed to have fallen into a dead end. The mysterious illusion made him extremely curious about the young man's identity. However, Zhou Xian's biggest shock was the young man's strength. The gap between them was too huge. That young man was able to control his life and death. Doesn't that mean that Zhou Xian's heavenly god realm was just a pile of mud? Zhou Xian looked at the sky. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, but it couldn't cover his heroic aura. One day I will walk in the sky and fight for the heavens. Zhou Xian slapped the jade-faced spiritual fox awake. When the jade-faced spiritual fox saw that everything had returned to normal, he scanned the surroundings with a lingering fear. Only then did he realize that the powerful young man who made him feel suffocated had already disappeared. You really don't know who that young man is? Zhou Xian asked again. Even if you beat me to death, I won't know. You don't know that I don't even have the desire to resist him. The jade-faced spiritual fox said. This place seems to be an alternate space and it's connected to another region, right? Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. You saw through me. The space here is very strange. That Dao Feng young man probably traveled through space to come here. However, he usually only wandered around in the illusion as if he was looking for something. I've seen him before, but it's like he's never seen me. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with lingering fear. Alternate space, young man with a blade. Zhou Xian murmured. All of this was too strange. He couldn't believe it. If it wasn't for the frozen man, he would have been dead by now. Fortunately, Yu Ernyang, Shuelyang and the others were not in any danger at this moment. When the illusion came out and the young man left, they were naturally exposed. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Zhou Xian in utter shock. Because the young man was extremely powerful. However, Zhou Xian managed to survive and the young man disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xian had already proven his strength and how terrifying it was. Zhou Xian looked at Zhou Xian in shock. The jade-faced spiritual fox worshipped Zhou Xian like a god. Although he was cunning and sinister, it was all for the sake of survival. Otherwise, if he was caught, he would be used as a tool to search for treasures until his death. The jade-faced spiritual fox was the darling of the Tianqi mountain range. Zhou Xian knew that the young man with a blade was not an ordinary person. Moreover, he didn't know where this alternate space was connected to. However, it made him feel his strength again. In front of a true expert, he was totally powerless. If it wasn't for the frozen man, he would have died thousands of times. How can I wake them up from the illusion? Zhou Xian said. That's simple. Your soul power is quite powerful. As long as you cover their souls, they will naturally be able to walk out of the illusion. However, it will consume a lot of your soul power. Even if your soul power is very powerful, it won't be easy to suppress the soul power of these 4 people. Apart from that, there's no other way unless they can walk out of the illusion by themselves. However, I don't think they can do that. The jade-faced spiritual fox curled his lips and looked at Shuelyang and the others with a mocking expression. However, Zhou Xian could do it. He was too abnormal. Moreover, he was able to stand till the end of the battle with the young man with a blade. The jade-faced spiritual fox admired Zhou Xian from the bottom of his heart. He was an early heavenly god. Not only did he have a terrifying soul strength, his strength was also terrifying. Great. Zhou Xian's soul strength instantly spread across the entire valley. However, he was stunned in the next second. There was a small cave in the deepest part of the valley. There were many terrifying treasures in the cave. Zhou Xian saw more than a dozen ginsengs alone. There were also countless rare flowers and herbs. It was a treasure house of medicinal herbs. Zhou Xian was even more sensitive to treasures than divine origin stones as an alchemist. What a huge amount of treasures. A windfall from the sky, huh? Zhou Xian's eyes lit up as he looked at the deepest part of the valley. No. That's mine. Chapter 25:19. What's yours is mine and what's mine is yours. What's the difference between us? Zhou Xian laughed and said. The jade-faced spiritual fox was so angry that he scratched his head. Shameless. You humans are too despicable and shameless. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth and said. Zhou Xian was becoming more and more hateful in his eyes. Zhou Xian wanted to keep all his treasures for himself. Those were his gains from 3,000 years of hard work. He still needed to rely on these treasures to cultivate for 100 years. He never expected to be caught by them. Nobility is the epitaph of the noble. Despicableness is the passport of the despicable. Xianxia looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox with a playful gaze. What do you mean by despicableness? You can't touch my things. Otherwise I'll die in front of you. The jade-faced spiritual fox threatened. Die. If you die, won't all the treasures be mine? Plus, I don't have a strong desire for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. There are so many treasures here, they should be comparable to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'm an easily satisfied person. Huh. Xianxia said seriously. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. He thought that Xianxia would give in and be worried that he wouldn't help him find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. He just wanted to keep all his treasures for himself. You're too shameless. I'm not a heartless person. I'll only take what I can use for myself. I definitely won't empty your treasury. So you'd better listen to me. If you piss me off, I'll make you a pauper. 3,000 years. That's my savings for 3,000 years. How can you bear to do that? The jade-faced spiritual fox was extremely sad. He sighed and felt that there was nothing left for him to live for. Xianxia went straight to the jade-faced spiritual fox's lair. He couldn't wait any longer. The herbs there were enough for him to concoct a lot of pills. Plus they were all extremely precious. Otherwise, the arrogant jade-faced spiritual fox wouldn't even be interested in them. Too dazzling. My luck is too good. Xianxia was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had to wear out iron shoes to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and he found all of them effortlessly. This wealth was really a windfall that fell from the sky. It's not that your luck is too good, it's that I'm too fucking unlucky. The jade-faced spiritual fox said angrily, gnashing his teeth. However, he was still in Xianxia's grasp. Life and death were up to fate. No matter how big the treasure was, he could only stare at it. Compared to his life, everything else was just a worldly possession. 16 10,000-year-old ginsengs. This is perfect. I will only take 15 and leave one for you. I'm not a heartless person. Xianxia scooped up 15 10,000-year-old ginsengs and took a deep breath in his heart. To Xianxia, the allure of these natural treasures was absolutely more tempting than seeing a divine origin stone mine. Moreover, these 15 10,000-year-old ginsengs were filled with spiritual energy. 100,000-year-old ginseng could transform into a human form. Unfortunately, they were all dug up by this jade-faced spiritual fox. Although they could no longer absorb spiritual energy, the jade-faced spiritual fox had great protective measures for these natural treasures. Therefore, the spiritual energy was not lost at all. These 7 10,000-year-old Ganoderma, I will leave one for you too. One should leave some leeway for others in the future. Xianxia kept the 10,000-year-old Ganoderma and said seriously, shameless, shameless, shameless. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth. Those were the boundless treasures that he had collected in the past 3,000 years. He had risked his life to travel across half of the Tianqi mountain range. However, most of them were confiscated by Xianxia in the blink of an eye. I don't want to see you ever again in my life. The jade-faced spiritual fox trembled in anger. Crouching sealwort, colorless fig, green spiritual partridge grass. These are all good stuff. I can use them to concoct the immortal grade azure spirit pill. Xianxia was excited. He was extremely excited. Crouching sealwort, green spiritual partridge grass and colorless fig were the main ingredients to concoct the azure spirit pill. Moreover, Xianxia had no confidence in concocting an immortal grade pill. However, with so many ingredients, why would Xianxia worry about not being able to concoct the azure spirit pill? The azure spirit pill was a kind of pill that could raise one's cultivation by a level. Even divine kings would go after it like a flock of ducks. Moreover, it could expand one's senses and purify one's divine origin energy. It could be considered as a minor heaven-seizing fortune pill. However, it could not be compared to the heaven-defying heaven-seizing fortune pill. It should be known that the heaven-seizing fortune pill seized the fortune of the world. Even so, the azure spirit pill could not be underestimated. It was at least 100 times stronger than the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill. As long as the azure spirit pill was successfully concocted, Xianxia's strength would increase again. More importantly, It could purify one's divine origin energy and expand one's six senses. Although such a small change could not be seen, it could still increase one's strength greatly. Whether it was in a battle or in an emergency, it would be beneficial. Especially for a divine king, increasing one's strength by one realm was the most fatal. Who could resist such a temptation? It was normal for a divine king to not make any progress for 1,000 years. That was why the Azure Spirit Pill was so terrifying. What? You're an alchemist? The jade-faced spiritual fox widened his eyes and stared at Zhou Xian in disbelief. Why? Don't I look like one? Zhou Xian smiled. Can you really concoct the Azure Spirit Pill? The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He had heard of the Azure Spirit Pill before. It was said that someone had brought an Azure Spirit Pill into the Xianxia mountain range. Even the Lord of the 8 Lineages Silver River had to fight for it personally. That battle could be said to be dark and gloomy. In the end, the person who received the Azure Spirit Pill swallowed it and defeated the 4 experts of the 8 Lineages Silver River before leaving safely. Who can say for sure? I can give it a try. Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, if you can concoct an Azure Spirit Pill for me, I'm willing to give you all the medicinal ingredients. The jade-faced spiritual fox said solemnly as he looked at Zhou Xian with anticipation. Little fox, do you know how precious the Azure Spirit Pill is? Even if you exchange all the treasures you have with others for an Azure Spirit Pill, they might not be willing to exchange it with you. You do have the medicinal ingredients for the Azure Spirit Pill, but do you think the medicinal ingredients can be turned into a pill? Zhou Xian asked. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He knew that he had thought too much. Even the Lord of the 8 Lineages Silver River would keep the Azure Spirit Pill a secret, let alone a little demon like him. Moreover, didn't he want to increase his strength by collecting so many treasures? Moreover, he didn't know how many treasures he would waste. There were only a few treasures that he could absorb for his own use. Chapter 25-20. Zhou Qian's words caused the jade-faced spiritual fox to fall into silence. Zhou Qian continued to collect the medicinal herbs while the jade-faced spiritual fox's heart was dripping with blood. This damned bastard was simply robbing him. He was completely stealing the fruits of his labor. After a while, the jade-faced spiritual fox rolled his eyes and sneered. You speak so confidently. I don't think you can refine the Azure Spirit Pill. So what if you are an alchemist? Even an immortal-grade alchemist grandmaster might not be able to refine the Azure Spirit Pill. The success rate is extremely low. I don't believe it. There's no use trying to provoke me. However, I'm not one to be provoked. I'll refine an Azure Spirit Pill for you. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Zhou Qian wasn't in a hurry. He first refined a lot of supreme rank recovery pills and some healing pills. It was just the right time to practice his skills. The medicinal herbs were burned in the raging fire. The fragrance of the medicinal herbs permeated the valley. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath and immersed himself in the sea of medicinal fragrance. He seemed to be enjoying it. In less than 2 hours, Zhou Qian had refined 1,000 recovery pills to recover divine energy, 1,000 recovery elixir to heal injuries, and 1,000 soul-absorbing pills to heal injuries to the soul. All of them were supreme-grade elixirs. At that moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox was a little dumbfounded. His previous suspicions had turned into astonishment. Zhou Qian had actually refined so many supreme-grade elixirs in 2 hours. It seemed like the rumor of refining immortal-grade elixirs was not groundless after all. Looking at his treasure trove of medicinal herbs being ransacked by Zhou Qian, the jade-faced spiritual fox felt that there was nothing left to live for. The cave that was originally filled with medicinal herbs had been stuffed into his spatial ring by Zhou Qian. Is this guy still human? The eyes of the jade-faced spiritual fox flickered. However, the medicinal herbs that he had lost could not be returned. This greedy fellow still had a shred of humanity. He had left 10 to 20% of the medicinal herbs for the jade-faced spiritual fox. However, they were all substandard. Compared to those top-notch heavenly treasures, they were a far cry. Next, it's time to refine the Azure Spirit Pill. Zhou Qian took a deep breath. He could not guarantee that he would succeed in refining the Azure Spirit Pill. However, he had enough medicinal herbs to refine dozens of portions. It was enough for him to squander. Don't lose your skills. Although Zhou Qian had given him a small portion of the heavenly treasures, they were all his. It was just that this fellow had not lost his humanity yet. "Don't worry. I won't let you down," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. At the moment when he took out the myriad chi cauldron, even the jade-faced spiritual fox felt a great pressure. He was more sensitive to the treasures of the heavens and the earth than ordinary people. He was even more sensitive than demonic beasts. Therefore, when the myriad chi cauldron appeared, he felt his breath stagnate. Although he did not know how much the myriad chi cauldron was worth, he knew that it was not an ordinary item. Moreover, it was not something that ordinary people could possess. With the myriad chi cauldron, it could definitely produce twice the result with half the effort when refining elixirs. "It's really generous," the jade-faced spiritual fox murmured. Compared to many people, this human was more mysterious and powerful. The miraculous elixir refining just now had shocked him. Who could refine 3,000 supreme elixirs in 2 hours? That was simply a fantasy story. Jiang Chen held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand and continuously put the green spiritual partridge grass, sealwort seal and colorless fig into the cauldron. The 5 elements true fire started to refine them. Every medicinal ingredient was refined by Jiang Chen to the point of perfection. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dazzled by the process. Jiang Chen did not dare to be negligent. This was his first time refining the azure spiritual pill. Even if he failed, it would not be a big deal. However, he must learn from it in order to perfect it. After 2 hours of refining and fusing, the jade-faced spiritual fox was extremely excited at the moment the elixir was formed. However, Jiang Chen sighed. He had failed to form the elixir in the end. He had to start from the beginning again. He had failed on the verge of success. The jade-faced spiritual fox's eyes were filled with pity. Although the azure spiritual pill had nothing to do with him, it was still exciting to see the azure spiritual pill being formed. For the second time, Jiang Chen disappeared in an hour, but he still failed. For the third time, Jiang Chen used an hour and failed as usual. For the fourth time, Jiang Chen used only half an hour. The myriad chi cauldron had refined all the medicinal ingredients. At this moment, Jiang Chen was full of confidence. He had learned a lot from his previous failures. The success rate of refining the azure spiritual pill had greatly increased. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. At the moment when the elixir was formed, he felt a terrifying phenomenon. That was the pill thunder. He knew that he would succeed this time. The 9 heavens changed its color as thunderclouds rolled. The peak of Wudong Luoxia mountain was covered by a thick layer of thunderclouds. Jiang Chen felt a great pressure because the pill lightning wasn't scary at all. What was scary was the appearance of the pill lightning. It would definitely attract countless people to this place. Some of them would definitely think that this place was the birthplace of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, and he would definitely become the target of everyone. I must form the elixir as soon as possible. Leaving this place is the best option. Jiang Chen thought and increased the speed of forming the elixir. The 9 heavens pill thunder above his head became more and more terrifying. It gathered together and shocked the entire Wudong Sunset Mountain. Look, such a phenomenon. I'm afraid that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is about to be born. Yeah, these thunderclouds are not ordinary. It must be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I've searched everywhere and finally found you, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Ah. What a terrifying disturbance. Scope. Something big must be happening there. We must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Countless people and demonic beasts rushed towards the dark valley where Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. He had neglected this point. The pill thunder that appeared when the azure spiritual pill was formed had attracted people from all directions. This made him even more worried. When the azure spiritual pill was in his hand, he would definitely be attacked by the crowd. Is the elixir about to be formed? The jade-faced spiritual fox murmured. He was looking forward to the azure spiritual pill. He did not know that the enemies from all directions had started to gather here. Hundreds of experts had risen up. Condense. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. The 10 azure spiritual pills in the myriad chi cauldron were formed instantly. 9 pill thunder struck down from the sky. Jiang Chen was calm as he endured the pill thunder. Although the pill thunder was terrifying, it was still weaker than the heavenly lightning. Therefore Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. At this moment, Jiang Chen quickly added the tiger bone musk into the azure spiritual pill. The effect of the elixir was greatly improved. The azure spirit pill was completed. At that moment, the fragrance of the pill filled the air, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. The jade-faced spiritual fox was completely shocked. Jiang Chen had really succeeded, and not just one but 10 azure spirit pills. The jade-faced spiritual fox took a deep breath. He was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 25-21. Jiang Chen held the azure spirit pill in his hand and flicked it towards the jade-faced spiritual fox. Keep it. I can't keep it to myself since it's a pill refined from your treasure. Jiang Chen said. The jade-faced spiritual fox was slightly stunned. His face was filled with disbelief and his body trembled. You're saying that this azure spirit pill is for me? The jade-faced spiritual fox had never imagined that Jiang Chen would give him an azure spirit pill. That was the azure spirit pill that even a divine king would want. It was a peerless pill that even the 8 lineages Silver River's lord was moved by. How could this silly human give it to him? If you don't want it, I'll take it back. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Yes. The jade-faced spiritual fox nodded his head like a chick pecking on grains. His eyes were filled with shock and joy. Even if he added up all the treasures he had, it wouldn't be worth a single azure spirit pill. How could he not be excited? This despicable human had once again impressed the jade-faced spiritual fox. It seemed like he wasn't that shameless after all. The jade-faced spiritual fox had never imagined that Jiang Chen would give him such a precious pill. Moreover, he refined 10 azure spirit pills in one go. This was something that even an alchemist grandmaster would not dare to imagine. It was invincible to refine it in batches. The pill lightning had already dispersed among the clouds. However, Jiang Chen knew that those people were getting closer. Countless experts were approaching. They had no choice but to leave this place as soon as possible. Oh no, someone's coming! The jade-faced spiritual fox exclaimed. He held the azure spirit pill tightly as if it was more important than his own life. Did you feel it too? Jiang Chen said indifferently. Furthermore, it's not just one person. Hundreds of powerful forces are swarming over. The jade-faced spiritual fox felt suffocated. There's not much time left. Let's go. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He turned around and brought the jade-faced spiritual fox towards the direction of Yu Ernyang and the others. Jiang Chen used his soul power to break the illusion of Yu Ernyang and the others, allowing them to leave first. You guys go first, I'll bring up the rear. Many people are rushing over here. Jiang Chen said. But, Yu Ernyang looked at him worriedly. Don't worry, I won't die. With this little thing here, the living map of the Xianxia mountain range, I won't be in any danger. Jiang Chen smiled calmly. Let's go. Believing in Jiang Chen is far safer than believing in yourself. Shuoyang said calmly. For Jiang Chen, he was disdainful at the beginning, then he took him seriously, then he was shocked, and then he was amazed. Finally, he respected Jiang Chen more and more. Jiang Chen was a real opponent. Shuoyang knew that he might not be a match for Jiang Chen now, but he would never give up the pace of pursuing the strong. Those who came out of the Forgotten Sword Tomb had forsaken all love and lived only for the sword. All right, we'll wait for you 1,000 miles away. Yu Jingfan grabbed Yu Ernyang's hand, turned into a gust of wind and left. Yu Ernyang's worried eyes gradually disappeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. What a love-struck girl. The jade-faced spiritual fox smiled and pretended to be emotional. Do you believe that I will kill you and make you a bowl of fox soup? Jiang Chen looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox calmly. The jade-faced spiritual fox sneered disapprovingly, but he did not talk back to Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen was not that kind of person. From the moment Jiang Chen gave him the azure spirit pill, he knew that Jiang Chen's heart was warm. To demonic beasts there was no good or bad. A drop of water should be returned with a spring of water. Moreover, the azure spirit pill was something that he could never obtain in his life. Although the jade-faced spiritual fox did not say it, he admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. He was a kind person that deserved respect. But the next second the jade-faced spiritual fox thought that he had seen wrongly. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and commanded the 108 peak divine weapons. At this moment, there was a sword formation above the dark canyon. What are you doing? The jade-faced spiritual fox could not help but ask. Jiang Chen did not answer him. At this moment the jade-faced spiritual fox noticed that Jiang Chen's face had become extremely cold, like the Grim Reaper. The jade-faced spiritual fox shuddered in fear. It's here. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart must be here. Let's go, let's go. Ah, I finally found it. Such a secret place. Exactly. I'm sure that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is here. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart belongs to me. Don't speak too early. Be careful not to bite your tongue. More and more people entered the dark canyon. There were hundreds of them and all of them were strong. The weakest among them was a late heavenly god while the strongest was only a peak heavenly god. There were no half-step divine kings here. Zhou Xian was expressionless as he coldly looked at those who entered the illusion and the sword formation. His heart was as cold as ice. Are you going to kill? The jade-faced spiritual fox felt his mouth turning dry. Hundreds of late heavenly god or peak heavenly god experts. Does he want to die? Isn't he being a little too confident with just this sword formation? Moreover, these people have no grudges with him. Why would he kill them? The jade-faced spiritual fox had many questions in his mind. However, Zhou Xian did not say a word. Half an hour later, the sun finally set. The entire Wudong Luoxia mountain was shrouded in darkness. However, no one knew that a massacre was about to take place in this dark canyon. Zhou Xian slowly closed his eyes and murmured in his heart. Everything shall end here. At this moment, the little Ashura sword formation shone brightly. Hundreds of heavenly god realm experts felt the sky turning dark in an instant. Their screams of despair were deafening. Rays of terrifying sword light pierced through the little Ashura sword formation like rays of death. There were no blind spots. Hundreds of peak heavenly god realm experts died at this moment. Blood and cold screams were heard, forming a bloody scene. The jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. Was this still the gentle human he used to know? Or was it a human who knew how to repay kindness and generously gifted the azure spirit pill to him? The jade-faced spiritual fox could not understand what was happening. He was shocked. Hundreds of peak heavenly god realm experts did not even have the chance to fight back. They were all killed by the sword formation. Their lives were worthless at this moment. The jade-faced spiritual fox was not a kind person. However, he could not help but tremble when he saw such a terrifying scene. It was his first time witnessing Zhou Qian's power. Even a half-step divine king would not be able to do such a thing. Hundreds of peak heavenly gods could easily kill 2 or 3 half-step divine kings. However, Zhou Qian killed hundreds of experts without making a sound. Chapter 25-22. I'm here for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Some people are destined to be my stumbling blocks. Some of them were saved by me from the Peach Blossom Array. Their life and death no longer belong to them. I'll kill them as soon as possible. Zhou Qian looked at the quiet Grand Canyon and smiled. He looked calm and composed. In the eyes of the jade-faced spiritual fox, Zhou Qian had once again brought him a different kind of fear. He thought that he was intelligent and understood human nature. He knew Zhou Qian very well. However, he fell into despair and confusion once again. He killed decisively without leaving any traces. Zhou Qian never thought that he was killing the innocent. Some people should have died long ago. Some people died because of greed. He was just enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. The path of the great Tao was to have no scruples. To go against the heavens and destroy the mortal world. This was the true path of the great Tao. When Zhou Qian caught up with Yu Ernyang and the others, the Wudong Sunset Mountain had returned to its peaceful state. No one knew what happened. Zhou Qian returned with a dusty journey. In the eyes of Yu Ernyang and the others, it was good that he was still alive. There are less than 2 days left. Can you bring us to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart now? Zhou Qian looked at the jade-faced spiritual fox. All right. The jade-faced spiritual fox seemed to be extremely afraid of Zhou Qian. He pouted and dared not say a word. Because Zhou Qian was much more terrifying than those huge and ferocious demonic beasts. This jade-faced spiritual fox is very obedient. Yu Ernyang hugged the jade-faced spiritual fox in her arms. She liked it very much. She was a woman after all. She liked a white demonic beast from the bottom of her heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox hid in Yu Ernyang's arms. He seemed to be enjoying it. He did not dare to look at Zhou Qian anymore. Under the guidance of the jade-faced spiritual fox, they finally found a hidden volcanic cave in the evening of the second day. A wave of heat wave hit their faces. Everyone felt refreshed. Is this the place where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is? Yu Huafan asked in astonishment. There were no plants within 100 miles of this place. How could there be Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vines? There must be a reason behind this. Yu Jingfan whispered. Little fox, I'm talking to you. Yu Ernyang pinched the fox's ears and said with a smile. I don't know, but I can feel that the spiritual energy here is the densest. Moreover, for thousands of years, countless demonic beasts have not dared to approach this place. The volcanic rocks will erupt once every 100 years. A few hundred years ago, I once plucked a 10,000-year-old fire lotus here. The jade-faced spiritual fox said, feeling wronged. Myriad-year flame lotus? Yu Ernyang and the others gasped. Lotus flowers were rare, not to mention the fire lotus that grew on volcanic rocks. Moreover, it was a 10,000-year-old one. If it was a 10,000-year-old demon beast, it would at least be at the divine king realm. However, it took 100,000 years for it to become a spirit because it absorbed a lot more spiritual energy. It was evident that it took 100,000 years for it to become a spirit. What about the fire lotus? You didn't eat it, did you? You shouldn't be able to withstand such a majestic energy, right? Yu Huafan held his breath and asked nervously. The jade-faced spiritual fox glanced at Jiang Chen. He gave it to me. Jiang Chen said faintly. Fuck your mother. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Did I give it to you? Didn't you rob my medicine treasure house? Don't you feel ashamed? Yu Huafan smiled embarrassedly. He wanted to get the myriad-year flame lotus from the jade-faced spiritual fox, but he did not expect that he would give it to Jiang Chen. How many caves are there in this volcanic rock? Where should we go to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Shuaoliang said with a frown. When they walked in, they realized that it was not a volcanic cave. I don't know. I only know that this is the most likely place to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The jade-faced spiritual fox said and continued to bury himself in Yu Ernyang's arms. There are over 100 caves within this volcanic rock. Furthermore, I'm afraid that each cave is connected to all directions. I don't know where they lead to because this mountain is really too big. However, there should only be one volcanic crater at the center. Jiang Chen said. You want to go in from the crater? No, it's too dangerous. Yu Ernyang raised her eyebrows and said. Although there was no lava coming out from the volcanic rock, it did not mean that they could enter the crater. Then what should we do? There are so many volcanic caves, which one leads to the deepest part. And we are not sure that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is here. Yu Jingfan said. Wait, the jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly said. Everyone held their breath and looked at him silently. The jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly closed his eyes and sensed the surrounding aura. He who was full of spirituality, once again felt the movement in the volcanic rock. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart should be here. I can feel the spiritual energy in the lava being rapidly devoured. A towering tree seems to be covering the sky. The jade-faced spiritual fox said in a low voice. Yes, it's the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. A heavenly ancient vine. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with certainty. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood dripped onto his white fur, looking extremely demonic. What happened? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. I was pushed back by the spiritual power. It was as if there was a huge eye in the void. Lung Lung looked at me and I was injured. The jade-faced spiritual fox said weakly, his eyes were filled with fear. It only looked at you from the void? Jiang Chen continued to ask. That's right. Those two eyes seemed to come from the void. The jade-faced spiritual fox said with lingering fear. Since it's here, there's no reason for us to hesitate. Jiang Chen said and took the lead. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart might be in the volcanic rock. Can we find the real cave? Jiang Chen fed the jade-faced spiritual fox a compound elixir and asked. The jade-faced spiritual fox felt refreshed and almost recovered. He looked at Jiang Chen gratefully. I'll try my best. The jade-faced spiritual fox jumped out of Yu Ernyang's arms and walked in front. Jiang Chen and the others followed behind him silently. After walking for 2 hours, Jiang Chen and the group started feeling extremely hot. Their mouths were dry and it felt like all the water in their bodies was rapidly draining away. Will we be roasted into jerky if we continue like this? Yu Huafan sighed and said while wiping the sweat off his face. Yu Ernyang looked at Jiang Chen and her face was also covered with sweat. Only Jiang Chen was not afraid of the heat. His clothes were not soaked. Even experts like them felt suffocated under such hot conditions. However, Jiang Chen was not affected at all. It was really shocking. The 5 elements true fire in Jiang Chen's body was the most terrifying fire in the world. It was incomparable to these flames. How could he be afraid of the burning fire? At this moment the jade-faced spiritual fox looked at another jade-faced spiritual fox and exclaimed. Chapter 25-23. The jade-faced spiritual fox screamed, causing Jiang Chen and the others to be startled. Because the jade-faced spiritual fox had also attracted their attention. In other words, they were not the only ones who found this place with the help of the jade-faced spiritual fox. Moreover, they might not have good intentions. Who is Xiao Yu? Yu Erknyang asked. She's the object of my love. She's so perfect, so noble, so smart, so gentle, so kind, so... The jade-faced spiritual fox closed his eyes, showing an intoxicated expression, as if he was a young man who had fallen in love. If we don't catch up to them, you, the perfect, noble, intelligent, gentle and kind fox princess, will become a puppet in the hands of others. Jiang Chen sneered. The jade-faced spiritual fox suddenly opened his eyes and was shocked. At this moment he realized that his Xiao Yu might be in danger. Jiang Chen's reminder made him feel refreshed. You're right. Let's go, let's go. The jade-faced spiritual fox quickly chased after them. Looks like we're not the first ones to enter this volcanic cave. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. Now they were even more certain that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was here. Then let's hurry up. Otherwise someone else will get it before us. Yu Huafan quickly said and the others quickly followed. Jiang Chen followed closely behind the jade-faced spiritual fox. He could feel 2 powerful forces entering this volcanic cave. Although it was complicated and ever-changing, it was still the same. Finally, Jiang Chen entered a blazing square under the jade-faced spiritual fox's lead. Countless flames shot out light pillars from the ground, shooting up to tens of meters high before gradually subsiding. The blazing light pillars carried scorching magma and eventually turned into ashes. Every 10 meters or so, there would be a 1-meter square flaming cavern. There were hundreds and thousands of them in the entire flaming plaza. The flames were incomparably dazzling, so dazzling that one could not see anything. Jiang Chen and the rest were extremely cautious. In this flaming plaza, one could see the top of a 100-meter wall just by raising their heads. The air was extremely thin and thick smoke was rising from everywhere. So hot here. I feel like I'm going to be roasted. Yu Huafan rolled his eyes and said while gasping for breath. Jiang Chen, why are you fine? Yu Huafan looked at the people around him and found that all of them were in the same state. Even the jade-faced spiritual fox was sweating profusely. His white feathers, which were standing up, were now lying flat on his body. I don't know if you've heard this saying before, but curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Chen said lightly. Alas, forget it. I won't lower myself to your level. Yu Huafan said unwillingly. However, the secrets of Jiang Chen had really surprised him. Previously he had saved them from the Peach Blossom Array and the Dreamland. He knew that Jiang Chen did not have any evil intentions, but he still felt a little uncomfortable being kept in the dark about everything. It's strange. Why can't I sense Xiao Yu's aura? The jade-faced spiritual fox said anxiously. Jiang Chen sensed the aura around him, but he found nothing. Because the heat wave in the depths of the magma was too turbulent. All he could feel was the horrible heat. Someone is coming. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. The few of them turned around and saw a red-clothed girl. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were cold and sharp. Her eyes were long and narrow and her lips were thin. She gave off a natural sense of viciousness and cunning. Although she was as beautiful as a snake or a scorpion. Behind her, there were 4 powerful and beautiful ladies looking at them silently. They were cold and merciless. Their cold killing intent formed a sharp contrast with the blazing heat in the magma cave. Are you looking for her? The lady in red said lightly. She was holding Xiao Yu, who was choked by his neck. Xiao Yu was on the verge of death. Her mouth was cold. Crazy woman, what did you do to Xiao Yu? Bastard, I won't let you off. The jade-faced spiritual fox gritted his teeth and looked ferocious. Looking at Xiao Yu, who was extremely weak, his heart was in extreme pain. A bunch of useless soldiers and crab generals, relying on the jade-faced spiritual fox to find this place. Do you really think that you can get a share of the loot? This is not a place that any Tom, Dick or Harry can come to. The lady in red said mockingly. Now her mission is considered completed. I'll return her to you. The lady in red said and let go of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu fell directly into the flames of the underground cave. Under the flames there was boiling magma. At that moment the jade-faced spiritual fox was dumbfounded. He did not expect the lady in red to be so vicious. Xiao Yu. The jade-faced spiritual fox's roar was extremely ear-piercing. However, in the next second Jiang Chen disappeared from where he was. However, his strength was too weak. Even the lady in red did not notice him. Under the protection of the 5 elemental true fire, Jiang Chen jumped into the depths of the magma and protected Xiao Yu in time. He pulled her back from the brink of death and fed her 2 elixirs. Only then did she manage to save her life. She killed as soon as she attacked. She's really an old witch. Jiang Chen was calm and composed. He carried Xiao Yu in his arms and slowly walked out. Everyone's eyes froze, including the lady in red. She did not even see how Jiang Chen did it. He was just at the early stage of the heavenly god scripture, yet he was able to save the demonic beast without anyone noticing. He did have some tricks up his sleeves. The jade-faced spiritual fox held Xiao Yu's paw tightly. There was a deep look in his eyes. However, she managed to escape from death. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, she would have died. The jade-faced spiritual fox looked at Jiang Chen. He saved Xiao Yu. It was like giving her a new lease on life. This mysterious man with a mysterious identity and strength made the jade-faced spiritual fox feel enlightened. Xiao Yu, wake up. Wake up. Xiao Yu was brutally tortured by the lady in red. She was on the verge of death. However, under Jiang Chen's help, she finally woke up. Xiao Bing, it's you? I'm not dead yet? Xiao Yu said weakly. She opened her eyes with difficulty. You're not dead yet. I won't let you die. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. I will protect you for the rest of my life. The jade-faced spiritual fox hugged Xiao Yu tightly. His body was warm but his heart was cold. He hated himself for not being able to protect the person he loved. The lady in red squinted her eyes. Lung Lung said, it's just a demonic beast. I can kill it if I want to. What can you do to me? You don't know that the heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Humans are born from their mothers and demons are born from their mothers. Why can you decide the life and death of others? Jiang Chen said calmly. Because I'm strong enough. What a bunch of cute fellows. However, you guys don't deserve to stay here. You better get out of here. Otherwise, there's no turning back if you lose your life. The lady in red stroked her long hair. She covered her mouth and giggled. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. If I'm not wrong, you should be from one of the top 10 sects in the Chilean region, the Red-Clothed 13 House, right? Chapter 25-24. The red-robed lady squinted her eyes. You're quite knowledgeable. Since you know, do you still dare to take another step forward? The red-robed lady looked down on Yu Jingfan and the others. Apart from Yu Jingfan's strength, the others were not even worth mentioning. She could kill them with a wave of her hand. As the 8th house master of the red-robed 13 house, Hong Yan was extremely confident. Although they were both at the half-step divine king realm, Yu Jingfan was definitely not her match. Yu Jingfan had just entered the half-step divine king realm while she had been stuck in the half-step divine king realm for hundreds of years. It was obvious who was stronger in just a glance. You know where we come from. If we don't even dare to take a step forward, how can we compete for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? I believe that you've stayed in this Wudong Sunset Mountain for a long time, so you should be very clear that we won't leave so easily. Aren't you a little too naive to think that we'll subdue the enemy without fighting? Yu Jingfan maintained his composure and looked at Hong Yan fearlessly with a cold expression. Forcing me to take action, I'm afraid that you guys don't have the ability to do so. Hong Yan sneered and took a step forward. His chi soared to the heavens and earth as he struck out his palm. Although Yu Jingfan was startled, he did not panic. He turned around and swung his sword at Hong Yan. The next moment Hong Yan turned around and looked at Yu Jingfan, who had also landed on the ground. Hong Yan's heart became solemn. He had never expected this fella to have such combat strength. It was truly shocking. He had just broken through to the half-step divine king realm and he could already fight against him. Hong Yan also wanted to test Yu Jingfan's strength. If they were evenly matched, she would not take action at this moment. Because it was not a wise choice to take action now and let the others reap the benefits. Let's see how far you guys can go. Hong Yan turned around and left with a smile filled with disdain and sarcasm. It was not the time for her to take action yet. So lively. I thought I'm late. Looks like I'm not late. A scarlet-haired man holding a jade-faced spiritual fox appeared in the volcanic cave once again. A white-haired man followed closely behind him. Both of their auras had reached the terrifying half-step Divine King realm. They were not to be underestimated. Xianxia squinted his eyes. Looks like they were not the only ones who found the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Eighth Lady, long time no see. How are you? I've missed you dearly these past few years. The red-haired man said with an ambiguous gaze. To think that the Lord of the 8 Lineages Silver River is also interested in the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Hong Yan's expression became even more solemn. These two fellas were not easy to deal with. Previously, they had followed the Master of 8 Lineages Silver River out of Tianqi Mountain Range to celebrate the birthday of their Tower Master. They had met each other once. Of course our Lord likes the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Otherwise he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. If it wasn't for the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River's wedding, who would be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Of course our Lord likes the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Otherwise he wouldn't have ordered us to come here. If it wasn't for the young Lord's wedding, who would be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Anything in Tianqi Mountain Range belongs to our 8 Lineages Silver River. Eighth Lady, am I right? The second guardian, Fei Ying, squinted his eyes and looked at Hong Yan. He then glanced at Xianxia and the others. There's nothing to be afraid of. The troublesome one was the 8th building master Hong Yan. It's a natural item born from the heavens and earth. Since when did it belong to your 8 Lineages Silver River? What a joke. Coincidentally, my building master wants the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart too. As the host, shouldn't your 8 Lineages Silver River give way to me? Hong Yan covered her mouth and giggled. Her smile was charming. Eighth Lady, you must be joking. This item belongs to those who are capable. Why don't we see who will have the last laugh? What do you think? The third guardian, Xianxia, said casually. However, his words caused their conversation to fall apart. It's useless to talk too much. Let's see who's capable. Hong Yan shrugged her shoulders, revealing her fragrant shoulders. She looked sexy and charming, extremely alluring. Get out of here. Otherwise I'll kill you. Xianxia Leng said while looking at Yu Jingfan. However, he also understood that it would not do them any good if they took action now. Yu Jingfan was a half-step Divine King after all. It would not be easy to kill a half-step Divine King. Thank you for your reminder, Guardian. Yu Jingfan smiled indifferently, neither servile nor overbearing. At this moment, even the 4 great guardians of 8 Lineages Silver River could not do anything as the temptation of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too great. He hoped that there was no Divine King realm expert here, otherwise the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River would have sensed it. Let's go, third brother. They're just ants. Why worry about them? Fei Ying said arrogantly. He and Xianxia continued to walk forward. The flaming square was full of unknown things. No one knew what kind of danger was hidden under the flames. Yu Jingfan looked at the 2 great guardians of 8 Lineages Silver River and Hong Yan of the Red Cloth 13th House. These 2 groups are hard to deal with. We know the function of the jade-faced spiritual fox. It's impossible that the 8 Lineages Silver River doesn't know about it. Looks like it's going to be a tough battle. Xianxia said with a smile. How can you still smile? Yu Ernyang rolled her eyes at Xianxia. However, Yu Huafan saw it as a little lover's anger. He sighed secretly. A grown girl really can't be kept at home. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Do we have to retreat just because they're stronger than us? No one knows who's going to have the last laugh until the end. Xianxia said. We can't let our guard down now. Whether it's the 2 great guardians of 8 Lineages Silver River or the people of the Red Cloth 13th House, they're our greatest threat. We can only wait and see. There's no one else who has entered the volcanic cave yet. We need to seize this opportunity. Now that the 3 of them are in a stalemate, none of them would dare to make the first move. Yu Jingfan said with a serious expression. He led everyone forward step by step. The strength of a half-step Divine King still had a certain degree of deterrence. Xianxia and the others slowly moved forward in the fiery square. When they arrived at the center of the square, they found a huge square with a circumference of 100 meters. Everything within the radius of 100 meters had collapsed, and under the collapsed area was scorching hot magma. However, in the middle of the magma, There was a thick ancient vine that extended all the way to the top of the wall, as if it was supporting the entire volcanic cave. A withered ancient vine was rooted in the magma. Who would believe it? Chapter 25. Zhou Xian looked at the ancient vine silently. It was like an old man that had experienced countless years, but its majestic aura was still the same. It gave people a comfortable feeling. Standing beside the ancient vine, Zhou Qian's heart became much calmer. Zhou Qian looked at the ancient vine silently. His eyes were filled with an ancient qi and his heart was calm. It's the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Hong Yan of the Red Cloth 13th House and the two great protectors of the 8 lineages Silver River were among them. However, none of them dared to move as they did not know where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was. It's really the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Yu Jingfan said in a low voice. Everyone held their breaths. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was found, but where was the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart? However, it caused everyone to sink into bewilderment. Even Fei Ying and Xianxia, the two great protectors, knew nothing about it. Where is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart? Xianxia frowned and said. No one knows where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is born along with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. The River Lord said that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is extremely hard to find. Moreover, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was said to have been taken away by a great demon 10,000 years ago. Fei Ying said in a serious manner. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should not have matured completely. Otherwise, there would be a natural phenomenon. I think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should be in this volcanic cave. Hong Yan said in a low voice. At this moment they did not know. Zhou Qian, where do you think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is? Yu Jingfan looked at Zhou Qian and asked. I don't know. However, a 10,000 years old spiritual object like this, even if it does not have a spiritual consciousness, I think it should be the same. No one knows how old the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart is. Zhou Qian wasn't sure, but how could he not have prepared for this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine that was tens of thousands of years old? Different from the 10,000 years old ginseng and the 1,000 years old lingji, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart had existed for countless years. Therefore it was not easy to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. I don't believe that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart can run away on its own. Fei Ying squinted his eyes as he observed the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. He was extremely confused as no one knew where the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart was. Under the boiling magma, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine took root. No one could believe that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was indestructible. Even the magma couldn't do anything to it. Rumble. A loud sound was heard, followed by a deafening explosion that made everyone's scalp numb. The caves around the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine spurted out many balls of light. The balls of light kept exploding and radiance shot out in all directions. Yu Jingfan used his hand to protect Zhou Qian and the others. Even though he was a half-step divine king, he had to give it his all. The exploding balls of light were too terrifying. Anyone below the half-step divine king realm would die or be injured if they were to touch it. Be careful, third brother. Yu Ernyang said worriedly. On the other side, the people from the Red Cloth 13th House and Fei Ying did not dare to be negligent. They were constantly dodging the terrifying exploding light balls. It was all lava exploding and splitting apart. The commotion underground seemed to be even greater. The continuous explosions caused the entire mountain range to shake and tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, quite a few people also discovered this unusual movement. Thousands of people began to rush towards the volcanic cave without stopping. It's over there. Let's go. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart finally moved? No one can compete with me. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart belongs to me. Countless experts soared up to the sky and rushed towards the volcanic cave. The volcanic cave had become the gathering center of the Wudong Sunset Mountain. Such a huge commotion, will this place collapse? If it does, we will all be engulfed by the magma. Yu Huafan said worriedly. There must be something wrong. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart should be appearing soon. Zhou Qian said in a low voice. He felt that this was just a sign of the birth of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine heart. Look, what's that? Shueliang frowned. The moment he looked at the cave, he saw 4 black ladle-like seeds about the size of a palm floating above the magma. They were not melted, nor did they sink into the magma, which was really puzzling. Those black ladle-shaped seeds must be extraordinary, Yu Jingfan said solemnly. At the same time, Fei Ying, Hong Yan and the others also noticed the 4 ladle-shaped seeds floating above the magma. Could that be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Yu Ernyang said in surprise. Everyone had the same question in their hearts, but they were not sure. If there were really 4 Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Hearts, could those 4 black seeds be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? You must get those black seeds, Jiang Chen said. The lava light balls are constantly exploding. Danger lurks everywhere. I can't split myself up. You guys go and get those black seeds, Yu Jingfan said. I'll go get them. Yu Huafan made up his mind. Although he was at the peak of the Heavenly God realm and was only 1 step away from the half-step Divine King realm, he was still very nervous in the face of this terrifying magma. However, in order to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he had to risk it all. 5th brother. Don't worry. I will definitely get it. No one can stop my determination to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Huafan jumped into the cave. When he tried to grab the black seed with one hand, his whole body was burned. The moment his hand touched the black seed, he was seriously injured. His protective divine spirit power was burned by the magma in an instant. He could not resist the heat of the magma at all. It was like taking chestnuts out of the fire. It was a matter of life and death. A slight mistake and he would lose his life. Yu Huafan let out a scream and turned back like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. However, his body had been burned by the lava and he was in great pain. No, this magma is too terrifying. It's not an ordinary magma. Yu Huafan's face was filled with fear. If he stayed in the underground cave for 1 more second, his entire arm would be crippled. Hong Yan and Fei Ying took action at the same time. They went into the underground cave with great agility. In just a moment, each of them got a black seed and returned with a solemn face. Such terrifying magma. Such a strange black seed. Chapter 25-26. It was the same for Hong Yan. All of them could sense that the black seed was extraordinary. However, it was already impossible for them to snatch it from him. Jiang Chen followed closely behind. Yu Huafan's failure showed how terrifying the underground cave was. Even Hong Yan and Fei Ying did not dare to be careless. When they went down again, Jiang Chen had already taken away a black seed. At that moment, Jiang Chen saw a black shadow that was as fast as lightning. He could not find the shadow at all. He wanted to take away 2 black seeds, but the other one was taken away by the black shadow. Damn it. Who are you? The moment Jiang Chen turned around and left the underground cave, he felt the black shadow's gaze. The gaze was very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. The moment Jiang Chen left the catacombs, Xianxia had already closed in on him. He was closing in on Jiang Chen in order to snatch the black seed from him. At this moment, Shuiliang took action. He waved his sword and forced Xianxia to retreat. Fei Ying and Hong Yan did not expect that an early heavenly god like Jiang Chen could get the black seed from the underground cave. Even a peak heavenly god could not get it. Moreover, Xianxia wanted to take it away, but he was stopped by a late heavenly god. These fellows looked weak, but they were extraordinary. Xianxia and Shuiliang looked at each other. Even Yu Jingfan was shocked. Shuiliang was so powerful that he easily forced Xianxia to retreat. Was this the combat strength of a late heavenly god? Whether it was Jiang Chen or Shuiliang, both of them were extremely mysterious and powerful. Clap, clap, clap. Great, great, great. Young hero indeed. I like it. Lad, if you're willing to pledge allegiance to the 8 lineages Silver River, I, Fei Ying, will definitely recommend you. Fei Ying said with a smile and clapped his hands. What is the 8 lineages Silver River? Why should I pledge allegiance to you? Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Do you know who you're talking to? Kid. What kind of place is 8 lineages Silver River? It's not a place that a bunch of cats and dogs can join. I can see that you're young and promising, but you don't know how to appreciate kindness. What a pity. Fei Ying said indifferently. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. At this moment, killing intent also rose in his heart. Don't be so hypocritical. Great Guardian Eagle, if it wasn't for the black seed in his hand, would you have done this? Recruiting talents? It just wants to swallow the black seed. Hong Yan looked at Fei Ying disdainfully. You're the first one who dares to disobey me. Boy, let me see what you're capable of. How dare you challenge my 8 lineages Silver River? Fei Ying took a step forward and swept his palm toward Jiang Chen. Jiangchen took 3 steps back and his eyes turned cold. He met Hong Yan's palm. Jiangchen was pushed back and his face looked terrible. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. However, when Fei Ying wanted to snatch the black seed, he was protected by Jiangchen with all his might, preventing him from succeeding. Trash. Fei Ying sneered and looked at Jiangchen disdainfully. You've been hit by my 5 poison yin bone palm. You can't live for more than 3 days. Yu Ernyang's expression changed and looked at Jiangchen anxiously. Are you all right, Jiangchen? That was the second of the 4 great guardians of the 8 lineages Silver River. His strength was unfathomable and the mightiness of a half-step divine king was extremely powerful. Moreover, a half-step divine king realm demonic beast was much stronger than a human. Even if Jiangchen was strong, how could he be a match for him? Yu Ernyang was extremely worried. Even her 5th brother Yu Huafan was a little jealous. She was not even this worried when he was injured. Such a ruthless palm technique. Jiangchen pretended to be in pain and said in order to show his weakness. The 5 poison yin bone palm was not enough to hurt him at all. He did it to show the person who was hiding in the dark. Who was the person hiding in the dark? What was his purpose? Was it for himself or the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Now that he was out in the open, Jiangchen had no idea what was going on. Moreover, his strength was not going to be exposed in this volcanic cave. Now that Fei Ying had given him such an opportunity, why wouldn't he take it? As for Fei Ying, he was disdainful to use a second palm strike against Jiangchen. Firstly, it was because of his identity and secondly, Jiangchen's strength. He had used 70% of his strength in this palm strike. It was not difficult for him to kill a mid-heavenly god. It's a worthy death to be killed by my 5 poison yin bone palm. You can only blame yourself for being too conceited. Young man, you still have a long way to go. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of your talent. Since you're willing to submit to my 8 lineages Silver River, then I don't need to talk about morality with you anymore. Fei Ying said solemnly. He looked righteous as if the 8 lineages Silver River was the rule of the Tianqi mountain range. Hand over the black seed and I might spare your life. You can't afford to offend the 8 lineages Silver River. Come here if you want to live. The black seed is right here. Come and get it if you want it. Jiangchen was still like a troublemaker. He looked at Fei Ying coldly and played with the black seed in his hand. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really want me to kill you now? Fei Ying's eyes looked gloomy. However, there was a half-step divine king beside him. Fei Ying knew that it would not be easy to kill him. Don't worry. I won't die so soon. Jiangchen smiled and looked at Yu Ernyang. The latter's eyes were filled with tenderness and worry. You can't die. Yu Ernyang said while gritting her teeth. She held Jiangchen's hand tightly. Even her nails had sunk into Jiangchen's flesh. It hurts, Jiangchen said. Where does it hurt? My hand hurts. Yu Ernyang looked at her unintentional action. Her face flushed and her heartbeat accelerated. She did not expect that Jiangchen's pain was caused by her. Jiangchen looked at the black seed in his hand and his eyes narrowed. The black seed was like a blazing sun. It was as big as a palm and it was extremely hot. What exactly is this thing? Jiangchen was also puzzled. At this moment there were many people outside the volcanic cave. All of them were excited and anxious. They wanted to enter the volcanic cave as soon as possible. However, not everyone could enter the volcanic cave at this moment. Many of them lost their way when they entered the volcanic cave. Without the guidance of the jade-faced spiritual fox, it was impossible for them to come to the fiery square. Chapter 25-27. A hearty laughter rang out, deafening and somewhat mocking. A plump man leapt up, his footsteps unsteady, calm and composed. Zhu Ri, I didn't expect to see you here. Fei Ying's eyes turned cold. Zhu Ri was not an ordinary man. He was also a half-step divine king, the wild boar king of the Tianqi mountain range. He had saved the young master's life when he was young. That's why he refused to submit to the 8 lineages Silver River. He could be considered as a transcendent existence. However, the master did not bother to pay attention to him, so this fellow was fearless. However, Zhu Ri's strength was not any weaker than his. There were more than 10 half-step divine kings in the Tianqi mountain range. Not all of them belonged to the 8 lineages Silver River. Some of the wandering beasts did not like to be bound, so they did not like to be associated with the 8 lineages Silver River. Why can't I come here if you can? Humph. Zhu Ri harumphed coldly. I didn't expect you to have such a sharp nose. You found this place in such a short time. I saw that some people are too shameless. That's why I wanted to stop them. If they don't even care about their face, the 8 lineages Silver River will eventually decline. Zhu Ri, don't think that you can disrespect the 8 lineages Silver River just because you've saved the young master's life. I don't need the master to kill you. Fei Ying shouted in a deep voice. Kill me? You're too naive. Do you dare to attack me now? Aren't you afraid of being eyed by others? You're smarter than a monkey. You won't be the first one to attack me. Lad, this kind of person is like a fox pretending to be a tiger. He'll be terrified when he sees me. Zhu Ri looked at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. This old pig is interesting. He is not afraid of the 8 lineages Silver River at all. Seems like they have a deep relationship. It was just that Zhu Ri said the truest words, which also made Fei Ying angry. At this time he would never draw his sword first, otherwise he would naturally fall into a passive position. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. It's really lively. Hiba, I am here. A white-clothed skinny old man with sunken eyes walked slowly into the volcanic cave. Another force that could rival the 8 lineages Silver River appeared on the public square. Hiba. But you can't fall down at all. Zhu Ri said in a strange tone. At the same time Fei Ying, Hong Yan and Yu Jingfan's expression became more and more solemn. The more people that came, the more pressure they felt. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. The more the better, he could take advantage of the chaos. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it's a gift from the heavens that we have the chance to participate in it. Being born in this era, it's a great fortune to be able to meet the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. How can I, Hiba, not be here? Hiba said with a faint smile. His long white hair fluttered in the wind. His sunken eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. Hiba's original form was an immortal crane. His cultivation was successful and his strength was at the true perfection realm. However, his lifespan was approaching a few thousand years. Although he looked indifferent on the surface, no one was more eager to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart than him, because it could prolong his lifespan and allow him to break through. It was his only hope, and the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was his only opportunity. It seems like the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart has attracted a lot of people. Shuiliang said in a deep voice. His pupils constricted as he looked at the people around him coldly. All of them were half-step divine kings, each stronger than the other. Even the 4 people behind Hong Yan were peak heavenly gods. How could they be ordinary people if they were able to stand here? It would not be easy to stand out from the crowd. This battle was bound to be incomparably difficult. Yuanyang was getting more and more worried. Only her 3rd brother's strength could compete with them. The rest of the people's strengths were all different. Especially Jiang Chen. Sometimes he was like a great hero who could do anything, but sometimes he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yuanyang was extremely anxious, because the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was too important to her, even to the Yu family. Otherwise she would not have followed her 3rd and 5th brother to travel thousands of miles to search for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, regardless of life and death. Yuanyang did not care about anything, even if she had to sacrifice her life. But even so, she might not be able to get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen held the black seed tightly in his hand. He felt that this black seed was not as simple as it looked. It might be related to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. What a gathering of heroes. Looks like even the Chilean boundary from the other side of the continent has come to participate in the battle for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like many people are going to die this time. Time and time again, natural and man-made disasters. Don't tell me you'll never remember them? A cold-looking person slowly walked towards the flaming square. He wore a fiery robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked neither good nor evil, like a man or a woman, but he didn't give people a bad feeling. Instead, he was cold, arrogant, and even had a pure heart and few desires as he looked at the world coldly. His voice was full of magnetism, as if it made people feel a gentle and wanton feeling in the spring breeze. His eyes were sometimes cold, sometimes gentle, sometimes filled with killing intent, and sometimes like a blooming flower in spring. Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw this man because this man was just too beautiful. If he was a woman, he would be an outstanding beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. His beauty was comparable to Yan Qingqing and Yan Qingyu. If he was a man, his handsomeness would make Jiang Chen sigh in admiration. His androgynous beauty had shocked everyone on the scene. Whether it was a man or a woman, they were all shocked by him. Bewitching like a ghost, wise like a prophet. When Jiang Chen's eyes fell on him, he seemed to have sensed it and looked at Jiang Chen. This guy, why does he look like he knows me? There's a hint of bitterness in his eyes. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Because Jiang Chen could not see through him at all. What was the scariest thing? The unknown was the most frightening thing. Jiang Chen was confident that he could fight anyone here, but this person in front of him was the only one that he did not have the confidence to defeat. In other words, he could not even muster up the will to fight against him. Beautiful like a fairy, handsome like jade, wise like a demon, close to the gods. Feng Qiuhuang, is it really him? Didn't they say that he died 10,000 years ago? Impossible. Feng Qiuhuang is immortal. He's the symbol of Tianqi mountain range. Feng Qiuhuang is a kind of faith. Beasts and humans of Tianqi mountain range all respect Feng Qiuhuang. Does Feng Qiuhuang really exist? He's just a legend. Could it be that this Feng Qiuhuang? I'm seeing a legend? Chapter 25-28. I, Jiang Chen, have never seen such a monstrous existence. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, but Feng Qiuhuang seemed to have seen through his mind. You're not afraid of me, but you're cowering because you don't know how terrifying I am. Feng Qiuhuang's words shocked Jiang Chen. He was extremely shocked. Who are you? Jiang Chen said. I've heard that Feng Qiuhuang is the faith of the Tianqi mountain range, a symbol. The existence of the Tianqi mountain range is because of Feng Qiuhuang, but nobody knows why. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. He glanced at Jiang Chen and was shocked. Feng Qiuhuang's appearance was like a warning to everyone. However, no one can stop me today. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. I must get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Yu Jingfan Leng said. He did not grow up in the Tianqi mountain range, hence he did not have much respect for the totem of the Tianqi mountain range. Yeah, I'm a dying man, there's nothing to worry about. I'm here for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Not even Feng Qiuhuang can stop me. He Ba said with a smile, looking calm. Feng Qiuhuang, Feng Qiuhuang. Jiang Chen murmured. Raising his head, he saw that more and more people were pouring into the fiery square. At this moment, something strange happened. When dozens of people entered the fiery square, the entire fiery square started to crack. The stone floor beneath their feet started to crumble inch by inch. The falling stones fell into the magma and were instantly devoured by the magma, disappearing without a trace. The fiery red magma lit up the entire volcanic cave. At this moment, the original flaming plaza had completely collapsed. The flaming plaza no longer existed. Everyone had fallen into the magma. They had just stepped into the volcanic cave and they had already met with such a crisis. Those who did not know what was going on had completely fallen into a dead end. Jiang Chen and the rest were no exception, but they were prepared for it. Looking at the fiery magma beneath their feet, everyone held their breaths. Jiang Chen recalled the black seed that was floating above the magma, and it did not melt. This black seed might be their savior. Some of them tried to grab onto the wall, but the temperature of the wall was extremely high, not any weaker than the magma. Dozens of people fell into the magma one by one. They did not even have the chance to scream. Even if they could step on the air, it was useless. The magma seemed to have a strong suction force, sucking them in. I'm not willing. Save me. I can't die in peace. Every echo was terrifying. Jiang Chen was floating in the air, but he was not affected by the magma's suction force. Hong Yan, Fei Ying and the rest were the same. Even He Ba and Zhu Ri were having a hard time resisting the suction force of the magma. It was obvious that those who were below the half-step Divine King realm could not do anything. Corpses fell into the magma. Not even a single sound was heard. Not even their bones were left. It's the black seed. Fei Ying's lips curled into a faint smile. Because of the black seed in his hand, he and the third great protector Xianxia did not feel any pressure. Jiang Chen, Hong Yan and the rest were the same. Only Zhu Ri and He Ba had an ugly expression on their faces, resisting the suction force of the ground with great difficulty. It was like a huge magnet. More and more people were sucked into the magma, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Numerous corpses turned into ashes, and from then on, they vanished into thin air, vanishing from this world. It's terrifying. Fortunately we have the black seed. Otherwise we wouldn't be able to escape this fate. Yu Huafan's face was covered with sweat. It was unknown whether it was due to the heat or the fear. This black seed is extraordinary, Jiangchen, you must take good care of it. Yu Jingfan said. All right. Jiangchen nodded. But at this moment He Ba, who was smiling, suddenly shot towards Jiangchen, trying to snatch the black seed from Jiangchen's hand. However, Yu Jingfan was prepared for this. The terrifying force caused the magma to rise. However, He Ba was obviously stronger than Yu Jingfan. He managed to force Yu Jingfan to retreat, but he himself was troubled by the suction force of the ground. He Ba's eyes became colder and colder as he retreated. Old fart, you're still as shameless as ever. Haha, sneak attacking a weak young man, you're getting worse and worse. You look like an immortal, but you're the worst. Huh. Juri could not stop laughing. Although the suction force was extremely terrifying, to the point that even half-step divine kings had to go all out, Juri did not make a move. On the other hand, He Baxing could not hold it in anymore. Humph, what do you know, pig brain? This old pig will not lower himself to your level. What's the saying again? Those who achieve great things do not bother about trifles. Juri still had a smile on his face, causing He Ba to snort coldly and no longer speak. However, He Ba was also fighting with Yu Jingfan. The two of them stared at each other, neither of them willing to back down. But one had to admit that Yu Jingfan had already lost in that exchange. He was fighting He Ba within the range of the black seed, and when He Ba was fighting with him, He Ba had to resist the terrifying suction force from the magma. The difference between the two of them was obvious. Third brother, are you all right? Yu Nyang said. Although this palm strike had forced He Ba to retreat, everyone could see that Jiang Chen and the others had the advantage of numbers. In the eyes of those who had real combat strength, they were the weakest. Don't worry. Yu Jingfan waved his hand and said. Jiang Chen suddenly woke up. Feng Qihuang is gone? Where did he go? Who is he? While Jiang Chen was still in shock, the magma under the ground was collapsing step by step, sinking deeper and deeper. The magma was shrinking rapidly in front of Jiang Chen and the others, sinking deeper and deeper into the ground. And right at this moment, a deep abyss appeared before everyone's eyes. A winding ancient bluestone path that seemed to be filled with the vicissitudes of life extended all the way into the darkness of the underground. It was just like an endless abyss. Even though it did not have that terrifying suction force from before, this endless abyss seemed to have some sort of magical power that was attracting everyone to go down and check it out. Beside the ancient path, the roots of the scarlet cloud ancient vine extended all the way down, coexisting with the ancient path. The heat wave receded, and the magma became an empty nest in the ground. However, no one knew if the magma that brought endless fear to the human race would quickly erupt again. That was the most worrying thing. Guys, look, this is like an abyss that leads to hell. Zhu Ri said with a smile, but in his eyes, there was no calmness anymore, because this endless abyss gave everyone a feeling that it was a path that leads to hell. Chapter 25-29. Everyone's mood was incomparably depressed. Jiang Chen was no exception. Because no one knows what's in this endless abyss, but even if it's the 18th level of hell, there's no reason for them to retreat. Because the abyss, the scarlet cloud ancient vine tree, and the bluestone ancient path seem to be guiding them. Second brother, what should we do? Xiongzhan looked at Fei Ying and asked. Of course we have to go. Since when have I, Fei Ying, been afraid of anything in the Tianqi mountain range? Fei Ying said proudly. You're right, I'm already at the end of my life. If I don't give it my all, I'm afraid I'll be letting my old bones down. He Ba was also not to be outdone. He was not the least bit careless. Amongst them he was the most fearless one when it came to life and death. His life was coming to an end. If he did not give it his all, he would be filled with regret even if he died. He Ba looked at the bottomless abyss. He was fearless. How can I, this old pig, fall behind? Juri was not afraid at all. The ancient bluestone path leading to the abyss was indestructible even under the magma. It must be extremely mystical. Now that the ancient path was right in front of them, if they hesitated they might just miss the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Hong Yan and the rest did not hesitate and stepped onto the bluestone ancient path. Jiang Chen, what do you think? Shuoyang looked at Jiang Chen and smiled faintly. It was a rare smile on his face, as if he was fighting with his life on the line, or fighting against fate. You only live once in your life. If you can stir up trouble, why stay calm? Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He looked calm, but he could feel the danger in this endless abyss. To Zhou Xian this was a kind of spirit, a kind of fearlessness. Fighting against the heavens, fighting against the earth, fighting against humans, it's also a joy. Shuoyang laughed out loud. He raised the 3-foot green sword in his hand and waved it in a resolute manner. The three of us shouldn't have anything to hesitate about. Let's go. No one dared to stop, just like how none of them dared to be careless. Zhou Xian knew about the Yu family's obsession with the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. Therefore they would not hesitate even if there was a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire in front of them. Zhou Xian turned his head and saw a figure following him closely. However, in the end he was unable to find it. The ancient bluestone path twisted and turned, leading to a secluded place. Below the ground, it was a vast expanse of darkness. It was impossible to tell how deep it was. Low groans and roars sounded as if they came from ancient times. Listening to the sound of the wind, it shook one's soul. Without the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart, no one would make the first move. Because that would be creating an opportunity for others. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fishermen would benefit from it. No one would make such a low-level mistake. Therefore they would be safe before they found the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. However, once they found the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart, they would show their ferocious side. At that time they would see who would be the last one laughing. Zhou Xian took each step carefully. The bluestone path under his feet revealed an ancient and vicissitude aura, as if it had experienced countless years. The aura that had been washed by time could not be imitated. It was still hot under his feet. The lava had receded, but the terrifying heatwave still made people feel oppressive and stuffy underground. Beside the ancient bluestone path, there was a broken stone tablet. The words on the tablet were carved with ancient inscriptions that no one could recognize. Who can recognize the words on the tablet? Fei Ying said in a deep voice. However, no one answered him. Because no one could recognize the meaning of the broken ancient inscriptions. On the back of the tablet, there was a blood-red Buddha name. However, that blood-colored Buddhist name was already extremely dilapidated. Numerous cracks could be seen on the blood-colored Buddhist name. It was as if the cracks had drilled into the depths of one's heart. Zhou Xian could feel the aura of the Buddha name. It was filled with demonic characteristics. It did not feel like a Buddha name at all. The palm print of Gautama Buddha was supposed to be a Buddha name with boundless power. However, it made people feel oppressed. It's just a tablet inscription. You're just trying to be mysterious. Hong Yan said coldly. He was not afraid at all. He led the 4 experts and continued to walk towards the endless abyss. At this moment, Zhou Xian stopped moving because he was quite sensitive to the Buddha's name. The Buddha's radiance was the name of this terrifying Buddha's name. However, this Buddha's name, which was supposed to be peaceful and majestic, was stained with blood. This blood-red Buddha's name was like a curse, making Zhou Xian feel disgusted. Zhou Xian, what's wrong? Yu Ernyang glanced at Zhou Xian, who was staring at the tablet, and asked in a low voice. Nothing, I couldn't help but look at it a little longer. This Buddha name is the heart seal of Buddhism. It's supreme, but it's carved in this dark place. Moreover, it's poured with blood. It's really strange. Zhou Xian shook his head and said. This Buddha name seems to be suppressing this tablet. However, this tablet is too broken and no one knows what the inscriptions on it mean. Yu Ernyang frowned and said. Do you think this Buddha name is suppressing this tablet? Zhou Xian looked at Yu Ernyang in surprise. I'm just making a wild guess. Looks like this tablet has been here for thousands of years. Moreover, it's underground. Who knows what's going on? Moreover, it's just a broken tablet. What can it do? Go. If we're late, we'll be left behind. I always feel that this place is creepy. Yu Ernyang urged Zhou Xian. All right. You go first. I'll be right there. Yu Ernyang was the first to leave. Zhou Xian's expression slightly changed. He tried to pull out the stone tablet that was stuck on the side of the ancient bluestone path. However, he could not move it even after using all his strength. Although Zhou Xian was surprised, he knew that the stone tablet could not be pulled out. He could only leave unwillingly. I don't believe it. After taking 7 steps, Zhou Xian's face turned gloomy. He took out the frozen man and smashed it on the tablet. At that moment, the entire ancient bluestone path trembled. However, it was only a slight tremble. The blood-red Buddha name on the tablet became brighter and more enchanting. What's going on? Why is it shaking all of a sudden? Is this ancient bluestone path going to collapse? I feel that this endless abyss is getting more and more terrifying. Everyone was certain that this was not a safe place. However, they had to do this in order to find the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart extended all the way to the bottom of the endless abyss. No one knew how long the roots of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart were. However, this was their only choice. Zhou Xian placed the frozen man on the tablet and reached out to pull it out again. This time the tablet was finally touched. Zhou Xian growled and pulled out the broken tablet with great effort. Zhou Xian looked at the frozen man again. This guy was definitely not a kind person. He was able to intimidate the young man from the other dimension. He could even move this immovable tablet. Zhou Xian knew that this was the scariest thing because he knew nothing about this frozen man. Chapter 25-30. The demonic aura dissipated in a split second. No one noticed it, but Zhou Xian could feel it clearly. The tablet in his hand was like a mountain, but Zhou Xian had the strength of 1,000 catties, so it wasn't hard for him to deal with it. Why do I feel that this broken inscription is a little suspicious? Zhou Xian frowned and kept the broken inscription. Although he did not know what it was used for, it should be something extraordinary. It reminded Zhou Xian of Tyrant's God-suppressing monument. It seemed to be similar to this broken inscription, but it was just a guess. Zhou Xian quickly caught up with Yu Ernyang and the others. At this moment they had already walked more than 10,000 meters into the underground abyss. The scorching heat had gradually disappeared and was replaced by an inexplicable coldness. It was as if the coldness came from the depths of their hearts. The roots of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine extended for tens of thousands of meters. The end could not be seen, the root could not be found. The deeper they went, the worse the bluestone path became. On the bluestone path, sword marks and knife grooves could be seen, as if there had been an earth-shattering battle not long ago. However, everyone knew that it was at least tens of thousands of years ago or even longer, unknown to the public. Every sword mark seemed to have an ancient charm, grand, majestic and shocking. Zhou Xian was extremely shocked. Not only him, everyone became solemn. The bluestone ancient path seemed to be engraved with a grand blueprint of an ancient war. Scenes of armies and horses roaring resounded in their ears. Such a cold aura. I did not expect that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine has yet to reach its root. It's unbelievable. Fei Ying frowned and seemed a little impatient. He was not the only one who felt this unknown. Everyone seemed to be on tenterhooks. The deeper they went into the abyss, the greater the pressure they felt. In particular, the overlapping shadows of swords and sabers and the resounding battle intent deeply stimulated everyone's heart. That's right. I feel like I'm walking into hell if I continue like this. He Ba's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice. Each of them was trying to probe each other, but they knew nothing about what was happening in the endless abyss. Look, on the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vines, there are many swords and divine weapons pierced into them. They are still ancient. Yu Ernyang noticed that the thick Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine was crisscrossed and full of scars. There were also swords and divine weapons stuck on the vine. It was cold and chilling. I'm afraid those divine weapons are about to decay. Even the heavenly divine weapons have decayed. Although there are countless divine weapons, they are no match for the passage of time. Zhou Xian said. Those divine weapons had already turned into scrap metal, but there was still a trace of ancient aura left in them. They shouldn't be underestimated, but if they were to be used in battle it would be a fantasy. After all, under the corrosion of time, not to mention humans, even divine weapons were extremely fragile. The decayed divine weapon pierced into the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine, penetrating deep into the wood. The ancient vine's skin carried the mark of time. The sharp blade of the divine weapon looked old, causing people to sigh endlessly. If you don't become an emperor, you won't be able to withstand the passage of time. So what if you've lived for thousands of years? You'll still turn into dust. I'm afraid these divine weapons were once worn by the ancient gods. But now they have become the marks of time. They will never regain their former glory. Hong Yan faintly spoke. However, no one refuted her words. After all, her words were extremely true, causing everyone to be enlightened. In the face of time, everyone was equal. Everyone was weak. Only by becoming a peerless monarch could one surpass the limits of time and become an eternal existence in the immortal world. Zhou Xian stretched out his hand. Although he was looking at it from afar, it felt like he could touch it. He could deeply feel the terrifying battle that was going on in this abyss. On the ancient bluestone path, there were many ghastly white skeletons. However, when Jiang Chen's feet touched the white skeletons, he instantly turned into ashes and disappeared between the heavens and earth. The passage of time, the white bones turned into ashes. Jiang Chen closed his eyes. It was easy to become an emperor. But how many people could reach the pinnacle in the history of the divine world? Life in the immortal world might have been carefree and carefree. In that world where the pressure wasn't as strong, one might have been able to live a carefree life for a few 100,000 years. But when one came to the divine world and walked step by step, one would realize how difficult it was to live forever. Even if one was a god-king hierarch or even a god-emperor, what could they do? They would still become the slaves of time. Everyone could only stare blankly at what was happening. None of them said anything, and yet, all of them could sense the boundless pressure brought upon them by the passing of time. Their entire lives had been a race against time, a struggle against it. The battle marks of the ancient times were recorded in this endless abyss. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was probably the target of many people in the ancient times. Otherwise, how could there be so many marks of time and battles under the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? The war horses were roaring, the wild beasts were roaring, the divine weapons were neighing, the god of war was riding his mount. The deeper they went into the abyss, the deeper they felt. When they were 30,000 meters deep, they finally saw the roots of the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. There were corpses and broken divine weapons everywhere. But at this moment they were already used to it. Every set of bones was like a warning. They finally reached the bottom of the boundless abyss. But at this moment they were even more puzzled. Where was the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? How could it be? The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart's thick roots were tens of meters wide. It was like a giant tree growing in the abyss. On the ancient vine there were crisscrossing marks. The war and mourning of the past could never be erased. Where is the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Ba finally could not hold it in anymore. He could no longer stay calm. If it was not for the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, he would have died when his time came. Legend has it that the scarlet cloud ancient vine is an ancient divine vine. It is a true ancient relic. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart is in its roots. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart has its own spirituality. Although it is not as strong as a 10,000 years old scarlet cloud ancient vine, it still has its own spirituality. Hong Yen said in a deep voice. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart had not appeared for a day. It was a hurdle in everyone's heart. They came here without a care for their lives, just to obtain the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Ancient vine forbidden ground. Trespassers shall die. Chapter 25:31. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Come out. Fang said. A white figure slowly walked out from the scarlet cloud ancient vine. It was a white tiger, not an ordinary white tiger but a divine beast white tiger. You greedy humans, how dare you enter the scarlet cloud ancient vine forbidden place? Only death awaits you. White tiger Leng Leng said, looking at Jiang Chen and the others with disdain, as if he had already sentenced them to death. Those white bones are your final outcome. What a mysterious white tiger. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The white tiger's strength was indeed extraordinary. It had reached the half-step divine king realm. None of the people present was a match for it. No one dared to go against its pair of terrifying tiger eyes. Moreover, its majestic aura had completely shocked everyone present. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were the four most terrifying divine beasts. They possessed the talent and divine strength that even the heavens and earth were jealous of. No other beasts could rival them. As a divine beast, White Tiger, even though he was only a half-step divine king, he was not inferior to a human divine king realm expert. No other beast could be compared to a divine beast. Bloodline was a terrifying thing, only the purest divine beasts could survive. No one could imagine that there was a white tiger divine beast in this endless abyss. A half-step divine king divine beast White Tiger, you're indeed powerful. But there are so many of us, we're not afraid of you. Zhu Ri squinted his eyes and said with a smile. A bunch of lowly humans, you want to get the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Dream on. You'll all die under my claws. Really? I want to see just how capable you, White Tiger, are to be able to fight against all of us. Fei Ying Lung Ling said fearlessly. However, deep in their hearts they were extremely solemn. Even though they were all half-step divine kings, their chances of winning against the divine beast white tiger were not high. Everyone were in grave danger. How about we join hands to resist the enemy? Let's deal with this divine beast white tiger first before deciding. Fei Ying took the lead and stood at the front. Everyone went silent for a moment and chose to tacitly agree. After all, no one was a match for the divine beast white tiger in a one-on-one fight. If he defeated them one by one, they would really become skeletons under the ground. Then let's fight together. My old bones haven't moved for hundreds of years. This time, I'm really excited to have a divine beast to practice with me. He laughed and said without hesitation. Since they were 6 half-step divine kings, they might stand a chance against a half-step divine king divine beast. Looks like this white tiger divine beast is not simple. Jiang Qin said with a smile. However, he did not plan to join the fight because he would be despised by the others. You're just an early heavenly god fighting a half-step divine king divine beast, you're courting death. Jiang Qin stood there and observed the situation. The rest of them were ready to fight the divine beast with all their might. Looks like it's my fortune to be able to fight a divine beast today. I've never seen the might of a divine beast before. Zhu Ri laughed heartily without any fear. They were both half-step divine kings, why should he be afraid? Old pig, don't be the first to drop the ball. You should know that this is a divine beast. He said with a sarcastic tone. You don't have to worry about that. Since this divine beast is blocking our way, he must know about the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Once we kill him, we won't have to worry about getting the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Zhu Ri said with disdain. Jiang Qin patted Shui Yang's shoulder and said, Conserve your strength. I believe you're not weaker than them. Jiang Qin smiled. Shui Yang nodded. Indeed. Although he was a late heavenly god, Jiang Qin believed that his strength was not weaker than a half-step divine king. He was a prodigy of the entire Linhe boundary, the #1 prodigy of the Forgotten Sword Tomb. How could he be weak? Be careful, don't fight him recklessly. Jiang Qin glanced at Yu Ernyang and chose to remain silent. No one would disagree, they might even worry that Jiang Qin would cause more trouble. I got it. Yu Ernyang felt sweet in her heart. Regardless of whether Jiang Qin had some ulterior motives, at least she felt a sense of warmth. Stop wasting time. If you want to fight, let's fight. I can't wait any longer. The white tiger showed his terrifying fangs and said coldly. With a roar, it sprinted forward, glaring like a tiger at its prey as it charged at everyone. No one dared to look down on him, even if he was a half-step divine king. The divine beast white tiger was more than 5 zhang tall. Its claws were as powerful as a heavenly divine tool. Fei Ying and Xiongzhan were forced to retreat. Even if the two of them used their full strength, they still could not withstand the might of the white tiger. At this moment, Hong Yan, Yu Jingfan and the others took the opportunity to surround the white tiger. It was extremely difficult to force the white tiger back. The giant white tiger roared and roared in the abyss. The roar of the tiger and the howl of the ape were deafening. In just a short moment they felt great pressure. The divine beast of the half-step divine king realm was indeed extraordinary. Yu Huafan, Shui Liang, Yu Ernyang and the 4 experts of the Red Cloth 13 house attacked the back of the white tiger. However, they could not find any opportunity. The ferocious white tiger swept its tail and forced them back. They were not seriously injured, but their aura was completely suppressed by the white tiger. He Ba and Zhu Ri were also supporting from the side, grabbing hold of any opportunity the white tiger had to deal damage to him. But the white tiger was simply too terrifying, be it in terms of defense or combat strength, he was invincible. Among the 4 divine beasts, the azure dragon had the strongest attack, the black tortoise had the strongest defense, the vermilion bird was immortal, and the white tiger had the best of the 3. It was the weakest among the divine beasts of the same level, but it was also the most balanced one. All of you are simply too weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The divine beast white tiger comes from the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. Not simple. Chapter 2532. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Why was he here? Old Gibbon, where did he come from? Could it be that he has some unknown relationship with the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Jiang Chen looked at the old Gibbon and the old Gibbon looked back at him thoughtfully. However, everyone was focused on the battle and no one noticed the old Gibbon's presence. Jiang Chen could feel that the old Gibbon's aura was not fluctuating at all. Could be said that the old gibbon was unfathomable or just like an ordinary person. Jiang Qin knew that if it was not for the old gibbon's words, he would not have been able to break the formation so quickly and would have missed the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. However, the old gibbon seemed to want him to retreat. However, Jiang Qin had no choice but to break the peach blossom formation. He had no other choice because he had to break the peach blossom formation to save them. Jiang Qin couldn't tell whether the old gibbon was good or bad. He didn't know whether he was the one who set up the peach blossom formation, but he didn't think that the old gibbon was an evil person. Otherwise, those people who were trapped in the peach blossom formation wouldn't be able to survive even if he wasn't strong enough. However, the old gibbon didn't do that. The divine beast white tiger was as steady as Mount Tai, making everyone feel a huge pressure. Their strength was quite extraordinary, but no one could do anything to the white tiger. The divine beast white tiger's attitude of sweeping away thousands of soldiers made everyone incomparably ugly. "Old man, what are you here for?" Jiang Qin looked at the old gibbon. The old gibbon smiled but did not say anything. He looked back at him and said calmly, "There are many people who can walk out of the peach blossom formation. However, you are the only one who can break the peach blossom formation." Although the old gibbon's words were extremely calm, his high evaluation of Jiang Qin was extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin did not expect that he would be so highly valued. It did not seem to be good news. If you don't participate in the battle, it might be good news for these people. This is good news for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The old gibbon said quietly. "My strength is there for all to see. Could it be that you think so highly of me? I'm just an early heavenly god, they're looking down on me," Jiang Qin said in a self-deprecating manner. It seemed that the old ape had come with ill intentions. Although he could not use any means in the peach blossom forest, Jiang Qin would definitely not underestimate him. Moreover, it was impossible for an ordinary person to control such a large formation in the peach blossom forest. The old macaque thought so highly of him, and so did he. Sometimes cultivation doesn't mean everything. It can only be said that they are short-sighted. The old gibbon smiled with a calm expression, looking like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, the old gibbon's calm expression made Jiang Qin worried. This was not a good sign. The old gibbon smiled and said calmly, "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. My goal is to obtain the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart," Jiang Qin said firmly. The old macaque sighed when he saw Jiang Qin's resolute words. "You're indeed a formidable person to be able to restrain your desires and obsessions perfectly. The relief in the peach blossom forest and your current desires form a sharp contrast. It's not easy for ordinary people to achieve this. To me, to the peach blossom formation, it's a great irony." The old macaque felt a little ashamed, but he did not take any action. He just looked at Jiang Qin silently and turned to look at the battlefield of the divine beast white tiger. "I hope that you won't make me take action," the old macaque murmured. "Although you were the one who set up the peach blossom formation, you did not harm a single person. Everyone was devoured by the obsession in their hearts. In the peach blossom formation they died lonely and depressed. They did not die by your hands but by their own desires. In the end, you've saved our lives. I didn't kill them, but they died because of me. What's the difference? My hands are already stained with blood." The old macaque put his palms together and closed his eyes, feeling ashamed. Jiang Qin knew that this was not what he wanted. But where did this old macaque come from? Jiang Qin was puzzled, but he did not know the answer. It was too suspicious. The old gibbon looked towards the battlefield. Jiang Qin had no doubt that he would join the battle. "If it's that painful, why not follow your heart and do whatever you want?" Jiang Qin said. "There's always no choice in life," the old macaque said meaningfully. He was the guardian of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The battle between the white tiger and the others continued. The terrifying aura of the tiger was unparalleled. The tiger's claws were unstoppable. The Dao light and sword shadows overlapped one after another. The divine beast white tiger did not feel any pressure at all. On the contrary, Fei Ying and the others were retreating. "Those who obey me will prosper, those who oppose me will die." The white tiger roared and swept its tail. The white tiger turned into ashes and dust flew everywhere. Under the dark abyss, a domineering aura could be felt. Everyone witnessed the aura of a divine beast. A half-step divine king realm demonic beast was extremely powerful. Zhu Ri threw out a punch and clashed with the white tiger. But at the next moment he was pushed back 100 meters by the tiger's hoof. Zhu Ri spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Everyone, if we continue to hold back at this moment, I have no doubt that all of us will end up dying here." Everyone's heart sank. They knew that Zhu Ri was telling the truth. They did not use all of their strength and held back. However, if they continued to hold back, the divine beast White Tiger would have the chance to take advantage of them and they would die a horrible death. After all, everyone wanted to preserve their strength. Now that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had yet to appear, how could they use all of their strength? Everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, no one was a fool. In the face of life and death, they finally had to start the real battle. A bunch of sly old fools. If we don't take action now, we'll really be helpless. This divine beast White Tiger is indeed ferocious. Xianxia said sincerely. The divine beast White Tiger. Only a divine king expert can defeat it. The old macaque seemed to trust the divine beast White Tiger very much. Since you guys look down on me, then I'm not in the mood to play with you guys anymore. Die for me. Chapter 25-33. Hong Yan gasped. He had never expected the White Tiger to be this terrifying. Then the White Tiger did not stop. It charged towards Yu Ernyang, Yu Huafan and the others. Yu Ernyang and Yu Huafan exerted all their strength, but they were still sent flying. Fortunately, Shuiliang managed to catch up with them in time. He threw a punch that was as powerful as a half-step Divine King Realm expert. However, even though the punch was powerful, it was still not enough to defeat the White Tiger. Fortunately, Shuiliang blocked the attack for them, saving Yu Ernyang and Yu Huafan's lives. Puff! Shuiliang spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. However, everyone was impressed by him. A peak heavenly god was crushed by the White Tiger's attack, but he, a late heavenly god, was completely fine. Although he spurted out a mouthful of blood, it was only a minor injury. It was not a big deal. Good lad, you're quite capable. What a surprise. Zhu Ri laughed and said. Shuiliang was once again recognized by everyone. Although he was not as powerful as a half-step divine king, he was not to be underestimated. It seems like this battle is not simple. Xianxia said in a low voice. Even Shuiliang's strength was so terrifying. This man from outside the Tianqi mountain range showed them that he was well prepared. Everyone had to re-evaluate Yu Jingfan and Shuiliang's strength. Even so, Shuiliang did not exert his full strength. He just wanted to save the two of them. Thank you, brother. Yu Huafan said. If Shuiliang did not take action, both of them would have been dead. Yu Ernyang was very grateful to Shuiliang. At that moment, Jiangqin didn't panic because he knew that Shuiliang had the ability to do so, and he would definitely do the same. Only when he trusted his back to his teammates would he truly stay by their side. Jiangqin squinted his eyes. The White Tiger struck again. This time it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Xianxia and Fei Ying joined hands to fight against the White Tiger. Their swords and blades were shining brightly. The two of them became more and more terrifying after using their full strength. However, they were not forced back by the White Tiger. Instead, they were entangled with the White Tiger. Yu Jingfan and Shuiliang joined hands and attacked the left wing of the White Tiger. Their punches and kicks were so powerful that they could shatter mountains. Even Yu Jingfan knew nothing about Shuiliang and he did not expect Shuiliang to be this powerful. With the two of them joining hands, their aura was even more powerful and the White Tiger had no chance to turn around. Hong Yan was mercilessly attacking the White Tiger's tail. The ice sword in his hand was a heavenly divine tool. Although it was a low-grade heavenly divine tool, it was more than 100 times more powerful than a peak divine tool. Hong Yan's long sleeves danced in the air, the tip of his sword spun and unleashed a terrifying sword light. The White Tiger roared in anger. He did not dare to be careless as he was being attacked from the front and back. All the half-step divine kings unleashed their true skills at the same time. His situation was getting more and more dangerous. Zhu Ri and He Ba attacked from the side, focusing on the right flank. Their palms were like thunder and their fists were surging. The two of them were well versed in the offensive and defensive techniques of demonic beasts. One was a red-crowned crane and the other was a wild boar king. Neither of them were ordinary. Although they were slightly inferior to the White Tiger, they were able to suppress it without any hesitation. The White Tiger moved cautiously. At this moment they finally saw their true battle strength. In fact, none of them were cowards. Good. Tiger's might reaches the heavens, dominating the universe. With a roar, the tiger's body shook. The divine beast white tiger was unparalleled in the world. The terrifying sound wave attack continuously reverberated in the endless abyss. The echo was so loud that even the deaf could hear. Who could resist it? The white tiger took a step forward, its hooves galloping, sweeping away everything in its path. Xianxia, who bore the brunt of the attack, punched out with his fist. In an instant he transformed into an invincible war bear that was more than 10 meters tall. He fought to his heart's content against the white tiger, but in the end he was still unable to block the white tiger's attack. The might of the white tiger reached the heavens. To a certain extent, although it wasn't as terrifying as the might of a dragon, the suppression of a god-beast's level and might caused Xianxia to be unable to breathe. He was forced back dozens of meters, constantly hammering his chest as he once again rushed towards the white tiger. Xianxia pressed forward and once again collided with the divine beast white tiger. A deafening rumble rang out. The white tiger was calm, but Xianxia was already riddled with scars. His momentum was also much weaker. After all, the tiger's might reaches the heavens and earth. Although it was not as powerful as the dragon and phoenix, even the dragon and phoenix had to give it some respect. The eagle transformed into its true form. The eagle spread its wings. Its eyes were like torches, its beak was like a hook, and its claws were like knives. Like an unparalleled golden rock, it descended from the sky with a momentum of 1,000 miles. Roar! The eagle flapped its wings and soared. Its bright wings were like bright swords. It was not inferior to the white tiger. A mere eagle dares to compete with me, the white tiger? The white tiger's hooves were at the front, and it rushed forward to face the eagle head-on. The two of them collided continuously, and the white tiger completely gained the upper hand. The eagle was also extremely impolite, and it constantly caused trouble for the white tiger. On the other side, Zhou also transformed into his true form. He was a wild boar king that was 10 feet tall. Just his tusks alone were more than 2 feet long. It was like a sharp scimitar that pierced into the enemy's heart. Under the joint attack of the two, the white tiger could no longer gain the upper hand. Because Yu Jingfan, Shuiliang, and He Ba were glaring at the white tiger fiercely, ready to deal a fatal blow to the white tiger. Their harassment had become a crucial step. Any flaw of the white tiger would be magnified by them and quickly suppressed. He Ba charged towards the sky. His long beak was like a thorn, sharp like a blade. He pointed his red rock sword at the vital point of the white tiger. His eyes were merciless. Yu Jingfan and Shuiliang took advantage of the chaos to attack the white tiger. The white tiger's back had become his weakness. When the white tiger was facing the attacks of the others, Shuiliang stabbed his sword into the back of the white tiger. Blood spurted out and dyed the white fur of the white tiger red. A wail and rage filled the endless abyss. Roar! 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 The rage of the white tiger was feared by the gods. In a split second, the white tiger looked up and clawed at Shuiliang's sword. Shuiliang was sent flying and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knelt down on one knee. Yu Jingfan took advantage of the situation and fought with the white tiger. The eagle and Xianxia joined hands to fight the white tiger. The white tiger was scratched by the eagle again. The white tiger's back was covered in blood. Chapter 25-34. Although the white tiger's strength was terrifying, he could not withstand the attacks of so many people. Moreover, all of them had rich battle experience. Be it in terms of battle or skills, they had the upper hand. Although the white tiger was strong, he was still lacking in battle experience. Under the joint attack of the crowd, he gradually lost the upper hand. The old gibbon's eyes looked extremely solemn. The white tiger was not weak. However, Fei Ying and the others attacked from both the front and the back. After weighing the pros and cons, the divine beast white tiger lost the upper hand. However, it was not easy to kill the divine beast white tiger. After all, it was one of the 4 divine beasts. Most importantly, it had not unlocked its inherited memories. If the white tiger had reached the divine king realm and unlocked its inherited memories, even a late divine king realm expert would not be able to do anything to it. Everyone felt lucky that the half-step divine king white tiger did not have inherited memories. Otherwise, everyone here would have died. If this goes on, the divine beast white tiger is going to lose. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. It seems like the divine beast white tiger is not as strong as I thought. Jiang Qin said with a chuckle, giving the old gibbon a meaningful glance. He's too young and has no battle experience at all. Moreover, he's too arrogant. That's why he fell into their trap. The white tiger is not as strong as he used to be. The old gibbon sighed. This is not a game or a joke. No one can be arrogant when it comes to life and death. I only have the attitude of a winner. Xianxia closed his eyes slowly and sat down with his legs crossed, looking calm and composed. Xianxia calmly swallowed an azure spirit pill. At that moment, the divine origin energy in Xianxia's body was rolling and growing rapidly. The effect of the azure spirit pill was completely absorbed by Xianxia. Xianxia was shocked by the number of dragon marks in his body. The increasing number of dragon marks and the surging divine origin energy made Xianxia confident that he could increase his strength again with the help of the azure spirit pill. The old gibbon couldn't help but look at Xianxia. How could this fella choose to break through so calmly at this moment? Xianxia had already reached the peak of early heavenly god realm, but he never had the chance to break through. This time, with the help of the azure spirit pill and the battle between the half-step divine kings, Xianxia had benefited a lot. No one knew how important this battle was to Xianxia. Because he could kill a half-step divine king in Linha boundary because of the little Ashura sword formation. If he were to fight against a half-step divine king, Xianxia would definitely lose without a chance to use his formation. This time, the battle between the half-step divine kings was a battle between the white tiger and a few other experts. Xianxia had benefited a lot from it. With the help of the azure spirit pill and the battle between the half-step divine kings, Xianxia would definitely be defeated if he did not have the chance to use his formation. Battles could improve one's strength rapidly. Battles were also the only way to improve one's strength quickly. It was the same for watching the battle. At this moment, Xianxia was not in the battle, but he could feel the aura and battle achievements of the half-step divine kings. Moreover, every one of them was extremely powerful. They were the elites among the half-step divine kings. Any one of them could stand alone. Xianxia was shocked by Shuai Yang's growth. As the strongest descendant of the Forgotten Sword Tomb in 1,000 years, his talent was unquestionable. However, he could not exert his full strength in the hidden secret realm. Therefore, from the beginning to the end, Xianxia did not know how powerful Shuai Yang was. At least Shuai Yang was not weaker than Xianxia. Xianxia knew that Shuai Yang's appearance here might be a coincidence, or it might be fate between them. However, he was not a lifelong enemy but a confidant. A confidant that he must defeat. With Shuai Yang's presence, Xianxia would constantly remind himself that he should not slack off. Xianxia looked at the sea of qi in his dantian. His divine power was endless. The effect of the azure spirit pill was far beyond his imagination. Even a divine king would be a taboo to use it on a heavenly god. However, it was different for Xianxia. Especially when he felt that the azure spirit pill had brought him great benefits, Xianxia was even more shocked. The azure spirit pill had purified all the impurities in his body. Anything that was absorbed into his body during cultivation would be purified by the azure spirit pill. Moreover, his divine power was growing rapidly. Let's strike while the iron is hot. Xianxia swallowed another azure spirit pill. However, at this moment, the jade-faced spiritual fox had already been kept into the myriad qi cauldron. Otherwise, the jade-faced spiritual fox might have been angered to death. Xianxia was completely wasting the azure spirit pill. 2 azure spirit pills could only make his divine power a little purer and improve a little more. However, to Xianxia, the pill was something that he could refine whenever he wanted. It was just like jelly beans. There was nothing to be regretful about. The effect of the 2 azure spirit pills erupted at this moment. The dragon marks in Xianxia's body rose to an unprecedented level. More than 3,370,000. The aura within Xianxia's body was extremely pure. The azure spirit pill had purified his divine energy, causing his divine energy to transform once again. His strength had reached the next level, reaching the mid-heavenly god realm. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. His aura became more and more condensed and stable. The old gibbon took a deep look at Xianxia. Although he did not want Xianxia to participate in the battle, he did not want to take advantage of Xianxia and attack Xianxia when Xianxia was breaking through. Young heroes are born. It's a pity that your greed and desire have caused great harm to others. The old gibbon murmured. A person's desire is directly proportional to his strength. If one's strength is not enough and his desire is too strong, then he's destined to be miserable. If one's strength is strong enough, then his desire will no longer be desire but faith and persistence. Jiang Chen darted a glance at the old gibbon. He could feel that the old gibbon had the intention to join the battle. This is just an excuse for your greed. Don't you want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? But do you know how the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart grew? Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched when he heard the old gibbon's words. What do you mean? What do you mean? Jiang Chen frowned and asked. My heart is towards the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Chapter 25-35. The divine beast White Tiger retreated step by step. His body was already riddled with wounds. Bright red blood reflected on his snow-white fur. It was particularly dazzling. The old gibbon's face was solemn. He could no longer sit still anymore. Jiang Chen could see that the old gibbon was really anxious. If the divine beast White Tiger was the last barrier of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, then they could get the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart at any time. That was why the old gibbon was so nervous. From the initial calmness to the dignified look, and now a trace of panic, the old gibbon's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect the divine beast White Tiger to be so vulnerable. It could be said that he underestimated the enemy or that he was inexperienced, but it was all an excuse. The divine beast White Tiger was advancing step by step. He would fall soon. Fei Ying and Xianxia took the lead and completely suppressed the divine beast White Tiger. Even though the divine beast White Tiger was invincible, it was still powerless. There was an old saying that a good tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. The divine beast White Tiger was in such a difficult situation under the attack of a pack of hungry wolves. You guys, who dares to fight me alone? The divine beast White Tiger roared. Even Jiang Chen revealed a smile. This divine beast White Tiger was really naive. He actually wanted someone to fight him alone. This was a battle of life and death, not a martial arts competition. So what if it was a one-on-one fight? Their goal was to kill the White Tiger. What an innocent and naive little fellow. Haha, the divine beast White Tiger is just SOSO. Zhu laughed and said. How big of a wave can a toothless tiger stir up? You're too confident in a one-on-one fight. Ba laughed involuntarily. This guy was really silly to the point of being cute. This mythological beast White Tiger should have a high intelligence. Although it could only be regarded as a newly matured mythological beast White Tiger, it was still so unwise. Before breaking through to the Divine King realm, the mythological beast White Tiger was admittedly brave and fierce, but it was impossible for it to have too much of an eruption. Not to mention Fei Ying, Xianxia, Zhu and Ba, which one of them was easy to deal with. The eagle's aura was the most ferocious, and each of its attacks was fatal. Its claws constantly scratched the body of the mythological beast, the White Tiger, riddled with wounds and stained with blood. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. The mythological beast, the White Tiger, kept roaring. However, it was in vain. After all, he had fallen into a passive position. It wasn't easy to reverse the situation. Let's see how long you can last. Hong Yan coldly laughed. The corner of his mouth was strangely cold and sharp. He did not leave any leeway. White Tiger pounces on the wind, heaven and earth remain silent. The mythological beast, the White Tiger, suddenly became dignified. Its tiger eyes flickered and it looked extremely terrifying. A heavenly White Tiger appeared in the sky. The White Tiger leaped into the sky and overlapped with the heavenly White Tiger's shadow. In a split second, its aura suddenly rose. Not good, this is the divine beast, the White Tiger's soul-burning skill. It's second only to his inheritance. Ba's eyes sharpened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Among the people present, he had the longest lifespan and was also the most knowledgeable. He immediately recognized the divine beast White Tiger's soul ignition skill. It was extremely frightening. He quickly retreated, his eyes filled with shock. This divine beast, the White Tiger, actually still has the strength to fight. Not simple at all. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile. His eyes slightly squinted. The old gibbon was somewhat unable to suppress the pressure in his heart. However, when he saw the White Tiger rising again, he was slightly startled. Obviously, he did not expect that the divine beast, the White Tiger, still had the strength to fight back. Roar, roar. The heavenly White Tiger descended from the sky and pounced on the crowd. The whole endless abyss seemed to be suffocated by his domineering aura. No one was an exception. This aura seemed to represent the heavens. The might of the White Tiger was indeed worthy of being one of the 4 great divine beasts. If it were some strange ancient giant beasts, they would have been defeated long ago. Only the white tiger, one of the 4 great divine beasts, could not be defeated even after such a long time. The attack of the white tiger had forced Yu Jingfan to retreat. However, Yu Huafan and Shuiliang were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Both of them were under great pressure. Their tendons and meridians seemed to have been completely destroyed. Yu Huafan had become a cripple. His tendons and bones were all destroyed by the might of the white tiger. Shuiliang could only protect his heart and meridians. He was also seriously injured. He held the long sword in his hand and ran away. 5th brother. Yu Ernyang's eyes were filled with tears. She shouted in a deep voice. At that moment she had lost all hope in her heart. Her brother, who shared the same mother as her, had been smashed into pieces. His breath was almost gone. 5th brother. Yu Jingfan exclaimed and quickly caught Yu Huafan. At that moment Yu Huafan was already at death's door. 3rd brother, what should we do? What should we do? Well, 5th brother. Yu Ernyang burst into tears. She had always been unrestrained and straightforward. But this time she burst into tears. How could she be at ease when the life of her loved one was hanging by a thread? For the mission of the Yu family, I deserved to die. Yu Huafan held Yu Jingfan's hand tightly. His eyes were filled with determination. 5th brother. Yu Jingfan took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with pain. Jiang Chen frowned. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Yu Huafan. Feed him these 3 pills, Wang Yao said. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Ernyang with the recovery pill and soul-absorbing pill in his hand. Yu Ernyang suddenly raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. If you don't want him to die, feed him. Yu Ernyang was slightly stunned by Jiang Chen's words. Then she fed Yu Huafan 3 pills. The medicinal effect of the pills spread continuously and healed Yu Huafan's body. In just a few breaths, Yu Huafan's breath that was hanging at the entrance of hell was back. Yu Ernyang and Yu Jingfan were shocked. They looked at Jiang Chen gratefully. Jiang Chen, I, Yu Huafan, can never repay you for saving my life. Yu Huafan heaved a long sigh of relief. Life and death were determined by fate. However, who would be willing to die if they could live? It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. Death was like extinguishing a lamp. Once one's body and soul were destroyed, everything would be over. On the other side, the power of the white tiger was still unstoppable. Except for Hong Yan, the rest of the people from the red-clothed 13th house had all died. Zhu Ri and He Ba had joined hands to survive. Xiong Zhan and Fei Ying were also retreating. They were afraid that they would be affected by the white tiger. We can't fight him head-on. This white tiger is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He just wants to drag a few people to the grave with him. We can't let him get away with it. Chapter 25:36. Everyone was shocked. They understood what Zhu Ri meant. If the divine beast white tiger were to kill all of them at once, it would be too humiliating. They wanted to kill the white tiger, but the white tiger also wanted to kill them. As expected, the aura of the divine beast, the white tiger, continued to weaken. Although it managed to force everyone to retreat, it was no longer as glorious as it was in the past. Its aura, which was like the final radiance of the setting sun, instantly became incomparably dispirited. It's time to take a break. Little white tiger. The old gibbon took a step forward, crossing the void, and said faintly. The divine beast white tiger was protected behind him. Old monkey, it's you? The divine beast white tiger was surprised. I'm late. Little white tiger, you won't blame me, right? The old gibbon looked at the divine beast white tiger with a smile. How could I? The divine beast white tiger shook his head. He knew that his arrogance and underestimation of his opponent played a large part in his defeat. Otherwise he wouldn't have lost so badly. Old ape, you old bastard, you actually want to interfere? Fei Ying said coldly. I've long heard that there's a mighty old gibbon living in the peach blossom forest of Wudong Luoxia mountain. Could it be you? He Ba said with a faint smile as if he had heard about it. Yes, it's me. The old gibbon said with a smile. Hearing about it is not as good as seeing it. We don't object if you want the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, but we have to kill this divine beast white tiger. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. The divine beast white tiger almost killed Yu Huafan. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Yu Huafan would have been a corpse by now. Hong Yan of the red-clothed 13th house did not want to let go of the divine beast white tiger. After all, they were all injured, and it was all because of the divine beast white tiger. It's said that no one who entered the peach blossom forest has ever come out. It's been like this for tens of thousands of years. However, I heard that your peach blossom formation was broken not long ago. Everyone who was trapped inside managed to escape. Hehe, it seems like the mysterious divine beast white tiger is just SOSO. Zhu chuckled. His voice was filled with mockery and provocation. Now no one wanted to let the divine beast white tiger leave. Even if the old gibbon stood out, it would be useless. The old gibbon glanced at Xianxia but did not say anything. Xianxia did not mean to make things difficult for him. There was no need for him to drag Xianxia into this. This little white tiger is entrusted to me by a friend of mine. If anyone wants to touch him, he will definitely not stand by and do nothing. The old gibbon said in a deep voice. He no longer had the kind expression he had before. This battle was inevitable. He must teach them a bloody lesson in order to save the divine beast white tiger. The name of Old Macaque is well known in the West Mountain. To be honest, Old Macaque, I really don't want to fight with you. This is what the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River told me before we left. It's better not to fight with you if I can avoid you. Fei Ying said in a deep voice. He knew that the person who could make the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River treat him seriously was not an ordinary person. However, the old gibbon was not as terrifying as a divine king realm expert. Therefore, in Fei Ying's eyes, the old gibbon was not invincible. After all, he was not fighting alone. He was not the only one who wanted to kill the divine beast white tiger. It's just an empty reputation. However, if you guys insist on killing the white tiger, then I can only protect him this time. Whoever dares to hurt the white tiger, I, the old gibbon, will fight to the death with him. Xianxia did not expect the old gibbon to be so famous. He was the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River, a divine king realm expert. Even though the old gibbon did not seem to be very powerful, the more he was, the more people would be afraid of him. Xianxia did not expect the old gibbon to be so famous. Even a divine king realm expert would not dare to underestimate him, let alone these half-step divine king realm experts. My journey has always been a path of no return until I die. It's great to be able to fight with Brother Ape before I die. Heba said with a smile. However, everyone knew that the old crane did not want to die. On the contrary, he wanted to kill everyone. The more he wanted to live, the stronger his desire to live became. The scarlet cloud ancient vine heart was his only hope. How could he give it up? It's useless to say more. Old gibbon, this day next year will be your memorial day. Hong Yen disregarded everything and charged forward. Her 4-peak heavenly god realm experts had all died in the hands of the divine beast white tiger. Even though they were heavily injured, it was necessary for them to fight against the old macaque together at this moment. Yu Jingfan did not want to be outdone. The few of them joined forces once again. Before the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared, they could still fight against the enemy together. However, once the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared, their fragile alliance would collapse. Old gibbon, I'll fight you till the end. The old gibbon said coldly. His steps were strange. His hunched body was like a ray of light, shuttling between the few of them. Hong Yen and Yu Jingfan could not catch him at all. Only Fei Ying and Heba could fight against him. The old gibbon was faster than everyone else. No one had expected that the old gibbon would be so fast. Old gibbon, be careful. The divine beast white tiger did not forget to remind them. It could be seen that he was still worried about the old gibbon. On the other hand, he was also worried that if the old gibbon collapsed, he would also face death. Xianxia could see that the divine beast white tiger did not feel grateful towards the old gibbon at all. There was only a hint of blame in its eyes. The relationship between the both of them was unfathomable. The old gibbon was indeed someone that even the Lord of 8 Lineages Silver River was afraid of. His speed was extremely fast. He moved in a blink of an eye. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll between the few of them. The name of the old ape has shaken the Western Mountain. You truly do live up to your reputation. In that case, let me see exactly why the River Lord has such a high evaluation of you. Fei Ying was unconvinced. He did not believe that the old gibbon was really that skillful. Everyone was curious about the old gibbon and they were filled with battle intent. Because no one could succeed with the old gibbon standing in front of the divine beast white tiger. The white tiger must be killed. Old fella, take my sword. Hong Yen was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix. Every step he took was filled with killing intent. The old gibbon fought and retreated at the same time, stabilizing the battle situation. Even though it was 1 against 6, it did not have any stage fright. The 6 of them combined their strength but were actually suppressed by the old gibbon to the point that their hands and feet were tied. Chapter 2537. Jiang Qin had no doubt that the old gibbon could defeat all of them. If he lost, he would truly feel disappointed because this old gibbon was just too mysterious. He was like a guardian that guarded Wudong Sunset Mountain, but he didn't ask for anything in return. As for why, no one knew. Jiang Qin looked at the battle between the 7 people. The old gibbon was powerful and he was gradually gaining the upper hand. But at this moment the situation suddenly changed. The old gibbon lost his footing and was pushed back by Hong Yan. A sword swept across his shoulder, revealing a deep wound on his back. Jiang Qin could feel that the old gibbon was like an ordinary human, without any divine origin force left in him. Under the siege of the 6 people, the old gibbon couldn't resist. He vomited blood and was sent flying by Zhu Ri. How could this be? Jiang Qin murmured. Not only him but everyone else was astonished. They were originally suppressed by the old gibbon, but just now the old gibbon was suddenly forced back. This made the white tiger feel very complicated. The old gibbon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head helplessly. What a failure. As soon as the old gibbon finished speaking, it displayed its majestic stance once again. With a sweep of its leg, the 6 of them were all pushed back and were in a sorry state. When the old gibbon displayed its majestic stance again, the divine beast white tiger broke out in a cold sweat. Old fella, are you messing with us? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. That attack just now made them feel that it was inconceivable and invincible. I know. This is his weakness. When he's strong, he's comparable to a divine king. When he's weak, he can't even withstand a single blow. Fei Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. This was also the reason why the River Lord valued him so much. However, his strength was extremely unstable. Everyone woke up from their dream. The old gibbon's different battle strength already explained everything. However, after repelling everyone, the old gibbon felt the emptiness of the divine origin energy in his body again. Strike while the iron is hot. I don't believe that you can stay strong forever. Fei Ying once again led the group to fight the old gibbon alone. The old gibbon retreated step by step. The divine origin energy in his body seemed to have been sucked dry. Suddenly he remembered something. The guardians of each generation, his ancestors, seemed to be like this. They all died mysteriously without a trace. It's getting more and more difficult to understand. Jiang Qin frowned. Where did this old gibbon come from? Why was he so vulnerable? Moreover, his strength was just a feint. It was too serious. His aura soared and disappeared in a flash. Fei Ying was charging in front. Would the others be afraid? The old macaque was pushed back 100 meters by the 6 people's joint attack. It spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood and its strength became unstable. It was quite hesitant. Peach blossoms fade, feathers fill the sky. As the old gibbon looked back, the divine power in its body rose to the peak again. The old gibbon swallowed the blood in its mouth and soared into the sky. With a leap, the petals rained down. The peach blossoms were like flying swords that pierced through the sky. Everyone felt a great pressure. 1 or 2 petals were nothing but thousands of petals rained down on them. Even they could not remain calm. They kept blocking the petals as they were afraid that they would be injured by the petals. Even so, Hong Yan and Zhu Ri's bodies were cut by the petals and they were bleeding profusely. What a terrifying flower rain. Zhu Ri fled in a haggard manner. The injuries on his body were quite severe. Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn and he casted the 5 elemental trigram fire formation to protect Yu Ernyang and the others. Shuelyang was also injured and Yu Ernyang was taking care of Yu Huafan. Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation completely blocked the feathers. The old gibbon looked at Jiang Chen deeply. This young man is really amazing. My feathers are quite powerful. There are not many half-step divine kings who could block it. However, Jiang Chen was not having a good time either. His 5 elemental trigram fire formation almost collapsed several times but he managed to hold on. Fei Ying, He Ba and the rest were forced back step by step. Their eyes were filled with horror, while their faces were covered with numerous scars from the feathers that filled the sky. This old gibbon is really something. Yu Jingfan said in a deep voice. Not bad. But I don't know how long you can hold on for the next attack. Fei Ying had been paying close attention to the old gibbon. As long as he made a mistake, they would not let go of this opportunity. Even though they were injured, it did not mean that the old gibbon would be able to defeat them. Puff! Finally, the old gibbon could not hold on anymore. He spurted out a mouthful of blood and knelt down on one knee. More and more divine power was being drained from his body. You're getting old. You might not be stronger than me. Ba shook his head. He seemed quite excited, since the old gibbon was much weaker than him. Old man, you and him must die, said Xianxia while gnashing his teeth. His entire arm had been crippled by the old ape's sky full of feathers. The petals had pierced into Xianxia's thick and coarse skin. He had completely lost his senses. One could imagine how much damage the sky full of feathers had done to them. Rumble. With a deafening sound, the scarlet cloud ancient vine was torn into pieces. Everyone was shocked and their faces were filled with shock. 4 streams of fire chi rushed out from the scarlet cloud ancient vine. They were like fireflies dancing in the sky. Jiang Qin moved. These 4 streams of fire chi lingered in the bottomless abyss. Terrifying energy was emitted from these 4 streams of fire chi. Jiang Qin raised the black seed in his hand. Right at this moment, a stream of fire energy fell into Jiang Qin's hand and fused with the black seed. The color of the black seed kept changing from black to red and it was getting hotter and hotter. Fei Ying and Hong Yan ignored the old gibbon and followed Jiang Qin's instructions. 2 streams of fire chi were held in their hands. The fire chi fused with the black seed. At that moment, the scarlet cloud ancient vine started to burn. The raging fire started to burn from its roots. The ancient tree seemed to have turned extremely pale at this moment. The flame rose to the sky and burned along the scarlet cloud ancient vine. At this moment, the scorching black seed also split into pieces, as if an extremely restless soul was trying to break out of its shell. Is this the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart? Yu Ernyang took a deep breath. She stared at the red seed in Jiang Qin's hands without blinking. Chapter 2538. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It must be the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Ba said excitedly while staring at the fiery red seed in Jiang Qin's hand. Because Hong Yan and Fei Ying were not easy to get their hands on, but this mid-heavenly god realm fella had the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. How could this be? A gentleman's wealth would arouse the envy of others. Jiang Qin also felt that the fiery red seed in his hand had become a hot potato. Zhu Ri and Ba looked at Jiang Qin. Lad, I advise you to hand over the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Don't go astray, otherwise you'll be the one suffering. I promise, as long as you hand over the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, I will not make things difficult for you. Zhu Ri said with a smile as if he wanted to advise Jiang Qin. At this moment, Jiang Qin had obviously become the target of everyone including Xianxia. Although Fei Ying had already obtained a fiery red seed, he was not satisfied with the current situation. The old gibbon looked at Jiang Qin silently. The fiery red seed in his hand had also attracted his attention. Don't harm others and yourself. You should know who to give the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to, right? Ba's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he tried to persuade Jiang Qin patiently. This fiery red seed is indeed a hot potato. Jiang Qin's face was solemn. His words made Ba and Zhu Ri even more excited. Jiang Qin understood the stakes. Then he would definitely not face it head-on. It was no different from courting death. Good. Young man, I admire the talent of a wise man who submits to circumstances. Your future is boundless. Ba was even more delighted. He took a step forward, wanting to snatch the fiery red seed in Jiang Qin's hand before Zhu Ri and Xianxia. Lad, you need to understand who is the true ruler of the Tianqi mountain range. Warbear's eyes shone with a threatening light as he stared lung at Jiang Qin. You're right, but even if it's a hot potato, when did I say that I'm going to give it to someone else? The few of you have worked so hard. Some of you are injured and some of you are old and your legs are not nimble. I am afraid that it will be bad if you burn yourselves. Even if it doesn't burn you, it won't be good if it burns the flowers and plants. Jiang Qin said with a shrug. He held the fiery red seed in his hand and retreated with a thought-provoking smile. You little bastard, how dare you trick us? Ba was so angry that his beard stood on end and his entire body trembled. So what if I'm injured? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Ba sneered and took the initiative to attack, aiming straight at Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen sneered, not afraid at all. At this moment it's time for me to take action. If I don't teach him a lesson, how will he know how sinister people are? Although he was a mid-heavenly god, his strength was severely damaged. If he couldn't even defeat a heavily injured half-step divine king Jiang Chen, then he would not be qualified to stand here. Jiang Chen was calm and collected, facing He Ba's attack without any fear. Jiang Chen's fist was like a thunderbolt. It was not the strength of a mid-heavenly god. He Ba was extremely shocked by the might of that fist. He Ba had never seen or heard of such a ferocious fist. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, but his strength was comparable to a half-step divine king. Just this terrifying fist alone was enough to make a half-step divine king take it seriously. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-heavenly god realm, but it was comparable to a half-step divine king. Such a terrifying fella. Hong Yan's eyes flickered. She was shocked. It seemed like Jiang Chen was not any weaker than them. So powerful. Fei Ying's eyes lit up. He felt that this fella was not ordinary, but he did not expect him to be able to unleash such terrifying strength. One should not judge a book by its cover. The one who was most shocked was Yu Ernyang. She knew that Jiang Chen's strength was extraordinary, but she did not expect that even her third brother was not his match. Jiang Chen's formation and strength were both so profound. He Ba was pushed back dozens of steps by Jiang Chen. He staggered and struggled to regain his balance. At the same time, both Xianxia and Zhu Ri stopped moving, because they knew that they could not do better than He Ba. They were injured. If their strength was not reduced, it would not be a problem for them to fight against Jiang Chen. However, they were in a disadvantageous position. It would not be easy for them to snatch the fiery red seed from Jiang Chen. Truly a young hero. It's a pity, sigh. The old gibbon sighed. It was a pity that they were on different sides. Jiang Chen was the same as the others. He came for the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. However, from the old gibbon's point of view, there was something different about Jiang Chen. He did not admire Jiang Chen. He did not want to be involved in this battle. However, there was nothing he could do. This was his inheritance, his mission. Jiang Chen looked down on everyone. Not even a half-step divine king expert could do anything to him. I, Jiang Chen, have never given away anything in my hands. Jiang Chen said faintly. His expression was cold and his eyes were sharp. Everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. This fella had been hiding his strength all along, pretending to be weak. Or perhaps, they had neglected his existence from the beginning. They did not expect him to be able to silence everyone with such a terrifying stance. If anyone is dissatisfied, feel free to fight. I, Jiang Chen, will accompany you till the end. Xianxia glanced at Zhu Ri and said faintly, I'd rather you guys get it than to let the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart fall into someone else's hands. Xianxia's words reignited He Ba and Zhu Ri's determination. All right, lad, let's see who will be the last one laughing. He Ba, Zhu Ri, Xianxia, the three of them revealed their true forms, determined to fight Jiang Chen to the death. The fiery red seed must not fall into his hands. Do you guys think I'm just a decoration? Humph. Yu Jingfan knew that he had to take action. Jiang Chen had saved them several times. Jiang Chen was facing these shameless half-step divine kings alone. It would be too heartless of him if he remained indifferent. Keep the goodies within the family. You guys have no right to interfere in the Tianqi mountain range. Xianxia said. Let's see if you guys have the capability. Yu Jingfan gave Jiang Chen a glance and both of them nodded slightly. They then joined forces to fight. Xianxia, He Ba, Zhu Ri and the other two were not willing to be outdone. Jiang Chen was even more fearless in the group battle. His overbearing fists fell from the sky. Each of them was deadly. Jiang Chen had completely changed his silence. This time he must let the three of them know what a true expert is. Chapter 2539. Fei Ying quickly took action to protect Xianxia, but he was also forced back by Jiang Chen's fist. As for He Ba, he wasn't as lucky as Xianxia. Jiang Chen was fighting and chasing after him at the same time. It was a completely one-sided situation. He Ba's skillful offense and defense were completely useless in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fought close to him. Every inch was dangerous, forcing He Ba into a hopeless situation. He Ba was an old demon that had lived in the Tianqi mountain range for thousands of years. He had never thought that he would be forced into such a situation. His eyes were filled with fear. Jiang Chen had already unleashed his murderous intent towards him. Zhu Ri was not careless. He charged forward savagely, sending Jiang Chen flying a few times. However, Jiang Chen was able to easily charge forward again. Facing He Ba and Zhu Ri, Jiang Chen did not give them any leeway. If he used his dragon transformation, they wouldn't even be able to last 10 rounds against him. Yu Jingfan was getting more and more shocked. Although Jiang Chen's strength was still weak, he gave people a feeling that he was an insurmountable mountain. No one could move him even if he just stood there. I don't want to die. He Ba shrieked. His eyes were filled with fear. However, Jiang Chen didn't give him any time to react. He punched and shattered He Ba's meridians and bones, turning him into a cripple. His divine energy dissipated and he looked like a decayed tree. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. I, Zhu Ri, have never thought of leaving this place alive after coming here. Zhu Ri scoffed coldly. He would rather die standing than live like a coward. Then I'll give you a quick death. Jiang Chen turned around and kicked. His kick was like a thunderbolt shooting everywhere. Hong Yan and Fei Ying subconsciously took a step back. Zhu Ri was heavily injured, dying. However, Jiang Chen admired his fearless spirit. Don't make me suffer like this. Zhu Ri looked at Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen struck out with his palm and directly killed Zhu Ri. Yu Jingfan finally knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's strength was. He was so powerful and unstoppable. All of a sudden, the sound of a flute reverberated throughout the bottomless abyss. Everyone's spirits jolted. Is that him? Jiang Chen's expression changed. It was still the flute sound that he had heard in the peach blossom forest. It was familiar, but this time it was even more frightening. Everyone was as though they were facing a great enemy. The sound of the flute made them nervous. A young girl in green clothes, delicate and pretty like a new bamboo, with a temperament like a lotus, slowly descended. She held a bamboo flute in her hand, and her eyes rippled with autumn light. She was beautiful beyond compare. Little fellow, even you are here. The old macaque murmured, its eyes filled with regret. I've been entrusted with a task, so I'll do it. The voice of the green-robed girl was like the sound of Sanskrit in an empty valley, clear and melodious and pleasing to the ear. He glanced at the old macaque. His calm eyes seemed to reveal a trace of affection. The bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate? Jiang Chen said with a smile. He had never thought that the soul expert who trapped him was actually a girl who looked so fragile. You're flattering me. The girl's calm eyes flickered with astonishment. The phrase, the bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate, made her heart tremble. Playing the bamboo flute alone for 3,000 years, leaving my voice in the valley, where can I find a soulmate? The girl sighed in her heart. This was her true self, and it was also what Jiang Chen had said. The bamboo flute is everywhere in the valley, but where can I find a soulmate? She used the sound wave of the bamboo flute to enter the Tao, using her soul to be invincible. She roamed the Tianqi mountain range, standing aloof from worldly affairs. She herself was a legend, a fated existence. The girl was calm like a fairy descending from the heavens, untainted by worldly affairs. She pointed her finger and the last fire qi was absorbed into her palm. The green-robed girl moved her palm and a black seed appeared. It merged with the fire qi and eventually became a fiery red seed. The 4 fiery red seeds shone brightly, and the scarlet cloud ancient vine that was burning in the sky became even more vigorous. So this is the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. The girl opened her mouth, staring at the fiery red seed in her hand. At this moment even Fei Ying was extremely shocked. He suddenly recalled the words of the Valley Lord. In the depths of the Tianqi mountain range, there lived an expert who stood aloof from worldly affairs. His soul force was incomparably powerful. Could it actually be this delicate green-clothed girl? Of course, Fei Ying would never think that she was weak. May I know who asked you to do this? Jiang Chen said. If he was not wrong, it must be that mysterious shadow. Jiang Chen knew that the real expert had just surfaced. Who asked me to do this? What does it have to do with you? The green-clothed girl was silent. Her voice was indifferent, without any joy or sorrow. If that's the case, then I have no choice but to offend you. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I've lost to you once, but it doesn't mean that I'll lose to you again. The girl seemed to have an obsession in her heart. She looked at Jiang Chen deeply. Really? Then I'll wait and see. Jiang Chen really wanted to know who the person behind the girl was. Moreover, Jiang Chen also wanted to force the person behind her to show himself. Jiang Chen took a step and arrived in the sky. The girl's bamboo flute played again. Her eyes were calm and silent, as if nothing could change the ripples in her eyes. Waves of terrifying sharp soul blades burst out from the girl's body, comparable to a heavenly divine tool. The soul blades were like the Grim Reaper. Jiang Chen sat down on his knees. At this moment he fully unleashed his soul energy, turning it into a sturdy shield facing the girl head-on. Facing the girl's invincible soul blades, everyone was terrified. However, Jiang Chen completely disregarded it and approached the girl step by step. Her eyes finally revealed a trace of astonishment. "Jiang Chen, please show mercy," the old gibbon said in a deep voice. He knew that he had no right or ability to ask Jiang Chen to show mercy, but he did not want the girl to suffer any harm. Jiang Chen approached the green-clothed girl step by step. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. In the end, both of their soul strengths had completely cancelled each other out. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood in front of the green-clothed girl. The girl's face turned red and she staggered backwards. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly attacked. His target was the red seed in the girl's hand. "Jiang Chen, it's been a long time since we last met, but you're still as cunning as ever." A familiar voice made Jiang Chen frown his brows. The black figure turned into a ray of light and snatched the fiery red seed from the girl's hand before Jiang Chen could.